All right. So for some reason, the universe hates me today. Well, this week, the universe really hates me this week. Number one, I'm supposed to have a tow truck here, and it was supposed to be here, sometime between 8 and 12, and it's 12, and they haven't called me. I called them at 11, and they said, yeah, it's still on. I'm donating a car to charity today. I've got the title right here on my desk, got the keys in my pocket. All I got to do is run downstairs and take the license plates off. And it would be nice. It would be nice if, when you're donating a car to charity, if they would show up on time. I mainly just want to get rid of the damn thing because yesterday the car irritated me. The car actually pissed me off. You guys know that I have a bad back, and we got a little bit of snow, and if your car is parked on the odd side of the street, the odd numbers, if they're feeling really saucy, they'll give you a ticket. And they, how do we do this? How do we do this, right? Like this? Yeah. So if they're feeling really saucy, they'll give you a ticket. So I couldn't get the car started yesterday. It was cold. It doesn't like to start in the cold. So I had to push it to the other side of the street. And it wouldn't, like, it was like I have flipped a Saturn Ion like 15 years ago, like physically rocked it back and forth and pushed it on its side. I know that I look like I'm a scrawny little guy. I'm actually pretty strong for my size. Until all of my injuries, like I was pretty, you know, I could generate a lot of force. Man, I was struggling my ass off just to, it was in neutral, struggling to get this thing. So I got it stuck actually pushing it. I was going to 3-point turn it, and that didn't work. And I was actually going to call some friends and be like, hey, I need you to help me push the car to park it. Finally got the son of a bitch started. And then the transmission was slipped. So I have a feeling I was pushing it while it was like half in gear, which would explain why it was so hard to push. So I was like, the hell with it. I'm just going to donate it to charity. Mainly, I'm donating it. They'll probably just scrap it for parts. I mean, there's some parts of it that are still valuable, and so they'll probably make their money, but I just want it towed today. And they were supposed to come between 8 and 12, and it's after 12, and they haven't called me. Oh, so that means sometime during my show, I'm actually have to go around the BRB screen while we do that. With that said, we're doing Stream Raiders. I do apologize, guys. No steampunk today. My back is really, really sore. I almost didn't do the show today. I need to take painkillers or muscle relaxants, and you guys know I don't like to take those anymore. I don't like to take those anymore because I really like to take those, right? I really like narcotic painkillers, and I really like muscle relaxant. And Tamir said to me, because Tamir is still adapting to me not being basically a drug addict. I was addicted to narcotic painkillers for probably 10 years. Thanks, military. And she's like, you need a muscle relaxant? Because I don't know where they are. I don't know where my prescription is. She keeps it hidden from me. And I said, no, I'll take one after the show. After the show today, I'll get in the hot tub, I'll take a muscle relaxant, and then I'll go to bed. But yeah, I tried to put on, I couldn't even like get into one of the Victorian era shirts today. That just wasn't going to happen. It just was not happening. With that said, 2022 is really behaving for me other than the car thing. Sounds like House, abrasive and addicted to painkillers. Vicodin was my jam for a long time. And then somebody on some report realized how much Vicodin I was taking, and then they switched me. I mean, I was on Percocet, I was on codeine, I was on Tylenol 3 with codeine. But that's the problem, man. That's why the US has this opium epidemic. Physical therapy is great to help you fix a problem that can be fixed, but when you have a torn rotator cuff, The only thing that fixes a torn rotator cuff is a surgery. Beyond that, you're always going to be in pain. I've torn my rotator cuff again. In fact, both my rotator cuffs are mostly torn. So I don't know what the hell I was thinking about pushing a car yesterday. But I'm stupid and I'm stubborn. You know, painkiller addiction is no joke. Painkiller addiction is absolutely no joke. Especially if you got doctors that aren't paying attention and just give you open-ended prescriptions. So I tell everybody, if they're giving you pain pills, man, don't take them unless you were dying. Don't take them. With that said, 2022, really, really good year so far. Really good year. The YouTube is going finally in the right direction. I always make the running joke that I'm the slowest growing YouTuber ever. Because I'm abrasive and I am abrasive and I don't mix words and I lose as many viewers as I gain, and that's okay. Like you guys know, on Wednesday I talked about language servers for Ashes of Creation, and I very specifically said Europe is a continent, the United States is a country, our country is bigger than your continent, and we don't have one language. Immediately, I get somebody who says to me, well, Europe isn't a country. I'm like, I'm aware. I said that during the segment. They said the official language of the United States is English. And I was like, stop. No, it's not. We don't have an official language. Somebody's like, well, I did a Google search. Yeah, you did Google searches and you found bills from 2017 to 2020 where certain Congress people are trying to make English the national language. There is no national language in the United States. And then the person said, well, in Europe, we should have servers for our major languages. I'll appreciate that. Came here for the free snacks. I don't have snacks today. I got a 10. Oh, I do have. I have my watermelon cough drops. My watermelon lozenges because my throat's pretty sore. So you can have one. I did bring enough. As long as there's only 29 people, I did bring enough for the whole class. But no. So the person says, well, there should be a French server. Hey, first time caller. Hoot hoot. I like it. They said there should be a French server, there should be a German server. And I said, and in my response, I said, well, that's fine, but where do we draw the line? Do we do a German server and then an English server and a French server? Do we do a Polish server? And then at what point have we reached not enough people? Also, has anybody noticed like what Russia's trying to do? Has anybody noticed that like on a lot of surveys about Europe, Russia is starting to be considered a European country? Like you annexed Crimea from the Ukraine and now all of a sudden you're a European country. Like what is, I was doing some political science work and I'm looking at statistics and I'm like something in Europe and I'm getting the Russian numbers. I'm like, no, you're not Europe. You are not Europe. No. Russia isn't a part of Europe. I thought it was Europe and Asia. Okay, so when I talk about Russia not being part of Europe, there's a difference between geography and geopolitically. Yeah, geographically, part of Russia lies in Europe. But geopolitically, nobody considers Russia part of Asia. Nobody considers Russia part of Europe. Geopolitically, Russia is Russia. It's its own, like, you're so big, you're so expansive, you're so, you cross so many time zones. Geopolitically, we call Russia, Russia. Just like there is technically no Middle East. If you really get down to it, there is no Middle East, but geopolitically, we call the Middle East the Middle East. Just like geographically, Egypt is African. But I don't think anybody who's talking about politics is going to consider Egypt an African nation. Egypt attaches itself to the Middle East geopolitically. So, yes, Russia geographically is part Europe, more Asia, right? Isn't there a Middle West? Get out of here. So, but yeah, I started looking at things like, and then of course with Russia, you've got the CIS, the Confederation of Independent States. I guess that's going away, and most of the members of the CIS don't want to be CIS anymore. They want to be European. But you're studying Russia right now? Yeah, Russia's a good time, man. Russia is a good time. Just make sure that when you're looking at the map of the world, you understand that the Peters whatever map, I forgot the other part of the name. The common map that we use is very, very, very illusion. It creates a very bad illusion. Make sure that you look at an actual map. The United States fits in Africa 3 times. Yeah, Mercator projection issues. It's the Peters something map. And then when you actually look at the other map, you're like, oh my God, everything I learned was wrong. Let's be honest, the Midwest is different from the rest of the US. Yes, it is. Greenland is a farce. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But with that said, the person was talking about how French should get its own server. English should get its own server. Well, my question then becomes, are we talking European Union, or are we talking Europe geographic? Because Europe geographic no longer has a major English speaking population because the United Kingdom exited, right? So when you start taking in English as primary speakers, and then the person completely neglected the point I made that in order for because if you're European, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend you, but if you noticed, the European Union isn't ranked very high across the board in anything, because y'all can't get together and agree on anything. And so, like, until you guys get a language like Ender's Game and you have common and you all speak one language, everybody in the European Union is busy using the European Union as a buffet. What can I get out of it without putting anything into it? And I understand the United Kingdom being like, peace out, we don't want to be here anymore. The UK's like, this isn't helping us. The UK wanted to be free of the EU so that they can make better deals with the US. They can make better deals with China. They can make better deals across the board. Until Europe develops common, like from Ender's Game, everybody speaks fleet. Everybody speaks common. You're not going to be able to really negotiate that. And then the person says, well, it's racist to make everybody speak English. And I'm like, okay, I was going to be like, pet the person on the head. Good doggy. You're pretty. And then I was like, it's racist. It's racist to make everybody speak one language. That's not racist. Racist would be not giving the French a French speaking server, even though they're the 3rd most populous population in Europe. And saying you need to learn some other language. That would be racist. Saying we're not doing a French server because we don't like the French. That'd be racist. But I mean, at some point you're going to get down to a language like Romanian. Well, Romania is pretty high in the population of European countries, but I don't think that gaming community is very... when was the last time you gilded up or you partied up with 3 Romanians, right? So that's not racism. That's smart business. That's smart business. With that said, I do want to remind people that Americans speak predominantly bad English. Anybody familiar with old Windows installation? Pick your language. English with the British flag, traditional. English with the American flag, simplified. And you wanted to be offended by it. You wanted to be like, hey, wait a fuck it. All right. You're right. You're right. Like, at this point, what Americans speak is barely English. It should just be called American. There's like 4 variations of English in the US. That is true. That I love that aspect about Eve. You need a translator to work with some cores. Yeah, to work with some cores. corporations, you do need, yeah, because that's corpse, not cores. That's corpse because it's short for corporations, as opposed to the Marine Corps. Yeah, in EVE Online, there's only one server. That's it. What would Australian English be then? I don't know what Australian English would be then, but all I know is that it would just use the C word an awful lot. So, Foster's Australian for beer. That's I know one word in Australian. I also know dingoes ate my baby. So, with that said, 2022 been a good year. We had that conversation. I am going to be putting all of the live streams over on YouTube. So if you miss a live stream, I'm going to leave the VODs up on Twitch just because there's no harm in having them there. But if you guys are the type of sadists who like to listen to me in the background, it'll be up there so you can listen to it on YouTube. Why do Americans consider it a bad word? They don't consider it a bad word. They consider it a vulgar word. And there's vulgar words and there's polite company words. It falls onto George Carlin's 7 words you can't say on television, which now you can say most of those. With that said, a little while later today, we're going to talk about over-enchanting. I'm trying to stall on the over-enchanting just a little bit because, like I said, I am going to have to disappear to get this car done. But I have the title on my desk. I have the screwdrivers on the table by the door, so I should be able to just run outside, hand the title to the person, take the license plates off, and peace out. Also, I'm very excited today. I got chili in the pot. I have a batch of my world famous chili. I make a chip dunking chili. I don't make like a hearty cowboy fire chili. I make a chip dunker. Every time the military had like a chili cook-off, I always like won the chili dunker category, or I got the honorable mention. So also, Stream Raiders, you see the clock up there? I'll be here Sunday. It's on the schedule down below. It's on my Discord. If those of you that aren't on my Discord, on my Discord, I have a notify me for when I go live, and then I have a category for Stream Raiders. I'll be here Sunday. Hopefully my back is good enough I can do Steampunk Stream Raiders PvP. We've had a really good time doing that. We always go for our 45 tickets. We've been getting better, especially when I'm focused on the PvP and I'm actually captaining. We've been having, we've been doing really well. I'd love to win another tournament, have gift cards to give away, or have money to do stuff with. So that would be a good one. What I didn't do is I didn't pull the forum threads I wanted to look at. By the way, I did have a question for all you computer people out there. Don't you think it's odd that Windows doesn't have its own registry cleaner? Like, why do you have to have a third-party solution to a registry cleaner? Why can't Windows just make a, why can't, they just create something that repairs your registry for you? So we're gonna look at some of these today. We're gonna look at a lot of these today. I see a lot of stuff has popped up. Yep. So, why have a registry is the real question. Based on what should it decide what needs to be cleaned up? Windows uninstaller is also ineffective. Leaves registry entries behind after an uninstall. Well, yeah. So, basically, why have a registry in the real is the real question? Because I mean, obviously, there's a reason it's there. I don't understand it. Based on what should it decide if it needs to be cleaned up? Well, how is it every other program? Like Norton 360, which I use. I use Norton 360 for a particular reason. I know some of you are going to be like, I can't believe you use Norton 360. Well, you don't have to know why I use Norton 360. I just use Norton 360 because I've been using it for like 10 years and I like the program. I like what it does for me. I like all the other features it has, and it's not a huge amount of money. It tells me that I have 8 things in my registry, but then it tells me I have to buy some other program to fix them. And I sent a message to Norton. I was like, this is bullshit. This is the first time I've seen you do this scummy stuff. If you're not going to include the thing that fixes it, get your damn registry. Why are you scanning my registry then? Get out of here. Those registry fixers can break stuff. It should be the responsibility of the uninstaller. If you create it, you delete it when it's uninstalled. Yeah. I 100% agree with that. A lot of uninstallers don't do a very good job. And you said the Windows uninstaller doesn't do a good job. That's true, but the people also have an uninstaller. Norton 360 does install a crypto miner on your PC if you want to use it. So what Norton 360 does is it says, hey, do you want to get involved in mining crypto? Here is a crypto miner for you that is safe and you don't have to worry about being scummy. I think Microsoft doesn't want to be a liability for registry issues that can cause excessive CPU usage and harm. It's also true. Yeah, the Windows uninstaller just runs the script the developer wrote. I do keep everything separate, right? I keep everything separate, and by that I mean, I have a, what? Who's getting me involved in what? Oh, people are shit talking me on the Discord. That's nothing new. My brain, where did my brain go? My brain left. Oh, I have a system drive. So I have a system drive. Everything else is on side drives. And so when my system drive gets all foobarred, I just basically reinstall Windows and clean everything out. I've gotten really proficient at not screwing up my system doing that. So you just get a system drive, only have the operating system on it and things that must be on the same drive as the operating system, and then put everything else on other drives. Makes life so much cleaner. Is Windows 11 worth upgrading to now, or should it wait a while? I'm gonna say this. Windows 11 still has some really quirky flaws that I don't like. Number one, and this is such a minor thing, but it's such a pain in the ass. Why is there only a clock on my main screen? So when I game in full screen mode, I don't have a clock. That's an annoying one. And somebody's like, well, you can just install a third-party program called... I said, stop. I shouldn't have to install a third-party program to have a fucking clock on the bottom of all of my screens, right? Like, what was the point of taking that out? Windows 11 does have a really cool feature that works in Windows 11. It worked in Windows 10, but not really neat. Multiple desktop. And what multiple desktop is that I can say I'm getting ready to stream, or say I'm going out to lunch with my wife, and then when I get home, I'm not going to have enough time to get my stream set up. So I do that, but I'm still working on something else, and I don't want all these apps open that I can see. Well, I can open up a different desktop, so I'm still writing in my blog, or I'm writing an article or something. It's nice. It's decent. It's coming in 22H1. Well, that'll be good. I don't know how you forget to put a clock. Almost like a tab. Yeah, it's almost like a tab, but it's like a tab for your whole desktop. It's also nice when... It's nice when I'm working on like a video, and then I don't want to say it's kind of a, yeah, it's a virtual machine kind of, but not really. It's like having a KVM switch to a completely different computer would be more accurate. But that's also nice when I'm working on like one project and then I have to stream and I don't want to reopen everything. I can just open a new stream tab, do my stream, close that desktop, and then everything is back where I left it. But For some people, you get a performance increase in Windows 11. I miss the Windows Start menu. I don't miss the Windows Start menu. I very rarely use the Windows Start menu. I just type here to search 99.9% of the time, or the stuff that I commonly use is already pinned to my taskbar. So, we're going to wait until Stream Raiders is over. So we've got about 3 minutes to kill. And then on Windows 10, do Windows key tab and then click new desktop. Yeah, you can do it on Windows 10 that way. And it does kind of work. But it's neater in 11. There's no start menu. There is, but it's not the way it was. First of all, your start menu isn't in the lower right-hand corner anymore. It's dead centered on your screen. I'm pretty sure you can't change that. I'm pretty sure you have to have it dead centered. So that's first thing you got. You can move it. You can align it all left. I went looking for that setting. Maybe that setting is, oh, there. Automatically had the taskbar. When you show my taskbar apps. Oh, taskbar alignment, center. Oh, there it is. It is there now. It's there now. Cool. I like it centered. I've grown accustomed to it centered. So, got Nash's question. Has there been an indication on what leveling to max will look like? 45 days. Do they want it like WoW where you hit max first day, or will it be a longer process? 45 days. Now, some people are going to say, well, if it's 45 days, no lifers are going to do it in 22. They can't. One of the things about Ashes of Creation is that the nodes develop the world. So the nodes have time requirements to grow. So you see Margaret just responded to the question in AOC Discord about the giveaway. We avoid giving out codes for keys now and giveaways as we put those keys directly on accounts. I know there's some people who won key codes in the past, but as long as not selling them for money or putting a paid block on them, they should be fine to do a giveaway with them. Yeah, you know, I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that later. So I got that one. But yeah, 45 days. Yeah, they're bottlenecked by organic progression. So that means this node that's level 3 took several days to do. The node that's stage 4 took some amount of weeks to do. The node by the sea, which is a city, took many weeks to do. So yeah, you're not going to be able to just blitz to max level, because until there's a node that you can frequent for the higher level content, sure, you could sit there and grind. You could sit there and grind forever. You could grind for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. However, that's not really time effective. I wouldn't recommend going that way. Will we get a update on the cosmetics today? No, you'll probably get it on Monday. You'll probably get that on Monday. I mean, Margaret might leak something today. It makes sense to leak one today and then one on Monday. Get a little weekend hype going. So is level 50 going to be locked behind level 6 node quests? No, because you don't have to quest. You do not have to quest in a linear fashion quest to hit max level. But there won't be let's say there won't be level 42 to 50 mobs on the server until there's a stage 6 node. So again, you could no life BDO grind it trying to get to max level, but chances are you're going to hate your life. What criteria will you choose for your server aside from location? That's it. Time, basically time zone. There is no other criteria. I plan on making Intrepid Studios life really easy. So I plan on pre-registering Paradox NA. I want all my paradoxicals together, but I don't care. I don't care what server you shove us on. I don't, that's not a big deal to me. Put us on whatever server you need to put us on to fill in a gap or a hole or a population. The only thing is, my only stipulations is I will not go to, I will not go to server 1, if it's a Kickstarter server. I will not go to a server with head start, period. So, not going to avoid big streamer servers. Don't you think that would be a little hypocritical if I avoided big streamer servers? Considering that I will probably grow immensely. I will probably grow immensely once Ashes of Creation is live. So it'd be like hypocritical. Like I'd almost be part of the problem if I deliberately avoided big streamer servers, considering that I can put several hundred people in a guild together. You know what I'm saying? Like that'd be the definition of hypocrisy. All right. I'm going to grab the key thing that Karthos is talking about. And, God, I didn't want to start beating up Intrepid this early in the show. But, so, every year for Extra Life, Intrepid Studios gives away alpha keys, right? Now, as a charity guy, brilliant move. As a marketing guy, brilliant move. As a player in your community, I think giving away keys that people can use to generate hype around their content is the pinnacle of bad, false, fake hope to a content creator. It also, I don't think these, see, I'm just gonna talk honestly for a few minutes. So for the next couple of minutes, I'm not actually the streamer, Jahlon. I'm the person behind the streamer, just really trying to do heart to heart to content creators, so everybody can understand the stuff behind it. Content creation is a very, very difficult career to get into. Success on Twitch and success on YouTube, very, 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 very difficult. Very, very difficult to feed just yourself as a streamer, let alone have a family. I know what people are going to say. Well, look at Shroud, look at Summit, look at Asmongold, look at Tim the Tatman, look at Lazy Peon. And I say, great, look at those people. You're looking at you're looking at the people who don't even classify into the 1%. You're looking at the people who are numerically and statistically stratified on a 1 to 20 or 1 to 50 basis. To remind people, when it comes to Twitch, I am in the top 0.3% of Twitch streamers. I'm going to say that one more time. I am in the top 0.3% of Twitch streamers. And if I didn't have kids and I didn't have a wife and I didn't have the house I had, I could live on my streamer money in a 1-bedroom apartment in an agricultural town with really no hope of retirement. Now, I say that so that people can understand just the gravity of becoming a content creator. And I try to tell content creators all the time, don't do bad things that get you disingenuous followers. Doing a giveaway where you want people to follow you on Twitch and follow you on YouTube and follow you on Twitter is the absolute worst boneheaded move to do. Number one, those people don't care about your content. Those people care about the alpha key that they might get. It also hurts you. And I made these mistakes when I was a young content creator. I made these mistakes. I tied my giveaways into following, right? I tied my giveaways into follow me and then you have a chance at winning this code or this giveaway. The problem is, as you can see, my YouTube channel has struggled, right? My YouTube channel has struggled to get above 16,000 followers because I'm still in the process of purging people who get the notification Jay's done a video and they don't care. They only ever followed me for the giveaways. There is something seriously inherently wrong with the YouTube channel that has 100,000 followers and the videos are all getting 1,200 views. There is actually a metric that shows 7 to 14% of your subscribers will be viewers. On Twitch, that percentage is even worse. It's 1%. On Twitch, if you have active viewers of 1% of your follower count, you're doing it right. You're doing good. 1%. So right now we have 85 viewers and 9,000 followers. We're 5 people below the curve. So we should be at 90 people. Now, with all that said, somebody said to me, well, you're only jealous because you don't have an Alpha 2 key to give away. I said, okay. You think that my company can't afford $250? Like, for real? Are we really going to go there? You think with all the money that you guys give me, all the money that comes in through bits, tips, merchandise sales, Spotify channel listens, YouTube video views, all those things that come in, Patreon sponsors, I could afford to give away an Alpha 2 pack in 1 quarter of Patreon sponsors. Probably 2 months, but it's there. But I recognize that doing that is going... Yeah, I have merch. I have merch. Doing that is going to get me the views that I don't want. It's going to get me the followers that I don't want. You want organic followers. I see Rage says it's shitty, but I participate in giveaways like that and then just unfollow the person because, like you said, I didn't really care for their content. Exactly. Exactly. Is it even worth to stream record just for fun and get any views? Yeah. Sneckers, let me say this. There is nothing... First of all, let me just point out that I do have the Paradox Gaming Network website has a content creator's guide on it. It's horrible. I know. I apologize. I work on it in my free time. Okay, I work on it when I'm bored of playing Heroes of the Storm. But it's a guide that'll give you some stuff. If you are having fun, it doesn't matter how many views you're getting. If you are having fun, thank you, Axel. Appreciate that. Slap that heart. Get it started. If you are having fun with what you're doing, then it doesn't matter what residuals. Oh, that's 2 in a row. It doesn't matter what residuals you get if you're doing it for fun. Now, do I think growth is better on Twitch or YouTube? I'm meh on both. For my channel right now, 46 Nation, I'm meh on both, and here's why. The reason I'm meh on both is because I'm not here to, pass out copium. I'm not here to run a community where people can just be belligerent to each other. I am not here to have 40,000 rabid dogs like Lucian comes in with the shotgun in Underworld and he gets everybody's attention. You're behaving like a pack of rabid dogs. That's not the community I want. I want a community that when a developer comes in and they ask a question, they get actual answers. They get actual answers. And if you'll notice, right? If you notice on my Discord, there is a tag on my Discord for game developers. So that when a game like they've reached out to me, they've proven they are a game developer. So when they post and they say, hey, I would like some testers from the Paradox community, you know that it's not scammy. You know that I vetted the person because I wouldn't give somebody a role on my Discord unless I vetted them. So with that, all that being said, I don't think there's anything disingenuous going on with a content creator who's doing an Alpha 2 key giveaway sign up that's that long in the future. But I think that content creator is going to be disappointed when they build up a lot of following, their videos still aren't getting views, and then the moment they give away the Alpha key, they're going to be stuck in a rut of the cha-cha slide. They're not going to be able to make progress because they'll get 5 viewers on a video they release and they'll lose 9. V-Man is pointing out that there is a hype train close. One more unique person on a sub or 100 bits. Well, that's you, V-Man. That's you. You called it out. There we go. Now I gotta put a hat on. Okay. Here we go. Where is so many things? You guys deserve a train whistle. Wow, that last one was weak. Oh man, my back hurts. I appreciate that. Prime subs coming out of nowhere. Always remember, I love Prime subs because they don't cost you guys anything. I am all of. Oh, that's the other reason why I grow so slow. I feel like a lot of content creators, especially Ashes of Creation content creators, are busy not giving you a lot of good education, not being engaging, not being entertaining. I feel that a lot of Ashes of Creation content creators are spending all their time trying to figure out how to put their hand in your wallet. Like, I see these content creators, and I truly feel they're trying to take your money. I actually have a video on this, right? I have a video because I never want to say something that sounds like I'm being an abrasive smartass without giving you help. I actually have a video on my Jahlon channel. It's called The Value of Value. And the reason why I have the video called The Value of Value, I go to these new, and I'm a content creator coach. In fact, just as the show was starting, somebody asked me to coach them, and I'm like, here's the reading, come back with 3 to 5 good questions. And I said, if I go to your channel, and the very first thing I see is a donate button, I'm gonna call you out on it. We got to finish this hype train so Jahlon can live in that studio apartment, no hope of retirement. No, all the money on my show goes to the background music. Paradox Gaming, or PGN Music, owns over 100 DMCA free tracks. That's where all the money goes right now. So, Vladis has exquisite presentation skills, and I'm aware you've aided him. Great work. Now I'm curious. Vladis mentioned he suspects Intrepid will announce Alpha 2 release date once the studio completes their transition. What are your thoughts? I don't see any reason for Intrepid Studios to announce an Alpha 2 date until they already have the Alpha 2 candidate build, and Intrepid needs to be very careful with the next time they open their mouth. And what I mean by that is the next time Intrepid talks is going to be the last time I think people are going to be forgiving. I think if Intrepid tries to do what they did the last 2 times they fumble fucked it, we're going to give you an Alpha 1. That's a battle royale. We're going to give you an Alpha 1 in December. Nope. April. No. May. No. June. No. July. I think they'll get crucified. I think right now Intrepid needs to realize they're in the perfect position. They don't owe anybody anything. They don't owe anybody anything. There are no deliverables. There are no anything. So don't say it. Don't give a date. Because do the pro con. What does giving a date do? It sends people to your store to make purchases, which is great. Except you've repeatedly on numerous occasions said you don't need the money, so you're not driving people to make purchases. So you don't need that. Remember I said all advertising, all marketing is the pledge, the turn, the prestige. It's a magic trick. So is by end of year 2023 even still feasible? Yeah, end of year 2023 is feasible. It all depends on what decision they decide to make with combat. So the big part here is why announce? So if you don't announce an alpha date, what is it? What is the con to not announcing an alpha date? Nothing. You don't have a date. You let every other company that's out there with a game. Because, ready? Why do you want to speak when you know Lost Ark is about to be a dumpster fire? Okay? 10 seconds. You tried. V-Man, you were so excited. But no, not gonna get there. So sorry. You were so hopeful, but we have failed. It's okay. Right now. What? Adorables. Right now, you failed. You got it in, but after the train is long gone. Appreciate it though. What's the status of Unreal Engine 5? Is the plan prior to the next alpha? Unreal Engine 5 is done. Unreal Engine 5 transition is done. They are finishing up putting everybody on that transition. How many bits for the hype train? It all depends on how it all depends on numbers. So yeah, V-Man is just offering consideration, so we take it easy on him in PvP. That's right. V-Man wants me to stop doing PvP, so I stop winning all the time. But no, Unreal Engine 5, the whole studio will be on Unreal Engine 5 by the end of next week. Now, I want to let people know, the Unreal Engine 5 transition is going to take a little while because Chris Atkins, yeah, I will be there on Sunday, hopefully in steampunk gear. Hopefully my back is better by Sunday. Chris Atkins, Michael Bacon, they need to lead their two respective teams, and everybody needs to get into the Unreal Engine 5 build. They need to get everything converted, everything they've already built converted over Unreal Engine 5, and then that'll speed up the pipeline. Now, this is one of those examples of something causes a 6-month delay, but long-term saves 9 months, so you get to the finish line 3 months faster. I understand people are excited to play the game, but I'm personally getting tired of people asking for a release date, specifically on their social media pages. It's a comment on almost everything they post. Asking you on here, I understand better because they might be new to the game. Nah, Dabs, here's the problem, and you can't get upset about that, because that's what happens when your game is 2 years late, right? That is what happens when you're 2 years post promised delivery. That is why the way Intrepid handled being late was good. It was good, but it needed to be better. And the problem is that they've never gotten to the point where really there's no good answer for why they're so late and for why they so missed their deadline and why they're going to be they're probably going to end up 4 years late past development. 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. I know it's going to be 2023 and you're going to be like, that's only 3 years late. It's actually 4, because 2020 is a calendar year. So I get it. I totally understand why people are like, they need to stop asking them for dates. The problem is Intrepid needs to turn around and do something about the date, and they need to turn around they need to turn around and say something big like, it will not be this year. See, I could turn, if Steven put me in charge of making public relations statements, I would simply say, right now, Ashes of Creation will not launch in 2022. Why? Because then everybody just shuts the hell up because you said. Now, I get what you're saying, but Steven says that all the time. No, he doesn't. See, words matter in public relations. Words matter in marketing. And if you've never taken a marketing course, you've never taken an advertising course, you don't understand, you don't get the decoder ring and the secret handbook of what people are programmed to hear. People are not programmed to understand the phrase, it'll be ready when it's ready. They're not planned for that, because we spend a person's entire life teaching them about buy on demand, fear of missing out, sunk cost fallacy, get them to sign on the line that is dotted. So when you turn around and you say it'll be ready when it's ready, people have a short circuit of their brain. They're like, no, I don't like it. 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 I don't understand. I need a date. I need a date. Give me a date. And you're like, why are these people like that? Because you recognize it as an annoyance. I recognize it as an annoyance. And we're the people that are up here with our money. The people that are down there, the people who are the textbook, the people who are literally shut up and take my money people, they need to have a date because they need to know when they can spend their money. I just hope they make their combat very modular. So if they change stuff, their code part is very little rework. Animations and skills might need rework or reshuffled. True. Off-topic question. Have you ever seen the cutscene movies from SWTOR? Yes. I was a SWTOR player. Do you know how they are made? I just watched a YouTube vid that showed Unreal Cinema. What? Help me out here. You just watched a YouTube video that showed Unreal Cinema. I know how those cutscenes are made. There's lots of ways to make them. There's lots of programs you can make them in. But I'm not quite sure what you're asking me there. Did you read the Ashes forum post on the suggested dirt mechanic? Yes. So, yeah. Made me want to spend the next 3 hours crafting the most eloquent post man has ever seen to discourage most from making these. Here's my suggestions. Do you know that I got hate mail because I made a post that somebody who rattled off like a page and a half of suggestions, and I said, you know what would be a better suggestion if you actually read about the game? Here's the wiki, here's Ashes 101. 75% of what you want in this post is already in the game. I got fucking hate mail for that. Yes, that's what's popped up on the screen. Again, okay, TMACD, you're confusing me. You watched a YouTube video that showed Unreal Cinema. I know what Unreal Cinema is. You asked me, do I know how they are made in SWTOR? Yes, there's lots of programs that you can make cinematic cutscenes in. In fact, I think you can do that. You can do that in what did they Half-Life. You can do a lot. You can use Half-Life to do scenes like that. So I would say maybe give an actual timeline could work, but then Steven has just to remove his budget. No, you don't, Zetrix, you don't have to give people a timeline. All you have to do to make your community happy is not this year. It's not going to happen. So I was wondering if it was made by Unreal. I don't think no, it wasn't. Because Star Wars The Old Republic is in Hero Engine. So they didn't use Unreal Engine to make their cutscenes. I don't know what features Hero Engine has. It's not an open source engine to my knowledge. No, they don't give a timeline. I said it could work. No, it couldn't work. Let me tell you, you never, ever, 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 ever make your project timelines public. Because the moment you make a project timeline public, it means there is no room for error. For example, Steven has a heart attack because he doesn't work out. He doesn't do cardio. He's been eating badly for 5 years. People laugh when I say to Steven, you need to do your cardio. It's because I lived Steven's life. I understand Steven's life. I went from being a very active flight level officer on my feet all the time, moving around, going and seeing my people, leadership by walking around. I was hitting 10,000 steps a day, 10,000 steps a day before I went to PT. I was walking 10,000 steps a day, visiting my people, working on the move. He didn't. Don't space out. So, but then I went to a desk job where I was eating the same as if I was still getting 10,000 steps a day and doing cardio. Well, I went from doing cardio every day to doing cardio 4 times a week to 3 times a week, right? I ballooned up in weight. And just because you don't gain weight doesn't mean that you don't get unhealthy. You stop using your muscles all the time. You stay the same weight, but your body fat percentage goes up. I say all the time, Steven needs to do cardio. Cardio is great for the brain. Cardio is great for the brain. What if Steven has a heart attack? Because 5 years, you think that's not going to affect the timeline? That's why you never put a timeline out there in public. You turn around and you say, our timeline is not this year. Ashes won't launch this year. But think about how great they could do that. Ashes will not launch this year, but there will be some testing done this year. There will be some testing done this year. Don't have to say it's Alpha 1 or Alpha 2. You just say there'll be some testing done this year. If people press you, well, combat is still in redesign, guys, and you know we just did that. We just did that transition from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5. Because you already know that Lost Ark is going to be a dumpster fire. And you already know there's nothing coming out this year, right? Elden Ring is supposed to come out this year. So why do you... Like, this is the thing that Intrepid does very poorly. Intrepid is worried about getting as big of a community as they can, which is a great thing to do when you have... You start your sprint when the finish line is in sight. But right now, they're building as big of a community as they can. For what purpose? To have more disgruntled people? To have there be more people that come to the Discord that a handful of 5 people can piss off? It's like I try to say it, and I even call the people out by name. These people need to stop answering questions because they're assholes about it. When you are in the hashtag questions channel, you are an ambassador, a public face of the studio. There are a lot of people that I think Intrepid Studios should turn around and ban from speaking in the questions channel because they are horrible representatives of the product. Now, if you come to the AOC discussions channel, I might not be exactly friendly with you if you decide to be stupid, like talking about having a fucking dog off a leash. By the way, folks, let me remind you, people that have been bit by dogs really don't like your dog running up to them. If I can't tell if your dog is friendly or not, and your dog is coming to me, near me, I'm probably going to get shot. Keep your dog on a leash. Your dog should never get away from you. If your dog does not immediately sit, stay, and heal by voice command, keep your dog on a leash. Now, to the counter of that, I don't go to dog parks. If I go to a dog park, it's the expectation that all the dogs are good ambassadors. I would never go to a dog park. I don't know all the dogs there. So, keep that in mind. Let's see. Do you think there was some monetary incentive from Epic for Ashes of Creation to move to Unreal Engine 5? Just a thought. No. What there might have been is there might have been monetary compensation in the form of free engineering support for Unreal Engine. Epic Games will eventually stop supporting Unreal Engine 4. Considering the fact that Unreal Engine needs to get a good MMORPG out on its engine so other developers see the other developers see the benefit to using that engine, they definitely, well, Epic is also known for giving small developers money when they get screwed over. What's on it? Oh, that's my 20-ounce tumbler with Chibi on it. Please reload now. Thank you. Scared the crap out of me. Do I have any idea what will be discussed in this next Ashes live stream? No, I'm not. I am not. Unbelievably, even though I seem to know everything about what's going on, I am not staff at Intrepid Studios. I am not staff there. But I do talk to Steven fairly often about stuff and things. That's also why I'm able to get you guys those clarifications so quickly. That's kind of become my unofficial role. My unofficial role for Steven is immediately after a live stream, if there's anything that's been a misspeak, that's going to be a big deal. Steven reads everybody's PMs as he can, but there's certain people that he reads sooner rather than later. Because if there's been a misspeak, the last time there was a misspeak that got some traction, it caused some waves. So now Steven will be like, oh, shit, yeah. And then the last one didn't work out really well because it was like they were going on holiday right after the live stream. But I did get Steven to make a clarification, which is good. And that's going to happen. Let's see. They don't have the business intelligence to release a statement like that. Instead, we'll get something mumbly about how Margaret is designed alpha. Yeah, probably. And that's one thing that, and I say this, and I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, right? But this is one thing that Intrepid has to get better at. Intrepid has got to get better at getting all of their people organizational leadership training. And organizational leadership training is simply people stop using I and they use we or they. I accept responsibility. They did a hell of a good job. We built this. What do you think the next stages for combat will be? And do you think they will keep showing their progress for the community feedback or keep quiet until they have a final direction the studio is happy with? Here's the thing. Really, after all the polls, all the surveys, every time I do this question, it always comes back 70 to 90% of people that are interested in Ashes want tab combat. The other remaining 30% don't know if they want BDO or Guild Wars 2. And the truth is that the action community, you're so small in the MMORPG world, nobody should be building a game to cater to you yet. Okay? I'm sorry. It's just the cold, harsh truth of reality. You know, you don't get your own MMO because you had BDO, and I know some people are going to say, well, the combat in BDO is really good, but it's only because of all the other things about the game that are bad. And I was like, great, but then you take that head to head with Arcade, who had all the other things that were really, really bad. BDO combat, all my action target friends will still play tab. That's the problem, and that is what boils down to. There are only 10% of the community. Only 10% of the community will only play action. They will play tab as well. The problem is a lot of people run surveys, and there's nothing wrong with surveys. Surveys are great. But the flaw with surveys is that if the survey isn't written right, if the survey isn't written well, and you don't, and most of the time, even places I do surveys, I get to ask one question. Well, I don't get to, like, if Intrepid paid me to write the survey, to develop the survey, I would do it, and I'm qualified to do it. But we would have to line up a series of questions, one of which being, would you play Ashes of Creation regardless of the combat type? And what that question is really asking is, will you play Ashes of Creation even if it's tab? Will you play Ashes of Creation even if it's action? Well, you're never gonna have, you don't have to ask that question because their intended goal is to never go to straight action combat. If Intrepid tried to go to straight action combat, they would have to give so many refunds, the company would be bankrupt. Do I have any game development past? Just wondering. I do not have formal, well, that's not exactly true. I mean, I do consult for several companies. I do consult for a lot of different small game studios who want my opinion, who want some feedback. And I do a lot of game testing. So in that regard, I do have, but no, I'm not a programmer, I'm not a coder, I'm not an artist. I'm a project manager. I've overseen 2 software projects in my life, and I never want to do software projects again. I think that when it comes to software, the project manager on a software project has to be a coder, or at least have passing familiarization with coding, because it's not like a lot of other projects where the project manager doesn't have to know anything. I think a project is best served by a leader who can jump in and do the job. Because there's a lot, like I said, I took over a software project and then, didn't we just do that one? What's going on here? Okay, so if I can do that one. Like there's a reason why in the military, the wing commander, in the Air Force, the wing commander in an Air Force base is, what the hell? What is going on? Stream Raiders, are you drunk? Go home. Wait, what? I did reload. I reloaded when it wasn't live on the screen. Yeah, I know. But you can always finish the map you're on, Threather. A captain can always stay on the map they're on. But we just finished this map. We just finished this map. We got the reward. I don't know. I know the winter event is over. A captain can always remain on the map that they started. They can always, because a captain gets the reward of finishing the head skin. So if you're one away from the boss, it really sucks if the event ends and then you've got to do a full map. Because remember, we get a head skin every 25 boss kills. So but we just cleared this. I'll be honest with you, from what I've seen, it's going to absolutely hate the action camera. It just seems unnecessary. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Intrepid is trying to please too many people, and in the end, they're going to please nobody. I think that the 10% of people who won't play Ashes unless it has action, honestly, aren't a large enough portion of the community to be worried about. Controversial opinion, but I'd still play an MMO with shitty combat if the rest of the game was fun. Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy XIV proves that. The combat in Final Fantasy XIV is awful, right? It's awful. 2.5 second global cooldown is horrible. But people still play it. It's horrible. Do I think Ashes will be my last MMORPG? No. There are a couple of other games in development that I can't really talk about due to my NDAs with these companies. But there are a couple of other MMORPGs in development that I think I would play even if Ashes goes sideways. If Ashes launches... Alright, I'm gonna over here real quick. If Ashes launches and it's good, then I will I will stay with Ashes for the rest of the time. If Ashes of Creation is not good, then I will play one of these other smaller games. And then if none of those are good, I will probably get out of MMORPG content creation altogether, and I will be a content creator coach and a life coach, really. I was excited about Arcade Shoe, but if they give it to Kakao, I'm out on it. Well, they don't have a choice. Kakao Games owns XL Games, so it will be Kakao. There's no discussion. XL Games has no say, because XL Games is the child organization of the Kakao parent. You just said Ashes has a chance to not be good. Don't let the White Knights hear that. I say it all the time. I say this all the time. Ashes of Creation has a much higher chance of failure than a lot of other MMORPGs in development. And the only way that's going to change is if Steven surrounds himself not with yes men, because yes men aren't the people you want to surround yourself with, but Steven really honestly needs to bring in people that are there to create a buffer between Steven and the rest of the company. Because I feel, and this is just my external view of the scenario, as new people have been brought in to Intrepid Studios, I feel that I feel that people have been brought in and they have given they have given their input and their direction, and I think 2022 needs to be the year that Steven brings in a buffer. Steven needs to bring in a corporal, is really who he needs to bring in. He needs to bring in an E4, a corporal from the army, and nobody sees the boss unless the boss says, I want to be seen. And I understand that sounds contradictory to a lot of open door policies. And this isn't saying that the boss doesn't have an open door policy if you have a problem or you have a concern or you have a complaint. But the boss only feeds monkeys, and this is another video on my channel if you guys aren't familiar with the care and feeding of monkeys. This is where people don't knock on Steven's door and say, hey boss, you got a minute? Yeah, what? I want to talk about combat. Yeah, we have a combat meeting scheduled for next Tuesday at 9 o'clock, but I have some other ideas. Great, you'll bring them up with the whole team next Tuesday at 9 o'clock. And unfortunately, that sounds like a dickhead move, but it's not. Because what it's doing is it's making sure that Steven's not getting a bunch of stuff. And this is the problem with Steven being the CEO and the creative director. See, if Steven wasn't the CEO and the creative director, then the creative director would have to play Mother May I with the CEO and say, Mother May I add some features to the game? And the CEO would say, no, right? To be fair, the hype for Cyberpunk wouldn't have mattered if the game hadn't launched as a broken mess. No. The hype for Cyberpunk absolutely mattered. The hype for Cyberpunk absolutely mattered, and it showed that CD Projekt Red were a bunch of liars. So that is CD Projekt Red got owned, but the problem is the average gamer doesn't understand why how CD Projekt Red lied to them. All they care about is the fucking trees. No. You think the recent Cyberpunk leaks are real? The fact that there's an entire district in Cyberpunk 2077, an entire story arc that was dropped, yeah. If you've played, I'm not going to give any spoilers. If you played Cyberpunk 2077, then you know for a fact, right at the end, before you go into that last meeting where you have to make your decisions, you get there in a really jarring fashion. That's clearly because that last arc was removed. That's what I'm saying. If the game would have been great, then it wouldn't have been a lie. What? Ashes of Creation is the same path as Cyberpunk. Overhyping games can backfire. Oh, absolutely. Ashes of Creation is definitely on the overhyped. It definitely is. If you don't think that Ashes of Creation is on the overhyped agenda, then you're deluding yourself, and you are absolutely deluding yourself. Ashes of Creation is everywhere. Ashes of Creation is absolutely everywhere, and it's in a bunch of places that it shouldn't be. Ashes of Creation should not have this level of following at this stage of development. It's a really, really, really good thing that they do, but it's a really, really bad thing. It's a really, really bad thing. It should not be in my wallet, but it is. Damn it. Yeah, that's the problem. And that's where if Steven doesn't get a handle on this soon, they're going to start hemorrhaging goodwill and cheer. Stop treating every live stream like an Amway rally, would you? Stop treating every live stream as I designed this. That, man, more and more people that see that, I spend so much time a week, in the week after the live stream, people ask me who Margaret is, and they're confused. And they rightfully so. If you're designing all this stuff, then get the fuck out of the marketing director's chair and go be a designer. You have the background to be a designer, go be a designer. But then please bring in somebody who's going to do the marketing. It's like I was very confused, right? She said on tweet, my team is getting bigger. I don't understand why the community management team is getting bigger. What community management are you currently doing at this time? What the fuck do you need this many people in the community management? And remember I said there needs to be a person between Steven and the rest of the company? That corporal? Hey, I need to put in a position, a hiring packet? Yeah, no. We're not hiring any more people. They're at 3+ million and the streams are already hemorrhaging viewers. They're at 4 million. They have more mods. I thought that's what we had. No, they're bringing in somebody who's on the same level as Toast. Toast is a senior community manager, and they're bringing in another one, which is great, but not now, because you have the community marketing lead, you have her assistant. No, they have here. Let's go check. Let's go check careers. Community marketing, senior community manager. They're bringing in another one. So, you know, guys, I don't know, right? I don't know. I wish I knew, because full on disclosure, I didn't bother watching the talking part of last stream, just the Unreal Engine 5 video. True. Have you seen the new League of Legends cinematics? The music and cinematography is amazing. Well, I would hope so. Like, here's the thing. I don't give Riot kudos or props when they release amazing stuff. The reason why is, the reason why I don't give them props, they're a $1.25 billion a year company. You're impressed when a company with $1.25 billion can do good music and good cinematography? I expect you to do amazing music and amazing cinematography because you're on that level. Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, and the League of Legends products should all be amazing because they have the money to do amazing. I don't expect Intrepid Studios to produce amazing cinematography. They don't have the money to do it. They don't have the money to get that done because that shit takes money. Okay, Stream Raiders is on pause right now. They're looking into the cause of the loop. We're just stuck in a loop right now. Let's talk forum posts. Did you see Narc upload today? To my surprise, it was slightly more organized. No, I don't watch Narc's content. I stopped watching Narc's content basically when it became nothing more than bullshit. See, it became bullshit then that I have to re-educate people. If I don't care if you're going for entertaining, I don't care if you're going for engaging. But if you're going for educational and you miss the mark, I'm not really going to want to collaborate with you. I'm not going to want to collaborate with you because then I have to fix all of your misspeaks. Like, for example, calling Ashes of Creation as a sandbox is bullshit. It's wrong. It's not even open for objective, interpretation. Ashes of Creation is not a sandbox. How do you know it's not a sandbox? Because the fucking creative director said we're a theme box. We're not a sandbox for these reasons. We are not a sandbox for these reasons. We have themes that you engage with, but we're not a theme park because it's not a linear experience. But then if you turn around and call Ashes of Creation a sandbox, and then somebody stumbles into my show and says, well, you just said it's not a sandbox. You're right, I did. Well, this other creator said, and then what am I left with? I'm left with, do I try to be professional and justify the other content creator and how he could just be trying really hard or be mistaken? Or do I turn around and say, no, that other content creator's a fucking idiot? And then I get the nasty grams from their fans and said, I can't believe you called my favorite content creator an idiot. I said, I can't believe you're surprised that I called an idiot an idiot. If you're going to call Ashes of Creation a sandbox, right? If you call Ashes of Creation a sandbox, you're wrong. If you're a content creator who's doing it, you're a fucking idiot. You are doing a disservice to the overall community. Yeah, I talked about the key thing earlier, about why it's all a bad idea. If you were at Intrepid, which milestones would you want to reach in 2022, and which would you need to reach? Okay, I'll grab that question. Theme box or sand park? It's a theme box. It's a theme box. It's not a sand park. It's a theme box. Because a sand park is a different direction of a game. It's like theme park, theme box, sand park, sandbox. It's a continuum. If I was at Intrepid, which milestones would you want to reach in 2022? The first milestone is we would get all the old art. We would get all the old art transferred. We would stop working on anything new, and we would convert all the old art to nanite and lumen. Number two, we would make the combat decision. We would do a process meeting for probably a whole week, and we would make the combat decision. And then that would be it. The combat decision would be made, and then it literally I would be like Xerxes. Like, this is the combat decision we're going with, and I will tear out the eyes and tongues of anybody who speaks about any idea about not going with this. Intrepid has had 5 years to design their combat experience. And I know what some people are going to say, well, they got really good feedback from the players. No, they really didn't. What they did was they tried to capitalize on battle royales because somebody thought that would be a good idea. And then they made combat decisions based on trying to capitalize on battle royales. And then those combat decisions made it into the Alpha 1. And like the handful of people that are actually really, really good at testing told them over and over and over again, and even tried to appeal to their knowledge. Hey, don't you guys realize that this is not how an MMORPG plays? Do I suspect that massive streamer guilds will be a threat to your future guild? No. I suspect Asmongold's followers can encapsulate an entire server. True. Asmongold's followers will be on their own server. Period. He's got more than... Asmongold's followers will probably be on 4 different servers. And guess what? Asmongold will probably quit Ashes of Creation because he's going to hate it. Asmongold, not Zach. Hear the difference. Asmongold will probably quit Ashes because he doesn't enjoy it because he keeps getting stream sniped. Zach, as a human being, as a gamer, I think will enjoy Ashes of Creation. So, which Alpha 2 content are you looking forward to the most? Races, archetypes, nodes, seasonal visual changes, naval systems, the artisan system, PvE content, questing, guild tools. I mean, all of it. I mean, all, you know. I don't think you can be looking forward to one piece of content. I mean, obviously, if I had to pick, I would say the Vec. I would want to see the Vec, because that's probably what I'm going to play. Nodes, also all the rest, but functional nodes. Combat. If the combat is weak, nothing else matters. True. I like how they put for me. Even though that's a pretty well true statement. It's pretty good. The node system and combat. Yeah, the node system and combat. Weapons and archetypes. Combat. Caravans are important. Caravans have to work right. Player stalls, player shops, storage, and the auction house. Please, 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 for the love of God, can we swap the names of stalls and shops? We got to change those names. Combat and augments. Combat. Class, weapons, progressions, and combat. I have a soft spot for the naval system. Yeah, I think a few people want to see the naval system. The naval system has to be good. Class system. Archetypes. I hope Templar will be a DPS spec for Cleric. It will be, because it's Cleric. Notice? I brought up the chart, but Clerics can all spec. Nodes. I hope they're really customizable by the community. They're not. They're customizable by the mayor. I hope people don't think that nodes are community driven. They are mayor driven. Let's see. Is it still 64 different classes? Yes, it starts with choosing a base class, but you're still eventually picking from one of the 8. That's true. Honestly, won't a majority of streamers piss off after a few months once there's a new flavor of the month? No, I think, well, won't the majority of streamers? No. Won't the majority of big streamers? Remember, guys, the big streamers who their whole living is based around what they make as a content creator. Shroud could stream Ashes of Creation for the rest of his life and it doesn't matter. Shroud makes $1 this month. He's covered. He makes $100 million this month. He's covered better. Shroud can retire. He's got enough money. Asmongold doesn't need the money. So some of them will stay if they enjoy the game. What you're gonna end up getting is you'll get Ashes streamers could emerge. Yeah. The problem is the majority of people think that they're gonna jump on the Ashes bandwagon and suddenly get rich. And then, like I was just explaining to somebody today, because I'm a content creator coach. They don't know the difference between a sole proprietorship and an LLC. There's a huge amount of differences between a sole proprietorship and an LLC. You know why you form an LLC? You form an LLC because it's a limited liability company. What's the key factor of an LLC? It limits your liability, which is why it's called an LLC. There are good parts and there are bad parts to having an LLC. But the person was like, but I don't understand. And I was like, okay, well, you need to go consult a tax expert. I'm going to tell you what I can, but I don't have an LLC. I had LLCs, but now everything's rolled up under corporations because reasons. You don't have to know the reasons. It's the same thing. These streamers think that they're going to make a bunch of money, and then they don't realize how much taxes they're going to pay. It's like last year, I got up to 13 streamers who were screwed on their taxes. And even though I spent the whole year talking to every streamer I knew about their taxes, I'm now up to 20 streamers this year that are like, oh my God, my taxes are killing me. Why? I forgot to set aside 15.3% all year. Haven't you been in business for more than 1 year? Yes. Why didn't you make quarterly payments? Why didn't I do what? Why didn't you make quarterly tax payments? What do I mean? This isn't employee income. You owe the 15.3% self-employment tax. 15.3% self-employment tax. That's on top of your other tax liability after deductions. But they're like, well, what do you mean? Like, you're making enough money, you owe the government quarterly tax payments. I didn't know that. Oh, well, you're fucked. Go find an accountant, because get ready to pay penalties. I can't believe this. I can't believe you fucking people don't listen. Like, you come to a show where the guy tells you all the time, talk to me if you're afraid that you're not doing it right. Mayor will be who has the most Gold Time Friends followers. Yes, that is true. Probably depends on the country. I only give advice about America. Interesting. Some have asked if they can make a speech for the mayoral election at launch. Do you think speeches will be common? Perhaps in the tavern? Military nodes excluded, obviously. Military and divine nodes excluded. And economic nodes. The only nodes that vote are scientific. So, let's see. Trade agreements and node cultures. Something new I learned today is trade agreements between nodes are affected by the culture race of those nodes. It's not only node type and building and biome and such. And the abilities and accessibilities of the citizens within those nodes to certain items and or crafting materials or crafting times or blueprints that might have or available quests or rewards. All of those get influenced by the type of trade agreements that you have, the culture of the other node that you have the trade agreement with. Yes. I don't know what I don't know what the confusion is. I guess it's one of those. Yeah, this is by George. Remember I said the Ashes of Creation community has like 5 people that need to be banned from fucking talking because they don't know what they're talking about? You read too much into the culture of the other node, way too much. This person says source, and George Black says reason. George, you're wrong half the fucking time you talk. So when somebody source checks you, George, they're within their right to do so. And you're wrong. There are things that become available only to members of the parent race. There are items that only become like if I'm a Vec and I'm in a Vec node, there are some things that I can do and only I can do because I am in a Vec node. Yes, the culture of the other node does matter. Let me see if I can find a real quick reference for it. Because these are the things people don't recognize. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Cultural influences bring more than just the aesthetic and storyline changes. Benefits are granted to the dominant culture within that node's zone of influence. So, yes, if you don't realize that, these benefits apply to citizens of the dominant culture, but they also apply mechanics of the node and can also be of benefit to the members of other races. So there's a lot more going on, right? How do you get source checked and then reply with reason and then never get taken seriously again? You don't. You don't. So let's see. A move to Unreal Engine 5 is great, but the little details are missing. First of all, I'd like to congratulate on the decision with Unreal Engine 5. It's a really great engine to future-proof your game. However, I'd like to bring a discussion regarding overall look and feel of the game world. Who the fuck is this guy? The first obvious point would be the lack of high-quality textures. I understand you were happy to show the move and lighting capabilities, but the textures are really odd-looking, which makes the overall environment look dated. What is this fucking person talking about? What is with these? I'm not even gonna be nice today. What is with these fucking morons? This looks dated? Can somebody please tell me how this environment looks dated? What the hell looks dated about this environment? What is dated here? It looks like 1995? No, the fuck it doesn't. What is wrong with you? Mario has... Get out of here if you're just trolling. Hold on. Hold on. This isn't Ashes, right? This is Ashes. What's on the screen right now is Ashes. This is Ashes of Creation. This is Ashes of Creation. I mean, if we're talking about dated, right? I had any idea where the hell I just sent you. I mean, this looks dated. This looks dated. This looks dated. This looks like Mario, right? This looks like Mario when I was a kid. This doesn't... One of these looks dated. One of these doesn't. Those Goombas are no joke. Yeah, right? If I wanted to be critical at time 750 on the video, let's see. Let's see what you're looking at time 750. Well, yeah, I mean, they'll do another graphics pass. I see what you're talking about, right? How am I playing this? I'm not. This is developer footage. If I was playing it, I wouldn't be able to tell you because it would probably be under NDA. So, but yeah, let's go back to... But due to the lack of high quality textures, I understand you were happy to show the move and lighting capabilities, but the textures are really odd, which makes the overall environment look dated. You're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry, you're a fucking idiot. I understand that this game is far from release, so hopefully you have a plan to update them. You're an idiot. We're moving on. Second and the most important thing is foliage. It's literally 2D foliage. Furthermore, it's static 2D foliage, which just makes the whole world feel static and unnatural. I can see a snowstorm in the trailer, but bushes or grass patches are just giving a static, this weird feeling of artificial environment. So first of all, those aren't 2D foliage. They're not 2D foliage. Does the person not understand the difference between animated foliage and 2D foliage? Lord forbid there's artificial environment in the game. Okay, so the foliage isn't 2D. It's not. It's 3D. Okay? I mean, the game looks like Guild Wars 2 and that came out 10 years ago. No, it doesn't. This doesn't... Hold on. So tell me again how it looks like Guild Wars 2. Tell me again how it looks like Guild Wars 2. It's the same picture, that's right. Heard people say Elden Ring looks dated. So, yeah, Pong has better graphics. Oops. Icing on the cake. Random small animals like butterflies in the field, random frogs in the swamp, or white rabbit running around snowy areas. There's all kinds of small and big animals, birds, snakes, and insects you could add to the world that would make the world feel alive and full, living on its own. Okay. These are all things that are great to have. However, right? I don't think the game is made better like butterflies and frogs and white rabbits running on a snowy area. These things go a long way to giving immersion in a game. I recently played Red Dead Redemption 2 and the world design is amazing. Take my second and third point away and the world would feel dead. Okay. Can we please get a good thread for today? And I like want to do my segment scene, and I'm gonna do my segment scene, and the guy's just gonna have to wait outside. If the guy comes along to pick up this car, I'm gonna be mad. I really like to buy it, but the price is too high for a sandbox. I can't afford this. Please make it cheaper. I see this brought up a lot, and I'm curious, what would the price you would find adequate? You realize you aren't buying a game, you're essentially donating money to a company to fund their production, to fund their product, and they're extending you a favor by providing you the opportunity to poke around in their testing environment. Paying for alpha and beta is a lot like donated money to build a new art museum, and after donating that money, you are invited to tour the construction process from time to time. You don't start selling tickets for entry for the general public while you're still putting walls in the museum. You know, Karthos, it's funny you say that. That's why I was invited to a new exhibit at the zoo, because I donate money, and then they were like, do you want to come see the progress? And I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be nice. People used to pay others to test their games. Now it's the opposite. No, I don't know about you, but I still get paid to test games. I still get paid to do testing. Those jobs are still out there. Well, those opportunities are still out there. So this one, I'm not gonna go into this one because I've already addressed corruption many times on my show, but I thought it would be cool if the corrupted players could, say, loot the hearts of bounty hunters, combatants, and maybe holy beings, and use these as offerings in sacrificial chambers or places where corruption is at its highest, trading it in for reputation within an order for random NPCs with darker intentions. Some person just tipped $50. Why didn't my alert go off? I'm very confused. I appreciate that. I'm gonna do quick look. I'm gonna do a quick look, see, find out why the alert didn't go off. Yeah, I appreciate that. My alerts were working at the beginning of the show. Let me jump in here real quick. Because that's not cool. If the person donates, they should definitely get their cookie. I don't know why. Why did it not? Why did that not happen? I don't know what's going on. Twitch did crash earlier this morning. A lot of any streamers got DC'd for some reason. I appreciate that you might want to duck. I'm trying to figure out which one of these I'm on. And we're gonna do You're not Eddie, but there's oh, give it. Give it. Give it. Give it. Give it. I don't know why yours didn't go off, but you got to see what should have gone off if it worked. If it worked, it would have been your name. So I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. That money will go to pay for more jazz. That money will go into that money will go back into the pool, and I will buy more jazz with it. So I do apologize the alert didn't go off. I'm gonna have to do let me add a note on the book. In the book, alert check. But as you saw, it went off when I emulated it. So I'll have to figure out with Twitch if there was a problem. Yeah, big shout out to You Might Want to Duck. I do appreciate that. That's $50 out of their pocket. That's a big one. Been watching your Ashes of Creation content for a long time. Huge fan. Love the education you bring and the no bullshit attitude. Yeah, so that is one of the things I talk about all the time. I have to have a really core community, because by not having a big community, I'm not gonna grow because I have a no bullshit attitude, and I'm not here to distribute tanks of hopium and copium. I literally call people out when they're dumb, and people call me out when I'm being dumb. But anyway, this would incentivize being a murder hobo. Yes, absolutely. Corruption is not a system that is intended to be rewarded or encouraged. Absolutely. That the point of corruption is a pine coat up your ass so that you stop acting like an ass clown, right? So don't do that. This very much needs to be designed. It needs to be designed to suck to work as intended. Yes, absolutely. It's not about serving a dark god or being evil. The system is not like Star Wars where you move to the light side or the dark side. The corruption system is to discourage player killing outside of guild wars, node wars, council sieges, and other designed PvP. This person gets it. This person's getting a thumbs up from me. Even though they don't mean anything. They're like cinema sins, and the points do not matter. That are the consequences that make you ask if you want the corruption system penalty, the corruption penalty. The game may have quests that let you do evil for story purposes. You are free to kill bounty hunters if you have corruption. True. I honestly see corruption as just a deterrent from excessive griefing. Well, that's good, because that's exactly what it is. Never mind, didn't read the OP. So corruption is made to deter you from being an ass clown. Why don't they just not allow you to be an ass clown in the first place? Just playing devil's advocate. Okay, so that I get that one a lot. Let me explain. Because there's always a time and place to murder somebody. Right? There's always a time and place to murder somebody. So let's go out into the world and let's create two scenarios. And the two scenarios we're going to create are to save us time, effort, and energy. We're going to put the purple guy with a bigger head. We're gonna put the purple guy right here, right? Or the red guy I should say. And here's a green over here and a green over here. Now these are two different scenarios, right? Two different scenarios. This guy is minding his own business. I got to give this guy some eyes, and I should have given the other guy eyes while I was busy. So this guy's over here, he's minding his own business, and he's out here and he's harvesting wheat, right? And that's some seriously wicked looking wheat, right? Now this guy, this guy's out here and he's gathering wheat, and this corrupted player is watching him gather wheat, and he comes over and he attacks him. Well, that player is going to be like, the hell, I don't care. He's corrupted. He's going to kill this guy with the wheat, and I don't care. Kill me. I want to give you more corruption. There is no incentive for this guy to flag up. It's wheat. It's 1 silver a piece, right? And he's going to drop a percentage of it. Now this guy, on the other hand, is out there in the world, and he found gold ore, right? So he found something that's really, really valuable, and he's out here harvesting it. Now, these are all worth 10 gold apiece, right? So this is the time and place that it is worth it to murder him and get the corruption, because you're going to get a lot more value for your one death's worth of corruption. Now, at the end of the day, this person can still choose to flag up, go purple for their own reasons. Yep, I knew that was going to happen. I saw the hole in their head. This person can still purple up so they save half their drop. Then the person doesn't get corruption. There's always a time and a place to murder somebody. Do you have to flag up to fight the corrupted? No. You do not have to fight. You do not have to flag up to fight the corrupted. It's a flaw in the system, in my opinion. I understand the model that they're trying to follow. They're trying to follow keep it simple and not have a bunch of if-then conditions, right? They don't want to have it where they don't want to have it where greens can attack the red that's attacking them, but nobody else. It just causes problems. I believe it would be better if you need a purple to attack reds. I don't. I believe that that part of the system needs to be worked on. I think that's a bounty hunter only. No, as you can see on the screen, any green can attack a red. Greens do not need to flag up to attack reds. A green attacking a red results in no change. It's the one on the left-hand side under the wonderful PGN Music logo. PGN Music, available on Spotify, YouTube, Amazon, iTunes, iHeartRadios, and wherever you listen to your music. As a green, you do not need to flag up to attack a red. I think there's a problem with this. I think you should not need to flag up to attack a red who's attacking you. However, this would create a really big conditional in their flagging system. And the last thing you want to do is have a bunch of conditionals. So greens can kill reds and reds have to lay down and let them kill you or run away. But yeah, that right now it's vigilante justice. The design of this is that it's vigilante justice. No, it's not terrible. Because remember, you are not supposed to have a good time when you've PK'd somebody. How does a bounty hunter differ from greens who generally attacks the red? Number one, a bounty hunter can see the corrupted on their map. Number two, bounty hunting has a reward attached to it. So when a bounty hunter fights a corrupted, number one, the bounty hunter has to flag into their bounty hunter state to get credit on their bounty hunter progression path. Number two, the corrupted doesn't suffer a PvP penalty while fighting flagged bounty hunters. This is all over on Ashes 101. They're just copying Arcage but adding stuff to it. No, not at all. Arcage has absolutely nothing to do with the corruption system at all. They also aren't having a court system. Arcage was also a faction-based game, so there were always people on the server that you could attack and incur no penalty. So no, they're absolutely not copying Arcage and adding stuff to it. They're actually copying Lineage 2 and adding stuff to it. I've already read the dart mechanic. It was dumb to begin with. Why aren't they shooting for a long time to kill him 1v1? If you have damage mitigation, running away will probably be somewhat effective. Yes, it will. Somebody said, how long is it going to take to clear one kill? We don't know yet. That'll be tuned in Alpha 2. Will there be any unique abilities for the final classes or only augments? Feels like one class ability for each class that corresponds to their name would be fun and not a ton of extra work. No, because the problem is now you're trying to develop a developer meta and you're trying to say clerics can only get one class ability, but what if I'm a damage dealer healer? What if I'm a healing healer? What if I'm a healing cleric? Now you got to give me two. You don't need a class ability to feel unique since your class kit is unique to your class. So only clerics have those abilities. Only fighters have those abilities. So your entire kit is a class ability. Haven't they shown abilities up to level 15? Yes. Class ability, not archetype ability. No, honestly, with that, fuck no. That's a ton of extra work. What do you mean that's not a lot of extra work? That's 64 extra abilities. That's 64 abilities that can only be used by one class combination at a time. That's a huge amount of work. That's an entire primary archetypes class kit. Steven literally said his favorite game was Arcade. Okay, let me point this out to you, my friend. No, Steven has never said his favorite game was Arcade. Steven has said his favorite games were Lineage 2, Arcade, and then the Civilization series. Arcade copied Lineage 2. You know how Arcade copied Lineage 2? Because Jake Song, the producer and developer on Lineage 2, was also the producer and developer on Arcade. So when you say Arcade is being copied, no, Lineage 2 is being copied. I really, you were wrong on the first one, and now you decided to double down on being wrong. No, I don't want to fuck you. Thanks for asking, but the only person I fuck is Mrs. Jahlon, and her name's Tamir. Balance is the biggest workload when adding new abilities. Yes. I thought the ability... Oh, Immortality is that maybe. Immortality seems interested. Maybe you guys should get an ERP room on the side. I thought the abilities shown in Alpha 1 were not in the order we'd get them. That is also true. The abilities you saw in Alpha 1 may or may not be the order you get them. They were testing ideas, concepts. Just like I don't believe that Lacerate is going to be a tank ability. I mean, call me crazy. Lots of people do. But this looks more like a rogue or a fighter ability than that looks more like a rogue or a fighter ability rather than a tank ability. Especially sticking the weapon in his forehead. Like I don't think this is back a little more. I don't think this is a tank ability. I think it's a melee ability they put in. Yeah, sticking that weapon in their head. Tanks seem kind of weird. Don't believe it's intended. They only had one aggro skill. What are you talking about, Dark Paladin? Every single ability in the Paladin, or every single ability in the tank's kit generates additional threat. When you watch this video, every single ability in Alpha 1 generated additional threat. So what do you mean that there was only one aggro skill? It was pretty apparent to me that some of the skills in Alpha 1 were put on classes to test them out. Rogue, fighter skills, and tank. Yeah, absolutely. That onslaught ability looked amazing in the teaser. It looked like crap in Alpha 1. Yeah. Did tanks have an aura button for threat? They had an AoE. They had an AoE taunt. Yeah. Or am I confusing Alpha 0 and Alpha 1? It's been so long since we've had access to Alpha. Yeah, at one point, tanks will have a an AoE taunt. Good to know what class guides are spreading wrong information. Yeah. Do you know what the funny part is? A lot of the class guides being done by some content creators are being done by content creators who didn't even have access to Alpha 1. They're literally making guides. So, oh, the bits. Yeah, guys, something's wrong with my alerts right now. I do not know what's going on with my alerts. I apologize that you guys are doing bits and subs and stuff and the alerts aren't going off. Apparently, I'm being told Twitch had some sort of problem this morning. So they worked for a while. They didn't work for the last two. Don't know what that problem is. But again, if I check, because I hate it when my alerts don't go off. You guys donated me money and we got a lot of nice alerts done. I think I can do this. Right? Let me No, because if they're working when I send them, If they're working when I send them, then they're working. If they weren't working when I tried to emulate them, it would be a problem I'd have to fix. But are the skill effects made by the studio or just stand-ins? They're made by the studio. They're made by the studio. Let's see. Let's go Little Trance. I'm gonna refund that for you at the moment. My back is killing me. That's why I'm not in Steampunk. Yeah, see, there's the gifted one. I'll refund that to you. I don't feel like getting... I feel like getting up as little as possible. Because I am dying. Moving that car... So I gave you your points back. Moving that car yesterday and then finding out the transmission was slipped and I think I was pushing a car that wasn't in neutral. Kind of pissed me off. And then this whole thing with the car... I'm angry because the charity people were supposed to come pick up this car today. I want this car out of here. They were supposed to come between 8 and 12. It's now 2. So with that said, yeah, that's Saturn. We're getting rid of that. It's going away today. It is going away today. Let me see what else. Do we have anything else? Oh yeah, we were still looking at this one. Is there a way to make it clear that corruption is bad karma? It's been attracting a lot of edgy attention. Yeah, I don't get it. What I don't understand is why the tank abilities look good one way in the teaser and didn't look anything like the A1 versions. How did they film the teaser? I'm sure it'll be better in A2. Yeah, that is all right. So this is a problem Intrepid has, and they don't quite realize it, and I don't know how anybody who's on their team doesn't realize it. When you film in the developer camera, at least in Unreal Engine 4, when you film in the developer camera, you have to let people know, disclaimer, that this is not representative of actual gameplay. And I don't know why that's so hard for Intrepid to do, but if you're going to film from the basically the third party omnipotent camera mode, then just tell people that. But yes, the polish and the finish on the 3 class videos was higher than the polish and the finish in Alpha 1. That's fine. But tell people that. I got that all the time in July and August when I was playing. Also, and this was a big one, the people with 3090s and 2080 Supers, appreciate that. The people with 3090s and 2080 Supers were having a lot of problems. I ended up playing on my 1080. I brought my cube up here. Ended up using my capture card. So I own a 3090 and I'm streaming from a 3090, but I'm only streaming 1080, 30 frames per second gameplay because you kept crashing. Like, that's a problem. Yeah, 3090s could make great toast during A1. That was awesome. Do we know where all the attention is coming from? Has some loon posted another stream lately? That's a good question. I do not know where all the edgy attention on corruption is coming from. Some people just like the feeling. In one of my old games with a clearly defined elemental system that happened to include shade gravity as an element, I'd get at least one new player every few days who wanted to perceive shade as darkness and would usually give deep explanations about how important darkness was as an element, insisted that they wanted to combine it with fire, which wasn't allowed for several reasons, gave lots of reasons why their character being edgy and anti-hero and gritty was super important, but without wanting to accept any of the consequences. When offered the option to just be fire and full explanation of how the elemental system is about forces and names like shade, water are just there to help understanding, and shade has little to do with darkness, would explicitly choose shade anyway, and then not choose any gravity-based attacks because they really wanted to embody the darkness. Yeah, well, that's an idiot. That's an idiot, and you explain that shit to him in tabletop. There's never going to be a reward for being corrupted, ever. Otherwise, it becomes a reward instead of a punishment. Period. And then the person we had to get down to, the reward system was meant for corrupted players versus other corrupted players. The problem is if you make a system that rewards corrupted players in any way, shape, or form, it requires there to be corrupted players. The only way to have corrupted players is to have griefers. If you reward corruption, you get more griefers, unless you defeat the entire purpose of the system. It's that simple. It is that simple. If you reward, what do you mean? The reward is you get to loot the person you killed. Yeah, except that's a fallacy, because while you do get to loot the person you just killed, if somebody kills you, then they get 300 to 400% what you got. I don't think corrupted players are griefers all the time. Dark Paladin. The only fucking way to get corruption is to have killed a non-combatant. You griefed somebody. Period. You killed a green. You murdered a person who didn't want a PvP. There is no wiggle room. There is no creative, like, Potomac political two-stepping here. You cannot accidentally get corrupted. So you killed somebody who didn't fight back or couldn't fight back. Does fighting for resources count as a grief? What about when a group of greens are intentionally following you around all the time? Again, let me know where I stuttered. You killed a person who didn't want to fight back. I don't know why people are stuck in this mindset. Those are not your mobs. Those are the world's mobs. That is not your farming spot. I don't know where children got it in their head that because I got here first, it's your spot and I am required to honor your arbitrary claim to this farming spot. When I get the PMs from people that are like, hey man, I was here first, they get a PM back from me that says, yep, and I'm here second. And I just go upon out pulling them and out farming them and taking the spot. If they get mad about it, they want to flag up, they can do that. If they want to send me a whisper that says, I'll do you for the spot, I'll say no thanks. It's just that simple. Because you don't have ownership of the spot. Because if you had ownership of the spot, then I would not have the ability to come in and take the spot, right? Being somewhere first means nothing. Cue the entire history of North to South America and the Manifest Destiny. I mean, basically, historically, yes. You kill a green here and there for loot. All right, you do it all the time. You're going to have a problem. No, remember, you kill a green, period. The moment you kill one green, you're red. The moment you go red, you pop up on bounty hunters maps. So you might get lucky and kill a green and then farm away and get rid of the corruption before anybody shows up. Or you might kill a green and on my map, holy hell, there's a big red dot right there that wasn't there a second ago. If I tell them I lay claim to this resource and we will kill them if they take the resources, that's still griefing. Yes. Yes, that's griefing. They didn't fight back. Did you say 300% the resources that the corrupted player had? Were you exaggerating because that could break the game economy? No, I didn't say 300%. You take, when you die, first of all, if you want the full detail, go over here and there's a much better explanation on Ashes 101. But if my death penalty is 10%, right? If my death penalty is 10%, then your death penalty is going to be 30% or 40%. So if I have 100 corn on me and you kill me, you get 10 corn. You're now corrupted. If you die, right, you will drop all the corn unless you'll drop 40% of the corn you picked up. So you killed me, you took 10%. So you got 10. When you die as a corrupted, you're going to drop 4. But you're also going to drop the appropriate death amount of everything you have in your bag. You're also going to drop you're also going to have the opportunity to drop gear. So no, if you only have the 10 corn in your bag, you'll drop 4 of that because if the standard death penalty is 10%, you'll drop 40%. Now somebody out there is going to say, well, I still made 6 corn. Yeah, you did, but that's only part of the penalty. You also have a 300 to 400% death XP. No, there's not going to be, it's not possible for me to go farm 100 corn, a corrupted kills me, gets 10, and then when the corrupted gets killed, 40 magically appear. It's only going to be a percentage of what's in your bag. It's not going to generate resources out of nowhere to fulfill that. Now, the problem here becomes everybody always gets caught up on everybody with corruption is constantly talking about the the drop and it's not that bad and the PvP penalties and that's not that bad. I want to remind people, every time you die, except when you die in a sanctioned PvP event, and right now those are only wars and sieges. I thought only resources drop, not gear. Only the corrupted drop gear. You get an F minus, you didn't read. You need to go over to Ashes 101 as well and read the death penalty. There's an article called Death and Dying. In fact, I'll go get it. Just so that the people know the death and dying penalty changes depending on what state you're in. So here's death and dying. The real penalty is XP. It's going to be so hard to gain that back or so long. Well, yeah, and I'm going to do another corruption video once I think about it a little bit better. And I'm trying to wait until we get some details. Some more actual, goodness. But you're going to have you're going to have XP problems if you constantly are running around dying, and then you need to be at full potential to defend your node or to defend your castle. If a group kills another group that is currently fighting a world boss, I don't see that as a grief. At least that is a grief. That is a grief, and that's why Intrepid allows you to do it. That's a grief. It's why I think the corruption system is going to end up changing. But yeah, if you don't flag up, you won't hit the greens. But I'm assuming they mean deliberately to kill the greens to take the boss. Remember the 30-second kill time? From my understanding, gank is to kill from behind or unlawfully, killing like a crude assassin. That is not what is happening when someone kills a green. No, that is you putting your own clever, or you using other people's clever word spins. Ready? When you gank or you grief, it's the same exact thing. When you gank or grief a green, they didn't want a PvP. You killed somebody who had no interest in PvPing. Now, with that said, ganking and griefing isn't always. I'm not going to shake my finger at you and say you've been a bad boy or you've been a bad girl every single time. Sometimes I'm going to say it's like when Cardinal Richelieu is speaking to Captain Rochefort. What if I absolutely must kill somebody? If you must, you must. If you must kill somebody, do it. That's why the system allows for murder. If you absolutely want those gold ore that you just watched that miner dig up, do it. Do it. Do it. Kill them. And then get corrupted. And then your guild suddenly finds itself in war with another guild. Because what you just did is you just killed the guild leader's alt while he was feeding his kid and making dinner and trying to farm on the side. And now all of a sudden the next day your guild is at war. So also, even if you flag up, you have to select have your AoEs hit greens. Yes, you have. So you will have a safety where you won't hit greens with your AoEs unless you specifically say I want to hit greens with my AoEs. I think they should be separate. Gank is a lesser level. Grief is going out of your way to fuck over someone. That's great. I don't want to play word gymnastics. Again, gank and grief are the same thing. We don't need to have different words for everything. You killed somebody who didn't want a PvP. Dunsky. You're a murderer. Dunsky. We don't need to make this clever. We don't need to create wiggle room. Ready? You killed somebody who didn't want to fight back. You got corruption. Boom. We're done. We don't have to wordsmith it out. The system's not. You don't get to appear before a group of people to say this is why I did what I did. The system says no. You killed a green. Boom. Have your corruption. Have your corruption. Sure, but if world boss is a major objective and killing your group is taking it to secure it for your own should be allowed. No, it's not. Why? There are 8 meaningful PvP activities. There are node wars and guild wars. There are node sieges and castle sieges. There are caravans, there are arenas, there are the bounty hunting system, and there's enemy of the state. Why should you get to kill people out there doing a world boss without the consequences? You shouldn't. If you really want to kill that group of people killing the world boss, then if they're living in the area that you're in and they're constantly taking all the world bosses in the area you live in, then guild war them, and then they're not greens anymore. There should be consequences to your actions. If somebody attacks you first, you have a duty to retreat, or you can fight back without being flagged. No, if you want to fight back, you must flag. If you want to fight back against the purple, you must flag. So if you are green, and you get attacked by a purple, a green attacking a purple turns purple. If you are green and you get attacked by a red, a green attacking a red remains green. What if the green is griefing you before you kill them? How does a green grief you? How does a green grief you? Because they can't use any actions on you because they're green. That's why a green can't grief you. Because they can't use any abilities on you. Blocking entrances, for example. Good thing that we have collision. And there's momentum. And you move them. If they training mobs on you purposely. Okay, so I'm gonna grab those. Training mobs on you is a really bad example. Why? Because if you are able to train mobs, it means the game designers fucking failed. Because you should not be able to outrun mobs. Every mob should have some sort of CC. This was common in Final Fantasy XI. This is bad game design. So, what am I going to say? The green is griefing you with bad game design? I'm not going to yell at the green player. I'm going to turn around and look at the developer and say, hey, Mr. Developer, your fucking game sucks. Fix it. Mobs should not be able to be that... Players should not be able to be that much faster than mobs. Period. If they are... Bad timing. Purposely following you and tagging your mobs. First of all, Axel, you fell into the trap. If they tagged it, it's their mob, not yours. You don't own mobs. If you owned mobs, then the system would say, that's your mob. I can't tag it. I'm following Axel around because I don't particularly like Axel, and I'm tagging all the mobs. Okay. Number 2, Intrepid Studios is already factored in for this. The group, if you have the tag and you do 40% of the damage, you get the loot. If you don't have the tag and you do 60% of the damage, you get the loot. They're going to have to move one of those percentage points because I don't want to see a mathematical draw. Also, if I tag the mob and do 28% of the damage and you do 72% of the damage, you get 72% of the XP and the loot, and I get 28% of the XP. But they are still doing it to grief you. No, they're not. They're not doing it to grief you. They're doing it to annoy you. Please don't use the word grief. They're doing it to annoy you. Because when you say to grief you, we already said that griefing and ganking is when you kill somebody who doesn't want to fight back. See, the beautiful thing about language is that we have lots of different options for words, and we don't have to use the same word for 2 different places. So no, they're not griefing you. They're doing it to annoy you. And guess what? You have a choice. It's ACL, the same choice I tell people when I life coach them. Every single thing you don't like about your life boils down to ACL. You accept it, you change it, or you leave. You're being followed around by a guy. He's tagging all the mobs around you. He's taking a percentage of all the XP. You can accept it and realize that you're still going to get more XP than him faster because he's helping you, but you're still getting the majority of the XP and the loot. You can change it by flagging up and killing him and taking the corruption. Or you can just leave and go to a different spot. It works equally well for video game stuff and life. Good to see no tow truck. I'm gonna take a real quick break because I want to give this place a call back before we get too late in the day on Friday. You guys get a drink. I still got a lot of show left, and then when I'm back and I know what's going on with these guys, I'm going to do a segment on over Enchanting. So give me a second to make a phone call. Okay, good news is they didn't forget about me. Bad news is, they're way late. Actually, I just went to dial them, and they called me. So they're gonna be here in about a half hour. So I'm gonna hold off on the segment scene because in about a half hour I'm gonna need to take a quick break. take the license plates off a car and then sign any paperwork he needs. Shouldn't be too hard because I'm literally going to give him the title. I've already signed the title, which I want to remind people, never ever do what I did. Never ever do what I did, because you never ever sign the title in advance. Because once you sign the title to a car and you lose the title, if I have the signed title and I have the car, possession is 9/10 ownership. I have it. The only saving grace is, in my state at least, there's one other form that I have to file as the seller. So generally, and man, you have no idea how many times in my life I have found people's checks, right, that they've made out and left the line blank. And how many times people have endorsed the back of their check and put their account number on it and then dropped their check in the parking lot. I want to remind you that if you've signed the check, right? If you sign the check, I can walk into the bank and cash it. Don't do that shit. Sign it in front of the teller. How do you lose corruption? No, you die or you grind mobs. Yes, I have found blank checks that are signed and endorsed. Don't do that shit. It's dumb. No, I would never steal. Why would I? If I have the ability to give the person back their money, why would I steal from them? Now, I'll be honest. If I find a bag of cash in a parking lot, right? If I find a bag of cash in a parking lot, might consider not turning it in, because chances are nobody's going to do the right thing. Couldn't your friend just kill you when you get corruption and remove it? Yeah, your friend could, but now you have the negative. See, people say that all the time. Couldn't your friend just kill you? Sure, now you have the negative XP. You still have to work off that negative XP. You either work it off while you have corruption, or you work it off after somebody kills you. However, there is no I want to get around, I want to get around having this corruption. And that's what people always forget. Definitions and technicalities are strange in video games. I get the same feeling when I'm being annoyed by a green as I do when I get ganked. Probably a worse feeling. Yes, but remember, most video games have terms of services that say on behavior, certain behavior isn't allowed. Harassment isn't allowed. Now, I'm going to jump down a rabbit hole real quick, and I already have my lifeline to evac me back out. I am so tired of protected class people filing reports with GMs that you're getting murdered because of your protected class. It is a fucking video game, right? It is a video game. Why do I know about your protected class? All I care about is that you're the Renkai who raided my node. I don't give a fuck who you are as a player. What's a protected class? Race, sex, gender, orientation, all those things that in the real world we need to be worried about. In a video game, I don't give a fuck about that as a player. I care about that you're a Renkai. Yeah, and why do I know who you are? Exactly. I know you're a Renkai. I know you jacked my caravan. Yeah, I hate you as a player. Yes, exactly. It would get around having bounty hunters follow you around at least. Yeah, but the problem is you still took the death penalty. That's why you have to be really careful and make sure every single person on your server knows your race and disability. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Just make an alt a bounty hunter and done. So could you make an alt that is a bounty hunter to kill your own primary and then get the rewards of being a bounty hunter? Yes, you could. How does that get into video games, Axel? Because people bring it up. Jahlon only killed me because I'm a non-biological female shell-orientated attack helicopter. I don't know why he does this. Need to multi-box though? Yep, and multi-boxing is legal. Multi-boxing is legal. I don't know why people keep thinking multi-boxing isn't legal. I have my cube. I have my 3090 machine. I have 3 other gaming machines as backup side pieces. I can set them all up, and I can run 5 accounts at one time. And what's your point? People get all mad. You shouldn't be allowed to multi-box. I'm sorry, I can afford 2 subscriptions a month. Reminds me of a long conversation that took place in a Pack Dashes Discord a couple of years ago. Can we have labels with gender, sexuality, sexual interest, color, country, lifestyle, and pronoun? Yeah, right. I have a disability. I play New World, PvP at the moment. If I suck, it's on me to overcome adjust. I don't want 40 opponents to play one-handed because I do. Yeah, right? I mean, I used to have to play basically one-handed. Like, my left hand was basically a claw. And then, as I brought up here, this thing, I hide from this thing. And any of you that are musicians, you know what this thing is. Any guitar players up here, you'll recognize this bad boy, right? And I'm not gonna Velcro it on, so I'm not gonna get a. You know what this is, right? This is your finger strength thing so that your hands get in better shape, and then the better off you are. Like I pull that one down, and that one gets stronger, right? What is that? It is a guitar strengthening. Oh, here I'll It's basically this thing. It's the equivalent of this. So there you go. That's what you're looking for. There's your link for that. But yeah, I have that, and then I have the other one, the one that helps you speed up your chords. No, man, if I don't do that every day, if I don't do that one, and then the other one is downstairs because I was doing it while I was walking about. If I don't do those every single day, my hand starts to curl, and then I go to a physical therapist. I have a really baller physical therapist, and I told the physical therapist where I am in life. Like, I'm never gonna rock climb again due to the shoulder damage. The physical therapist is like, what do you want? What do you want to get out of it? I said, I want to be able to, type and my hand not hurt. So I literally play video games for physical therapy, but they're also a gamer, and so there's no clicking allowed. So speaking of multi-boxing, what had Intrepid said about gold farmers and bots? Okay, if you bot, you will be banned. If you script, bot, automate, you will be banned. Gold farmers. I want to have a serious conversation with people because a lot of people are under the impression that you can just ban every gold buyer. And the truth of the matter is that is a ridiculous standard for anybody to expect any gaming company to have a 100% enforcement, because I simply say let's look at reality for a second, right? The police can't stop 100% of crime. So we talked about this on the show once before. I'm not going to go all the way into it. If you want to see what we talked about on the show, there's the video on gold buying. But should Intrepid aggressively try to stop gold buying and gold selling? Yes, they should. With that said, should Intrepid be banning all of these accounts that are being sold, that Talents, myself, a handful of other people track the sale of accounts? Should those all be banned? Yes, those should all be banned, based on the fact that if you want to prove to people that you are going to be hardline about cheaters, you start banning those accounts. With that said, Talents gets all bent out of shape about it because they're not banned immediately. I believe the reason why they haven't been banned yet is because the game hasn't launched yet, and Intrepid is still subject to chargebacks, and they don't want to lose a bunch of money. So they let the person log in once on launch, and then as soon as that account logs in, it's scheduled for a disconnect 59 seconds after it logs in. So then when that pops up, it'll flag on a GM's screen, and then the GM will already have the form letter typed out that says the account that you logged in on was identified as having being sold. These are all the dates. This is all the information. Have a good fucking day. When the person tries to do a chargeback on that account, because what would happen is if you banned the account, here, let me walk you through this real quick. So this person sold their account, so they have the money. This person has the account. They try to log in. If you ban it today, then this person can do a chargeback once they know their account is banned, and they can get even more money, right? People are selling gold now. They're not selling gold, they're selling accounts. They're selling accounts. Now, with gold farmers, I want people to realize this. There are professionals who make their living selling gold in video games. They've been doing it for the last 20 years. They are not the gold for MMORPG.com. They are not the type of people that scam accounts, steal accounts. They legitimately perform a concierge service. You are never going to catch those people because those people don't advertise. They don't have to, because it's kind of like Fight Club. The first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. Those gold concierge services are decentralized. It's literally players that play and they sell to people who don't want to risk their account. So they're paying a premium for the gold, but they know the gold that they're paying for is untraceable. It's literally people who generate wealth in games to give it to other people. Yes, which one? Which video? Because I mentored him. So which video are you talking about? So the more I learn about this game, the more it looks like Lineage 3. Yeah, the more this game does look a lot like Lineage 3. It's the spiritual successor. The one about what will happen in 2022. Yeah, I watched it. What about it? You should know I watched it. I commented on it. Why didn't you comment on it? Ask me if I watched a video that I commented on. Left him a nice glowing review. Now, should Intrepid spend a lot of time, effort, and energy on launch week protecting the economy? Yes, they should. And I truly believe this. And I know some people at Intrepid might say that's not my job. I want to remind people, what did you think about what he said was going to happen? Go read my comments. That's what I thought. The big piece is every swinging dick at Intrepid, every man, woman, child employed at Intrepid should be a GM for the first 2 weeks. When they go into launch week, except for the people that need to be on ops and sustainment to keep the game running, everybody else should be in GM mode. Everybody else should be in GM mode. Stream Raiders is down right now, Mandor. They are having some sort of problem on their end. They had some server crash. Some thingamabobber. With that said, I get that. I get that Intrepid, they're gonna be tired. They're gonna be exhausted. They need to have such an amazing show of force during launch week that the inevitable surge of gold buyers are just completely eliminated. Just completely eliminated. The other thing Intrepid should probably do, and to be honest, is they should probably buy some small, should probably be some small purchases so they can roll up the gold buyers. Yes, Sneckers, that's the thing. I don't want to talk about another creator's content. So I tried to get you there. I guess I'm gonna have to use the big stick to get you there. Ready? I've seen the video. I've commented on it. I mentored the person. I coached them. I don't want to talk about their content, because if I talk about their content, 113 people won't ever go and see it and won't ever go discover it. I left comments on the video. I watched it, right? I don't know why you're trying to force another content creator onto my platform. Let me give you a piece of advice since you're a Twitch streamer. What you just did, that's Bush League, okay? And what I'm doing right now to you is what you should do to your viewers when they do that. You don't bring up another content creator's content on somebody else's show. It's Bush League. You just don't do it. It has no decorum. That would be like, ready? That would be like you being live, me going over to your show, and say you had 40 viewers interested about Ashes, me being there and then saying, oh, it's time for me to go stream, and then you see your 40 drop to 5. That's that Bush League stuff. That's that Bush League shit. Do you think Ashes should do Twitch drops on launch? And if so, what kind of drops? Yes, I absolutely, positively do believe they should use Twitch drops. Twitch drops are an amazing thing because what you're doing is you are helping the creator, and you are helping the creators that you reach out to. Now, a lot of people are under the impression that Twitch drops are for every creator. That's not true. You can set up your Twitch drops to only certain streamers. Final Fantasy does this. Stream Raiders does this. It is not, setting up Twitch drops is not a hard thing. I think Intrepid Studios should focus on Twitch drops only for their official content creators during launch week. And I say this, and I know what some people are going to say. You're going to say, well, Asmongold will be an official content creator and he'll just soak up all the views. I don't think he will, and let me tell you why. I have never known Asmongold to go out of his way to crush an above board content creator. I've seen him completely fucking obliterate a mouthpiece who talks out of turn, who talks mad shit. And I've seen him do it. See, Asmongold is much better at destroying somebody than I am because I'm not nice. I don't give a shit. I'm a honey badger. I do not give a shit. I will just say what comes to my mind. I watched Asmongold completely destroy somebody's life because they went after Asmongold. And that's what a person of that size has to do. That person has to do that so that people know what's gonna happen if you come at me. But he wasn't mean. He wasn't condescending. He wasn't callous. He wasn't crass. He wasn't callous, any of those things. He simply broke down why everything the person said was a bad idea. Twitch drops are great. I don't think Asmongold would have his feelings hurt if the marketing department approached him and said, hey, we're not going to offer you Twitch drops because you organically are going to bring a lot of people to the category. I think he would be okay with that. I don't think Summit Shroud, Tim the Tatman, I don't think any of those guys would be mad if they didn't get Twitch drops. I think they would understand that Twitch drops are there for really not your influencers, your content creators. The reason why Twitch drops are great is because they build whatever the wiki is, right? They build whatever the reward is, the shiny is. And then they make it available to anybody that watches a content creator for X number of hours. Well, that's great for content creators because it gets people into your show. Now, again, I don't think that they should just carpet blank make the Twitch drops for anybody streaming in the category. They should be for launch week. They should be restricted to their official content creators only, because obviously you've curated a list of people that you think are doing the best job. Now, does that mean that they're and this is where the marketing department is looking at all these other streamers and saying, do we want to court them? I disagree wholeheartedly with the way Intrepid Studios set up their content creator program. I 100% disagree with having open applications. They had a content creator program. It was established. There were good people in it. They should have kept that core program. They should have removed everybody who in 4 years had never made a single piece of content for Ashes of Creation. Just remove them. Just be like, hey, you're removed. Why was I removed? Show me the Ashes of Creation content you made. I didn't make any. That's why you removed. And then go, like, if you just set a metric, the Golden Feather won't make it into a content creator program. I think the Golden Feather should absolutely be in the content creator program because their whole content is promoting other content creators. Z should be in the content creator program. And you're going to be like, Z? I think Z should be in the content creator program because the sculptures she makes are great material marketing wise for Intrepid, right? They are absolutely, like, even my show has with permission. I don't want anybody to think I stole Z's art, but we've got a humor thing that happened on the show. And no Alpha 2, only Stu. It was funny. They claim they were not looking at numbers, but more quality and clean. So here's the problem with that statement. they're not looking at numbers. They're not making and they're absolutely looking at numbers. They're absolutely looking at numbers. Because if they're not looking at numbers, why are they setting up a content creator academy so that they can teach people how to be better, right? They're absolutely looking at numbers, as they should. And here's why they should absolutely look at numbers. And I'm just gonna do this real quick, right? Try to make those as equal as possible. I think my color blindness, my ass, those are just about equal. Let me get rid of this, right? Let me get rid of this. And then I'm actually normally in a Venn diagram you just use circles, but I'm gonna break the rules of Venn diagramming for just a second. And oh, missed. I need to go. Nope, missed again. Needs to be, yeah, it needs to be there. So real quick, say the whole mass of your universe of content creators were 3 people. Oh, hold on, the guy's here. Alrighty, that was fast. So all I have to say is son of a bitch in car did not start for me yesterday. Wouldn't start, wouldn't move, wouldn't go into drive, wouldn't do anything. Guy gets here to tow it, hand him the title, take my plates off of it. He jumps in it, turns it over, starts right up, goes right to where he needed it. So I think the car was trying to impress me. My Saturn Ion, I'm sorry, baby. You've been in my life for 15 years. Off you go. What's a Twitch drop? A Twitch drop is basically, it can be anything. If you guys have played Stream Raiders with me, Twitch drops have been keys, gold, skins, chests. New World has had cosmetics. Arcage had gliders, and then I know Arcage was doing Mana Storm crystals, and they were doing keys for that. Hold on a second, 1 second. Paranoia set in. I was like, where's my other car keys? Obviously, I didn't have my other car keys in my pocket because I was getting rid of one car. Didn't want to hand the guy the keys to the other car. Not pay attention. He'll tow off the SUV. But Twitch drops can be anything. I think, like, for example, I think Intrepid could make, like I've said many times, Intrepid should do a cosmetic for Extra Life. I've said this many times. They should do a cosmetic every year for Extra Life and allow it to be viable by everybody, and then donate 100% of the proceeds to Extra Life. Now, I do want to remind people that when you do 100% of the proceeds, there is a little bit of loss to the company because of the way taxes work, but overall the company doesn't lose any money. Overall, it's a good thing. If Intrepid really wanted to do something, amazing, then Intrepid could pick some certain content creators and could make custom, like you could take a top hat and you could put it on Jahlon's channel. If you watch Jahlon's channel for 10 hours during launch week, you get a top hat. The only place to get that top hat is on Jahlon's channel. Well, what does that do? For that week, that 7-day period, you're driving a lot of people to my channel. The problem is people tend to feel like that's favoritism. Guess what? It's not favoritism. It's return on investment. Now, what I was going to show before I had to walk out, say the yellowish colored line is Asmongold, right? And say the light blue line is Smurg, and the red line is J, right? And this is the entirety of people interested in Ashes of Creation. And you're never going to have this, but for the example, I've said Asmongold covers almost all of the people interested in Ashes of Creation. The only people he doesn't get are this little side piece here and this little side piece here. If this is the case, if those are all the people, if there's nobody else out there in the blackness, there's nobody else out there. You don't need any other content creators. You need 3 people. You need Jay, Smurg, and Asmongold. Because what happens is that the majority of people are covered. The few people on the one side are caught by me, the few people on the other side are caught by Smurg. So if you have a content creator come in and they're a really, really small content creator, right? If they're all the way over here, right? If they're all the way over here in the outlying regions, well, Asmongold's already picking them up. If they're in this region, well, they're already being picked up by 2, if not 3 of the content creators. Having a very large content creator program isn't necessarily a good idea, because when you give codes for cosmetics to a large group of people, it devalues them. When you give codes to a few people, it increases the value and it increases the amount of traffic that goes to these content creators. So that's one thing to consider when you're doing a content creator program. What rewards do you think Intrepid should have for drops? Cosmetics only. Simply cosmetics. You could actually just take a cosmetic set and you could make That's not the cosmetic set. Where's the... Do I not have the monthly cosmetics? You could simply take this set, make a set just like this, and then just make it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 hours in the category. And then you're going to have more than what you need to... more than what you need to give your content creators. And you can do it, every cosmetic is 5 hours. So you're talking each viewer is going to have to dedicate 30 hours in the category. Wouldn't that run people the wrong way since they're already upset with the cosmetic saturation? Let me tell you this. The people who are upset with the cosmetic saturation can sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. Period. Period. People are upset about the cosmetic saturation. Please sit down and please shut up. You're irrelevant. You are an irrelevant group of people because what you're saying is, I don't want the company to make money. I would rather pay a box price. Yeah, and guess what? Guess what? You have no idea about business, and you have no idea about the barrier to entry. When somebody wants to have a legitimate conversation about the cosmetic saturation, the very first thing they need to be willing to do is put some skin in the game and tell me what their background in business is. Because if they don't have a background in business, well, then why are they speaking? If their only background in business is saying, would you like fries with that? Then they need to sit the fuck down and they need to shut the fuck up. These things, these barriers to entry. See, look at that. I just lost a bunch of viewers because people can't handle the abrasive me. The problem is, why do men pay a cover charge at clubs and women don't? Right? Why do men pay a cover charge and women don't? Because they're trying to make the place attractive to both groups of people. Women like to go to a club where they don't pay a cover charge because they don't want to pay a cover charge. They also like to go to a club where the men pay a cover charge because they don't want to deal with no scrubs. Most men who can't pick up women don't want to go to a club where they have to pay a cover charge because they know that they're going home alone. I don't go to, even when I clubbed, I didn't go to clubs that charged men a cover charge, right? I went to clubs that I enjoyed. If the club happened to have a cover charge and I enjoyed that club, I went there. I didn't go there because it had a cover charge. I didn't go there because it didn't. I went to a place called the Alumni Club. I happen to like the Alumni Club. It was a nice place to hang out. I liked the fact that there was a couple of sets of booths far enough from the dance floor that you could actually have a conversation. But when people turn around and say cover charges were just to walk into the establishment, you have to spend X amount of dollars. So you get nothing but entry for $10. Yeah, so just to walk into the establishment, you have to pay $10. If you have a sub in a cosmetic shop, how are you going to keep servers up and workers from only a box price? What? If you have a sub in a cosmetic shop, okay, I see what you're saying. How do you keep a server up from only a box price? You don't. Ready? You don't. Look at Guild Wars 2. Look at ArenaNet. Look at the time in between ArenaNet expansions because they don't have the money. They don't have that well, they have a cash shop. Obviously, not a very good one. Cash shops have to be pay to win, right? So, if they're not, what are you selling? I'm upset about the cosmetics, but because they're behind a stupid 75 minimum paywall, let me buy one cosmetic for $15.20. You know what? Steven and I talk about a lot of things, and I did put the cosmetic thing up in a video, and so he saw the video. So he's aware of that. What he does with it, I don't know. Basically, if a club is popular enough, they have to charge men to enter or not allow them inside. Otherwise, the entire building would be filled with 99 men and 1 woman. Yeah, basically, Astro, that's also true. That's also true. It's why you get into the club. And as stupid as this is, in order to get into the club, sometimes in order to get into a club as a man, you have to have 2 female friends. You have to walk up with 2 female friends. The reason why you walk up with 2 female friends is they want the 2 females. They don't know which of the 2 females you're with, but you're a man with a woman bringing a +1. So there's a desperate guy that has a chance to go home with a girl tonight. So they're going to let you in. Otherwise, you're one of the sausages. You line up against the wall and you get in as space allows. There's a bunch of people complaining about Cash Shop and Sub. That question for them. How are they going to pay for the servers? That's because, Sneckers, that's because, again, those people have no business acumen. And it's great to turn around and say, I don't like it. But what's even better is say, well, what's the solution? It's what's the answer? How are we going to address it? How are we going to fix it? What do we do? What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with the scenario? You don't want to cash shop in a sub? That's fine. It's too late to change it. So ACL, accept it, change it, or leave. It's too late to change it. So accept it or leave. Are you going to play Ashes of Creation? I won't play Ashes of Creation unless they shut up. Steven doesn't care about you. How are you going to give an ultimatum to a man who's worth about 40 million times your net value? So, I even saw a guy who said, would you prefer a box price instead of a cash shop? Yeah, and those people are stupid. I mean, guys, I am not the friendly streamer. I am not the guy that believes in participation trophies. I am not the guy that believes in making kids wear a helmet for everything. I think we're saving entirely too many lives. I think there's entirely too many stupid people running around. I did a video on the monetization and why $15 alone won't be enough. I want to say this. I did a video on the monetization of an MMO at a $15 a month sub and how that won't be enough. And my numbers for the servers, while high, are not astronomically high, and they also don't account for some other things. My server numbers were vetted by people who lease servers, okay? My server numbers were vetted by people who lease servers. And they said, yeah, dude, you went on the high end of the high end. But for a game like Ashes of Creation, you're probably right on the hardware numbers. You're probably a little high on utilization, but you're not in La La Land. And so when I said, well, what about these other things? There's about other $14 million a year. They said, yeah, if you want to rub the server costs and that other $14 million in a year, you're probably then low, but you're good. I got somebody who told me that you can run a server for 10,000 people for $2,000 a month. And they extrapolated it because they literally could run a server for X number of people for X dollars a month. So they just started adding zeros. And I'm like, that's not how that works, right? You can't, like, they can run a server for whatever it is, 100 people for $20 a month. And so what they did was they took $100, 100 people a month for $20. So they did 1,000 people a month for $200. So they did 10,000 people a month for $2,000. And I was like, that's not how business works. That's not how scaling works. Because 100 people on a server a month for $20, you're down here. You want 10,000 concurrent connections? It's not $2,000 a month. Yeah, that's not how servers work. I know, you know that, and I know that, and all the other people know that. But that idiot out there who runs his own 100-person 7 Days to Die server or Ark server or what Rust server, whatever it is, they don't understand. The same people who complain wanting free to play don't apply it to real life. You don't get free burgers sitting at McDonald's for 5 hours hoping one guy will come and buy 10. Yes, exactly. I love that analogy. I love that analogy. You don't get a free burger by sitting at McDonald's for 8 hours a day hoping one guy comes and buys 10. And even if that guy does buy 10, they still don't give you one. They just let you sit in the lobby. If you want something from the cash shop, you got to spend it. So, to me, it's a lot like the mentality of religion. So there's thousands of churches with varying beliefs, like the sexual identity. Yeah, I don't agree with them barring from church like some do. So the answer is to not punish the church who doesn't believe that. It's to open your own church, which doesn't believe that. Oh, sure, which does believe that. To give those who are like-minded a place. Yes, exactly. See, and I say that all the time. And I talk about that in my show, and we're going to dive down this rabbit hole, and then I'm going to jump right back out. The idea that people are still running around launching lawsuits because they're discriminated against, instead of just taking their business elsewhere, fucking boggles my mind. Stop trying to litigate people's points of view. Period. Just go somewhere else. Other thing is server utilization that can change the numbers drastically. I'm not leasing a big number, big server, so can't talk much. So, yeah, exactly. Are they even really discriminated against, though? Yes, they are. However, we live in a country where you can sue for anything, so, you know, people are sue happy. Grumpy old man, did you see that grocery stores in California can no longer throw food away starting this month? Grocery stores in California, I believe it's California, could have been Oregon. I know it's on the West Coast. They're required to donate all of their edible food waste to homeless shelters. All they did was make it so that those companies will just destroy the food. No, not donate trash. Dark Paladin, man, you fucking need to, like, think more before you speak. It's not trash. It has to be disposed of today. It's not trash. It's like if you have a rack of burgers in the burger tray and you're not serving them. No, it's not expired food. It's end of day food. It's not expired. It's end of day food. So it's still good. You just can't sell it after today, but the food's still, remember, the sell by date on food is not the expiration date on food. You can eat food that's past the sell by date. It's not going to kill you. It's not even bad. It's the best by date. If this popcorn was best by 7 January, at the end of the day, they have to throw this out. Not bad. It's just not the best by date. It's not expired. It's just not the best by date. What? I work for a huge potato factory that makes various fries of various types. We research all the time how to recover and donate overage food, but not to market food. Right. Casey's throws pizzas away after an hour and puts new in the heater. Yeah, Casey's only has a 1 hour on the thing. Feed homeless people. Here's my problem. And here's my problem with that. Ready? I have absolutely no problem with incentives to incentivize people donating food. What I have a major problem with is when you pass a law requiring me to donate food. Charity cannot be mandated. Charity should never be mandated. The problem is there's a huge loophole in the law. It says all edible food. Make it a tax deduction on that loss. Yeah, exactly. I feel adding laws left and right is stupid. Why not just encourage people with tax reductions? Exactly. So, people ask if Ashes of Creation will be a last MMO, and I'm wondering, yeah, that's possible, but only if Ashes of Creation is a success, and Intrepid will make Ashes of Creation 2. Tech is too fast to keep AOC a forever game. We have no idea what will happen in 30 years. Maybe advanced VR. Where do you get 30 years in a forever game? Forever game means it's your forever game. It means it's the game you age out on. And by age out, it's when you retire from video gaming. Ashes can absolutely be a 15-year game. So, as a society, mankind, maybe we should consider towing the line. Again, I have absolutely, hear what I'm saying here. Hear what I'm saying. I have absolutely no problem with incentivizing charity. I have an absolute problem with mandating charity. I have an absolute problem for mandating charity. Is the government paying for the collection and transportation? Who is determining which shelters? Now you get it. Now you're getting it. Now you're understanding it. That's my problem. Government decides, yeah, they're going to provide methods to get the food to the homeless? Yes. It isn't charity if it's mandated. Also true. Because you know what happens if I have to start incurring an expense because of your stupid law, then I change how I do business. Let me tell you what I get paid 5 figures for when I do a contract. Ready? No, Strauss, costs won't go up. Costs won't go up. What will happen is available food will go down. So what will happen is, I'll get called in to a company that'll say, well, most companies that are effective by this, they already have internal CPI experts. They keep them on staff. They're just constantly doing Genba walks. But what'll happen is a company will bring in a guy like me and we'll say, this is a problem for us. We want to make sure that we don't have food to donate. So we're going to do a process map and we're going to figure out how to make that happen. So what will happen is instead of having excess food, what'll happen is because you make them donate the excess food, they will ensure that they don't have excess. And that's what will happen. So basically, it's you're screwing over the homeless people because there won't be excess food. There'll be less on the shelves. Absolutely. If it becomes more cost effective for them to be out of items than it is for them to throw out items, they'll be out of items. They'll do more passes. Hey, this is your last fucking warning. You don't correct my viewers. This is my fucking show. You've been a pain in my ass ever since you got here. Okay, the shit you've said, it may sound rude. Let me fucking tell you, when you should have known, that shouldn't have continued coming off your fingertips. If you say this may sound rude, no, you see, the person who's that word is you, because now you're banned, okay? Now you're banned. You've been a pain in the fucking ass all show. I let it go until you attacked one of my viewers. It's not your show. It's my show. I already called out that motherfucker for being over the line and being Bush League. I called him out and I said, you know what you're doing right now? I was nice. I was not so nice. I got a little stick and I got the big stick. I already hit the motherfucker with the big stick. You don't need to tell my viewers what's rude or what's not rude. But I'm also going to say this to anybody. If the phrase, this may sound rude, but everything before the word but in a sentence is a fucking bullshit lie. You intended to be rude. You intended to be rude. You know you intended to be rude because you even said this may sound rude. So guess what? You're a fucking moron. I put up with your bullshit earlier and now you're fucking banned. And this is why I'm never gonna grow to the thousands of viewers, but the viewers I have are always fucking monumentally loyal to me because of shitheads like you in the world. I already told him TTV in his name is a bad idea. He's chosen not to change it. He's never going to grow as a streamer because he has TTV in his name. I've already looked at his stream. I've already looked at his channel. He doesn't want to follow good advice. So that's fine. He can continue to stream for 2 people. The way he behaved on my show, indicative of why I'm never going to rate him. Doesn't want to make those changes? Continue your career streaming to 0 to 2 people. Have bad behavior on another streamer's show. Continue to stream to 0 to 2 people. But when you come in and you say, this may sound rude, but you're just a fucking ass clown. You're the problem with society. And you also are probably mad and you can't say shit because you're fucking banned. Congratulations. Takes fucking talent. And folks, that's why I will never be enumerated in the top numbers. What's up, Justaman? Yeah. Oh, love you too. Hold on. Let me see. New Mexico. It was in California. It was New Mexico. September 29th. The New Mexico legislature enacted the Homemade Food Act that establishes labeling hold on. The right one? Some state. I thought it was New Mexico. It's there somewhere. I'll have to find it. I know some state starting in January. You're required to donate all your foodstuffs. I thought it was California. I thought maybe it was New Mexico, but I guess it's not. What happened? Oh, somebody was rude to you and I didn't like it, so I banned them. This way of subject, but it's black and white matter. The discussion should be about facilitating the problem. I agree forcing people to do the right thing is not going to fly in the States. End of the day, mankind is capable of... Well, first of all, let me back you up for a second. You said forcing people to do the right thing. There is no universal right and there is no universal wrong. Right and wrong are matters of interpretation depending on what side of a issue you're on. Always be careful with right and wrong. Your right and wrong and my right and wrong are totally different. Even if we're of the same faith, even if we're some of the same doctrine, even if we're in the same church, we could still have two different sets of beliefs are right and wrong. Big one is this, ready? There are still Catholics in the world who will not eat meat on any Wednesday or any Friday because they are pre-Vatican II Catholics. Those Catholics look at new Catholics, young Catholics, and they say, you're not following doctrine. And then no matter how much you try to explain to them that the new Pope says we can eat meat on Wednesdays and Fridays, they're still going to say you're wrong. There are still Catholics walking around who think that you should be required to go to novena on every major feast day. Most Catholic churches no longer even do a novena on the major feast days, so even finding one is hard to go to. But the pre-Vatican II Catholics are like, here we go. So, right and wrong is subjective. Always remember. Now, universal right and universal wrong, yes, absolutely. What is this new minor attracted person? Let me fucking say this. MAPs, minor attracted person, that's a cute way to say pedophile. That's a universal wrong. That's a universal motherfucking wrong. I was fucking... Like, I didn't even know this was a thing. And it got brought to my attention. What if Ashes makes NFT skins? If Ashes makes NFT skins, Steven will have created the absolutely fastest tanking MMORPG ever. If they put NFTs into Ashes of Creation, if they put NFTs into Ashes of Creation, I would literally, my tone about Intrepid Studio, I would still do my Ashes 101 show, and it would just have runners on the side about all the reasons why Ashes of Creation is a horrible idea. Like, I would become that guy. I'd become that guy. So, with that said, we're going to talk about some stuff. So let me, where's my damn, I hate every time my Google messes up. I don't want that. I want that. There we go. Later, Sneckers. I don't like NFTs. No, I hate NFTs. You know why I hate NFTs? Because and before I start the segment, NFTs are fucking bullshit. NFTs, I saw, I think it was Dark Paladin. Hunger over food into a landfill. Okay, you can't mandate charity. Do I think it's right? No, I don't think it's right. I also don't think it's the place of the government to mandate people donate food. I think instead of the government running around mandating that companies donate food, I think the government should figure out how to feed people. I think the government should figure out a way to buy at cost from the places so that they don't incur debt, that food at cost. No markup, no profit. Buy it at cost. If we've got food going into landfills, and we've got government programs that are supposed to be securing food for hungry people, I think there's a really fucking simple bridge gap here that we stop small businesses from failing. So small businesses have the ability to offload at cost food that's about to not be useful. NFTs are there to scam people. Dark Paladin, I think it was you that posted it, and I don't think I'm going to come up with a better way to explain NFTs. NFTs are like this. You're a guy with a smoking hot wife, and that smoking hot wife is sleeping with everybody in the neighborhood. But you have the marriage license. The marriage license is the NFT. You cannot stop people. See, I talked about this on my show. NFTs are for art. NFTs are for art. How do you stop? Oops. How do you stop people from using it? What do you mean responsible humans over government? What the fuck sort of nonsense is that? Is the government made up of a bunch of robots? A bunch of aliens? A bunch... the government is made up of human beings. So when people go into this bullshit, responsible human beings over government, no. Fucking way wrong answer. Way wrong answer. There's human beings in government. Guess what? We elected them. So don't say responsible humans over government. Fucking get the irresponsible humans out of government. You just basically define the cornerstone problem of government. We elect the wrong people. Let's elect the right people. Responsible humans over government. My morality is not subject. I vote, and I'm fucking happy for you. I didn't say you. I said we, society. We vote for them. You cannot pass legislation that affects my morality. You simply cannot. Universal rights and universal wrongs. John Locke and the state of nature. Absolutely. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. It was life, liberty, and property. So, the right people wouldn't touch government with the 10-foot pole. You're absolutely right. 100%. Anyway, back to NFTs. NFTs are bullshit because even if you have, like, you guys know that I can show artwork on my stream anytime. How do you stop me? The only time you can stop me from using artwork is in a book. And even if I use it in a book, if I properly cite it, I can still do it. The problem with NFTs is NFTs are designed to be enforceable by government, and the government has basically said, so tell me more. NFTs aren't legally enforceable. And when people say, yes, they are, I say, from which government? Which government has fucking legislation, has laws, has rules, policies, and procedures for the enforcement of NFTs? And the answer is not America. And I know that sounds really, go fuck yeah, America. But if America doesn't have it, guess what? The country with the highest GDP doesn't have it, so your shit's not really protected. Until your shit's protected by America, Russia, and China, your shit's not really protected. Europe, you're a distant fourth. I'll tell you how to rip people off with NFTs. It's the same stock and pump and dumps. The scammers will pump up the price of an item, and then you buy it, and no one is buying. And then you're stuck with NFT trash. So watch out if you do NFTs. Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely 100% correct. What exactly is an NFT? It's simply owning the rights to the art. So, Cereal Box Mascot, what it is that digital artists have been upset since the invention of digital art that they have no way to protect their work. Like, because you can just simply right-click and download an image. Even if you try to put in no downloadable links, anybody that knows how to do control inspect can then just go into the code and pull the file, because it's the internet and everything's just a file. You can make it harder and harder and harder to do that, but the harder and harder you do that, the more and more difficult it is to design your website. So, fixing things before they become a problem is a valid tactic. However, have a good stat to back up your claim of possible. Yeah, exactly. If it's on a website, you can yoink it. Absolutely. Now, again, like I said, if I do a book is covered from under Section 107 exemptions to the copyright law, because if I'm writing a book, I am making an educational resource. By definition, a book is an educational resource. So NFTs are designed to do something that isn't even covered with photographs and paintings. Now, unfortunately, paintings and photographs get the short end of the stick as compared to music. Music can be copyrighted, and if you use it in any way, shape, or form, I can file a claim against you. Now, you can try to turn a 107 exemption on music, but that's much harder. But doing a mass sue of people who steal pirate content can be possible with NFTs. No, it can't, Zetrix. It can't. Because no government recognizes the validity of NFTs. So when you walk into court and you're going to be like, Your Honor, this person stole my digital image, and the person's going to be like, uh-huh. Going to be like, and I own this NFT. And the judge is going to be like, what's an NFT? Because the judge doesn't have to know what an NFT is. The judge is going to say, what's an NFT? Well, an NFT is, and the judge is going to just put their hand up and say, I need a piece of legal doctrine here. I don't need an explanation of what NFTs are. I need a piece of legislation. But I say later on when it's later and matured. Again, it's not going to. It's not going to, because NFTs are already off out of the box and off to the races. And the government's USPTO is like, the fuck are these? Look at crypto. Crypto is not recognized as legal tender. Crypto is fucking monopoly money. Even the government protected even if the government protects NFTs, most NFT owners won't be able to sue the moment they used it as a profile pic. Even again, go back to what I said. The US government is not going to change their USPTO copyright law. They are just going to there isn't not one case of NFT being held up in court. Stop it. There's not one case. Show me a case. Show me a case of NFTs in court. There's not. Show me NFTs on USPTO. They're not. You can use the exact same picture to create a replica NFT on a different blockchain. So what's the point of an NFT? Man, I ain't even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna go into the blockchain of a replica of an NFT. I'm not gonna go there. Because that's getting into the weeds of shit I'm lost about. I'm just gonna stay big picture. Never will be. Might become how they store the money and transfer it, but it won't be encrypted. Crypto heads are way up the... So, what, who said it? Zomax said NFTs are just like stocks. Well, stocks pump and dumps are a little bit different than crypto pump and dumps. Because remember, a share of stock has value. A share of stock has relative value to the value of the company. The only reason why GameStop is currently in business today is because of what happened with Wall Street Bets. Wall Street Bets drove the stock price up at GameStop. So GameStop waited until it peaked, sold a bunch of their shares of stock, made a bunch of money, and then when the price came down, GameStop rebought their shares of stock, so they continue to hold the same amount of controlling interest. They actually bought more stock back, and they had more cash on hand from their original sale. The problem is, it's not that you don't have the 1/X ownership of GameStop that you're entitled to. The problem is that you were buying into a company, because most people don't know how to read a stock index. There are companies whose shares of stock are trading at 100 times the value of the company. The company doesn't care. The company sold a bunch of shares of stock when it was that high, knowing that when it drops, they'll buy it all back up, they'll have cash on hand. Do you think that you should be taking your stock advice from a Reddit called Wall Street Bets? If you have disposable income to lose, play around with Wall Street Bets. If you don't have disposable income to lose, there are much better places to put your money, like a money market account or an index fund. You're going to make a lot less money, but when you need it, it's going to be there. Buying direct stocks is for people who know what they're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. Now, with that said, crypto. All these new cryptos, I think that we should make Sprocket coins. I think we should just create a crypto called Sprocket coin. Somebody get that set up for us, right? The point is you buy it when it's thousandths of a penny, right? It's thousandths of a penny. And then you sell it when it's a couple of pennies. You made thousands of times investment. I like that app that tracked stock buys of Congress members. I don't like that app because at the end of the day, they are people. Until there's a law that says and there should be a law, but it's not on the books. Until there's a law that says while serving as a member of Congress, neither you nor 2 generations away from you of family members can conduct business on the stock market, then they're allowed to do it. It's a big fucking gaping hole in legislation and oversight, but they're allowed to do it. Anyway. But the real question is that Robinhood was bought from the people losing money in that. Had Robinhood stock selling shares in GameStop thus considered market manipulation? No. The problem with Robinhood is this, right? Robinhood was simply saturated. Robinhood was never designed to be a Jones or a Schwab. It was never designed to... Remember, when you use an app to buy stock... 50,000 foot view here, folks. I'm not getting into the details. When you're buying an app to buy stock, there's got to be somebody on the trading floor who can execute that order. If there is nobody there, or nobody has the ability to execute that order, you can want to buy a share of stock at $100, right? But if nobody's selling that share of stock at $100, you can't buy that share of stock at $100, even if the stock price is $100, right? 50,000 foot view. So if nobody's selling at that price. Now, when I put in a buy order for Disney, when the whole market was crashing a couple of years ago, I put in buy orders. Now, unfortunately, I ended up paying $6 too much a share because my buy order was at 94. Stock hit 87, right? But I still paid 94 because that's where my buy order was at. When the stock fell under 94, my buy order got filled instantly because people that were looking to sell matched up with me and they said, execute the trade. Robinhood is not designed to handle the amount of shares of stock and trades and volume that was going through it. Robinhood didn't want to have liability, so they stopped trading on GameStop stock as most favorable to the brokerage house, and they are legally allowed to do that. It's in the contract. Your brokerage house is never going to execute trades where they take the loss. So, with that said, you pay a guy downtown a whole lot of money. Yeah, so do I. Well, Cereal Box, the thing is that the people like you, the people like me that have a guy wearing a suit sitting behind a desk, we pay them a percentage. I've been with my brokerage house for so long, I get X number, I think 100 trades free a month. But they also know damn well I'm not gonna ever use 100 trades a month because my stocks sit so they can earn money. With that said, I want to talk about Enchanting. So let me get the wiki page up because I like the wiki page. Actually, let me take a real quick break and then we'll do the segment scene so I can chop this up for YouTube while we're waiting. That's the video on parkour from the other day. No, I'll be right back. Oh, we're done. We're moving on. So there's no more one questions. We're moving on. So, we're going to talk about enchanting. Now, a couple of things about enchanting is some people are confused or angry or concerned about over-enchanting. So, one of the things about every MMORPG is that you have to have a robust economy. Now, one of the things that Intrepid had talked about was a permanent destruction of gear. Gear would only be allowed to be repaired so many times, and then after that, you couldn't repair it anymore. A fixed durability on gear is a good thing. Now, when I talked about this and I advocated for it once before, a lot of people completely lost their minds, and they said, absolutely not, gear should always be repairable. And I said, well, why? And their complaint was they were afraid that they were going to spend as much time grinding for new gear as they were playing the game. And I said, like everything else I say, that's a little ridiculous. You are going to a absolute extreme with your concern. Durability can be tweaked, tuned, made better, made worse in alpha testing. But Intrepid said, nope, gear is going to always be repairable. Now, what this does is it creates a problem with your artisan system, because at first, the people who get high-level crafting, they're going to make a bunch of money. The people that can outfit the early level 50s are going to make a bunch of money. The problem is once everybody has their best in slot and they're only doing minor upgrades, the system breaks down. Sure, there's going to be a little bit of demand for processed goods for new crafters that are trying to get to 50. There's going to be some demand for gatherers, especially if Intrepid can manage to keep low-level items relevant, then that'll be great. But ultimately, the difference becomes, I'm a brand new level 50, I need 12 pieces of gear. I'm one of 10,000 brand new level 50s, right? So you're talking 120,000 pieces of gear versus now there's just a trickle, right? Now, couldn't repairable still mean a system where the gear requires artisan skill? Sure, absolutely. And it absolutely will. Gear to be repairable isn't just go to a vendor and hit repair. You actually have to go to an artisan who has the ability to make the item for them to repair it. However, the amount of resources necessary to repair a piece of gear and the amount of resources necessary to essentially recraft a piece of gear will always be lower. So the ultimate problem becomes, how are we going to keep this system healthy? And what Intrepid has decided to do is they're going to have an enchanting system that has over-enchanting, which means the item gets destroyed. Now, ultimately, for those of you that have never been on the show when I've done this breakdown, is you're going to have something that looks a little like this. At the bottom here, you're going to have your safe zone, right? You're going to have your +0 to your +4, +3, +2, +1. And this ultimately is going to break into, if you have the mats, then your enchant is successful. Right? So there's no risk here. Now, when you move into the next category, you move past this yellow line, and you move into +5, +6, and +7, right? And what you have here is moderate risk, right? So this is moderate risk. And this is, you can fail, but your item is not destroyed, only downgrades. Now, this is frustrating when you're trying to go from a +4 to a +5 and it fails and it stays +4. When you're a +5 trying to go to +6 and it fails, it goes back to +5 or it drops to +4. This can be really frustrating, but you didn't lose the item. Where people are concerned is they're concerned with this +8 and above. And just for the sake of everything, we're going to say that there's only, and they don't want to have too much over enchanting, but we're going to have +8 and +9, right? So we're going to say that there's 5% and 10%. So, and these are just numbers. I'm making these up just along the lines of the sentiment Steven has said, a +7 to a +9, there's a 10% difference. It doesn't even have to be that big, but let's just say it is. But here's the problem. If you fail, item is gone. So if you are at +7 and you try to roll the +8 and you fail, that's it. Item's gone. If you're at +8 and you try to go to +9, you fail, the item is gone. On that +8 and +9, are there normally built-in ways to increase your success chance normally? I mean, you can do lots of things. As long as you don't do a pay-to-win charm like Arcage has done or BDO has done, then there's absolutely no problem with a system like this, right? Fail stacks, no, because there wouldn't be fail stacks. If it failed, it's destroyed, period. You're done. Now, some people have said, well, I don't want to keep having to go from +7 to +8. Well, then don't. Well, but I'm going to fall behind. Yes, because there has to be a risk. There has to be an inherent risk to getting the very best gear. Because if you don't, then what you're really asking for, at the end of the day, you're asking for normalized gear. Do I hate rolling a +7 staff to try to get a +8? Yes, I do. But what do I do with that +7 staff? I do the laddering method. So what I do is before I take a +7 to a +8, I already have a +7, and this is my new one. Maybe I do 3 of them, because I know if I get 2 to go to +8, right? If I go to 2 to +8, then I'll be able to keep 1 at +8 and roll 1 to +9. That's laddering. But every time I break one, right? Every time I break one, then what I'm doing is I'm going back to this system, and I'm putting a queue I'm putting a work order into queue. Hey, I need a level 50 staff. And then if they have gotten this, right? If they have gotten this done right, then that means my level 50 staff requires level 10, level 20, level 30, level 40, and level 50 processors and gatherers, because every piece is going to roll up. Does the recipe for items get destroyed after a while, or am I misremembering? If so, how does the impact the fact that the artisan needs the recipe? You do not need the recipe in order to craft it. Once you know the recipe, you know the recipe. Now, in Alpha 1, they showed blueprints. That is an interesting way to go about it for legendaries. And they haven't talked about those blueprints again. But yes, that would be an extra gold sink. For those of you that didn't play Alpha 1, what you needed was, when you went to a vendor, they made it so crafters don't have the infinite profitability that they have in other games. So you have your gatherer, you have your processor, and you have an item, right? And then you might have a second logistics chain for gatherer, process, and an item. And then from the vendor, you needed a blueprint. And every time you crafted it, you needed the blueprint. Now, that's really smart. There's also another direction you can go with this, and this is the EVE Online direction, and you can make the blueprints permanent, and you can make them researchable. I don't know if Intrepid will go that route, but I definitely think they should. I definitely believe that Intrepid should have the blueprint start. This iron sword needs 10 iron ingots, but instead of you being able to craft right now, you dedicate your crafting queue into a research queue on your blueprints. So this now makes 9 ingots, 8 ingots. The problem with that is, in EVE Online, items are permanently destroyable. Everything is permanently destroyable. Modules, the ships, the ammo is consumable. So what happens is, in EVE Online, you have a constant low-level items stay relevant. If you were to do blueprint researching, and I know a lot of people have asked me about that, the problem is now you're affecting this menu. You're making gatherers less useful and processors less useful, because of course high-end crafters looking to maximize their profit are going to they're going to research their blueprints. Now, another thing I've heard people talk about, instead of over enchanting, they said, well, processors could get better at their ratio. Sure, gatherers could get better at their ratio. So when you hit an iron ore, you get 1 iron ore, but I'm level 50. When I hit an iron ore, I get 2 iron ore. People are like, yeah, that sounds great. And I want to remind you that is the absolute worst way to do it. Giving more resources the higher level you go is horrible because of this. Supply and demand, right? As supply goes up, demand goes down, price goes down. This is just textbook Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. As the supply goes up, the demand goes down, the price goes down. Also, the demand can go down, right? Even if the supply stays static. The supply can stay static, the demand goes down, the price goes down. When people say supply and demand, it really is, and I say this because words matter. It shouldn't be supply and demand. It really should be demand and supply equals price. Because the demand can go up or down for whatever reason it wants. The demand can go down based on supply, or the demand can simply go down. Do people still buy 8 tracks? No. So the demand for 8 tracks goes down. Sure, the supply of 8 tracks is really low, but the supply is low because the demand was low. The price now, when somebody wants one, since the demand went down, the supply went down, the price went up. Because the supply went down. So when there is a demand, when a demand queues in, you can only get it at the high price. Demand is affected by your usefulness. Demand is affected by a lot of things. A lot of people are like, and I did a fear of missing out forum thread, and somebody's like, well, you just contradicted yourself. And I said, no, I didn't. You have to, you have to understand that fear of missing out isn't a marketing strategy when supply is low. Because when supply is low, you don't market it if the demand is high. If the supply is low and the demand is low, you have to market it. Marketing is only tied to demand. I want to drive the demand up. If the demand is up, I'm not going to do advertising. If the demand is up, but the supply is exceeding the demand, I'm going to do advertising to get my inventory down. It's like, you notice that you don't see a ton of advertising for NVIDIA graphics cards. Why not? Demand is high, supply is low, price is high. They sell the ones they have. Thank you. I hate those supply-demand charts that only chart supply and demand, not price. No, and again, you can't talk supply and demand. You can't talk supply and demand without talking about price. Period. So this reminds me of my business class in my secondary school where my teacher got it completely wrong. So, fear of missing out, one of the main uses in gacha mobile games. Yeah, it is. But so here's that thing, ready? You can either have finite repairable gear equals kuwewe's on crafting process. Or I'm not gonna call it the crafting process. I'm gonna call it the logistics process. The whole gathering process, craft process. Because remember, you can only master one side of the pyramid. Or one thing Intrepid is doing items for repairs and crafter for repairs. So keep that in mind. The over enchanting isn't the only influence on the system, but ready? Nothing. Let's actually do nothing will stress the system more than lost, dropped, destroyed gear. Nothing puts as many kuwewe's and items in kuwewe. I just like kuwewe, queue. Nothing puts as many items into queue as lost, dropped, or destroyed. I actually argue, I want to make one change to the corruption system. I don't think gear dropped by the corrupted should be recoverable. I think gear dropped by the corrupted should simply be destroyed. Because again, that's another way to put stress on the system. Now, somebody said, is there going to be over enchanting in legendaries? Yes, there will be over enchanting in legendaries. If somebody wants to go 5 to 10, and these numbers are mine made up. If somebody wants to go 5 to 10% over a +7 on an item that's already 6 to 12% over its epic peers, then that person is risking a lot. You are You have the one-of-a-kind, only one on your server, legendary unique Jahlon 6-barrel pistol. You have it at +7. You're already doing a ton of damage. And you want to roll that to +8? You should definitely be messing some people up if you took that pistol and you rolled it to +8. You decide to roll it to +9? Yeah. Price is the y-axis on any standard supply curve. So I don't know where you sell them without it unless it's shorthand. Price is literally the way the chart is. No, that's not on a supply demand curve. Because if it's a supply demand curve, you have to have supply and demand. Now, if you're talking about a dual y-axis, sure, but you can't chart supply and demand. And please keep in mind, if you're going to bring that, I'm an economics teacher. So please make sure you give me an example. A supply and demand curve can't have price on the y-axis because X would be demand, Y would be supply, right? Now, you're absolutely right that if you're doing it, you can do it with 2 Ys. But when you say a supply-demand curve, supply, demand, demand, supply, you've already used both axes. So price gets either inferred by, and I know where the commenter is going because I've seen it taught this way. Price gets inferred, which it should never be. It should be charted that way. A bar graph is a much better way to chart supply, demand, and price than a standard XY chart. Red's destroying gear also gets rid of the buddy, kills them, and picks up their gear. Yes, absolutely. And that's, remember we talk about in Ashes, we talk about Ashes as a theme box, right? We talk about Ashes as a theme box. And in that theme box, one of the themes is the corruption system, right? And one of the themes is the death and dying. Just call it D&D, death and dying. So when you change corrupted dropping the gear and it's destroyed, you change this system, you change this system. Maybe if the items are dropped and destroyed, people are less likely to go corrupted when they have their best gear on. They're like, man, I would really kill that guy right now. But I'm carrying my good gear. He gets a free pass. Spending resources to clear the corruption would deter it, but not remove that loop. I think that's too much. We talked about that once before. I think spending resources to clear their murders is good. So what you guys, to talk about how everything touches everything. In corruption, when you die or when you kill, you get murders on your soul. You also get corruption. The amount of corruption you get is a mathematical equation based on the level differential of you to the target, how many murders you have on your soul. I think spending resources to clear your soul is one way that you could do it, because then that again is another way that you're interfacing with this system, right? And they could get clever with that, right? They could get clever with that where the items required for you to clear your murders are representative of the items that you stole, right? So I could see it as a funny, never-ending cycle of a item sink where you killed a guy and you got 10 corn from him, right? Now, when you die, you dropped 4 of that. But because you killed him and got 10 corn, you have to pay 5 of it to the murder clear person, leaving you at a loss of, you essentially got 1 corn out of that ordeal. Because you dropped 4 when you died, leaving you 6. You owe 5 to the priest to wipe your soul. So you did all that murder for 1 corn. Again, would more disincentivize people from killing randomly, and the person to be like, all right, so when I kill this person for 10 gold ore, I'm going to need 5 to clear my murder charge, but I'm still going to get 5. And maybe it doesn't have to be that much. Maybe it's 2. Systems interfacing each other makes for a great game. Doom Eternal did a great job making all the powers of the Doom guy impact another power. I haven't played Doom Eternal yet. Yeah, I remember, what was that from? That was from just his original Chris Rock routine in the 90s. I would blow your head off if I could afford it. I'm gonna put some bullets on layaway. You better hope I can't get some bullets on credit. But, right about now, what do people think about over-enchanting or item sinks? Let's talk over-enchanting, let's talk item sinks. Should Intrepid allow over-enchanting? Should there only be green and yellow on the over-enchanting? Should you never be able to lose items, or should that be that those who risk it get the biscuit part? I think that's really the big one that Intrepid needs to know. Should this section of the chart exist? Should you be able, and I don't want to see a system where you can go to +10, +11, +12, +13. I don't want to see that. I want to see, like, 1 to 4 is safe. 1 to 4 is safe. 5 to 7 is you'll downgrade, and then really 8 and 9 over enchant. I don't think we need to have more than 2 over enchanting levels. That's another one. How many over enchanting levels should we have? So this game For the King has no durability on rare gear and limited uses on epics. That cycle would keep MMO hardcore players wanting the meta logged in. I talked about that, and Intrepid is also making it so that, like, you have this rare item, but you know that the only way to repair this item is to get another one of these. And the fact that you got a legendary book drop, number one, the server may not drop another legendary book. So right away when you get this item, you look at the repairability and you're like, man, that requires another brown journal of the Jahlon dungeon. Well, I'm only going to use that to defend my throne or defend my node. So people are going to be like, hey, why aren't you using the 7 barrel? Because, man, it's like, if you saw the Drive Angry, he's got the gun, it's got 4 bullets in it. That's all he's got. I'm not using it because I can't repair it. First time caller says, what do you think about having a level of corruption being applied to the item when the corrupted player is killed instead of dropped? When the item gets permanent 10% durability loss per level of corruption. First way to make item just change hands, where corruption level eventually makes the item worthless. So that's not a bad idea for a game, but that idea only works if you're going to develop a permanent durability for the entire game. You would be spending a lot of time developing a system that would only be applied to a small number of characters. With that said, I absolutely believe in permanent repairability. I absolutely believe in permanent repairability. In a maximum repairability, only so many times. I think your idea is great, but the Ashes of Community has already said no. A lot of devs deal with the don't let players be stupid issue for several game systems, but screw it, let people learn. I agree with you. Inherently, I don't like item destruction, but I feel the way you explained it made a lot of sense. If there was a hard cap on enchanting 8 or 9, then I think there should absolutely be risk versus reward. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to play a game where starting at 8, I have to roll it and it goes from 8 to like 15. Then I feel that the 7 isn't competitive with the 15, and that's BDO. That's Arc Age. Well, it's old Arc Age. The new Arc Age has got the Hiram gear. But no, I don't want to be in a situation where luck continuously beats me up. Because I'll give you guys a story from Arc Age real quick. I had an entire chest full of gear to regrade during a double regrade event. I didn't get one single piece that I needed. Guy in my guild had one set of gear, and he rolled his entire set of gear to divine. Literally, whatever it was, 7 charms, 7 scrolls, 7 for 7, got all divine. I was mad as a hornet. What about bind on pickup? I think you should be able to sell that +9. You can. Very few items in Ashes of Creation are bind on equip or bind on pickup. Very few. When an item gets destroyed, we want to keep the transmog option. I'm of two minds on this. I don't think that you should be able to have the transmog option for legendary items, but I think if this is my legendary item, I I think if this is my legendary item, when it's destroyed and I can no longer use it anymore, it should destroy to a mantelpiece or a wall hanging. I think that allowing people to transmog to legendary weapons is going to be confusing. Because I no longer have, because the legendary item is 6 to 12% more powerful, letting people see it. Yeah, legendaries, no. Everything up to epic, yeah. Everything up to epic should be a transmog. Legendaries should become trophies, not transmogs. Will you need +8, +9 to do endgame content, or should the design be everything up to +7? You would do everything up to the +7. Those who risked it and got the +8, +9 are doing the content easier. They've got it on farm mode. So, if my item gets destroyed, do I get any mats back, or is it gone kaput? It's gone. You risked it. You rolled it, you risked it. It's destroyed. It's Star Trek Online or Champions Online, and they monetized it by selling crafting boosters, protectors for gear mats not to be consumed. They're not going to do that, because Steven would automatically classify that as pay to win. So, at the end of the day, I have faith in Steven. Like, I believe in Harvey Dent. I'm Bruce Wayne. I believe in Harvey Dent. I believe in Steven Sharif. I don't think that Steven's gonna bone his own game, because the moment they put in regrade protectors into the cash shop, that's it. They're done. They're done. How do I feel about legendary uniques? I love the idea of legendary uniques. I absolutely love the idea of legendary uniques, and the problem is a lot of people don't, because a lot of people are participation trophies. I hate WoW. I absolutely hate WoW. And for what they did with a legendary called the Thunder Fury. I think you've all heard of it. I hate the fact that it's a legendary item that everybody has. I like the idea that only one person can get it. I'm okay with that. Is there raid gear or crafted? There's both. There is raid gear and there is crafted. So, give me an example. You defeat me in my collection of cats, my sprockets. And you raid the steampunk tower, you beat the steampunk sniper, and you take his pistol. My pistol drops this run. This pistol's gonna have random stats. It's gonna have random stats on it. So the stats are gonna be completely random and garbage. So you might get agility, healing output, and magic crit on the pistol. And you're like, well, that sucks. Now you run it 3 more times and you get 3 more versions of the legendary, legendary unique. Pretend I didn't say this was for legendary unique. Oh, this is for raid gear. Yeah, we're good, my brain. So you run the raid, you get the pistol, bad stats. Next week you run the raid, you get the pistol, bad stats. 3rd week you run the raid, you get the pistol, bad stats. 4th week you run the raid and you get the crafting mat. Now when you take that crafting mat to the crafter, what's going to happen is you're going to say, I want this with mage stats. And so your crafter's going to say, or your crafting department is going to be like, okay, that guy over there is a high magus in the Scholars Academy. That's not traditionally a mage's ranged weapon. However, that person has the wheels that they can put intelligence, magic crit, and magic attack on that pistol. That's the difference between raid gear and crafted gear. Raid gear is going to drop with random stats. So, how many guilds will give the same person the same piece of gear more than once? Well, I never said that the same person would get the same gear more than once. I said the pistol drop, the pistol drop, the pistol drop. They're getting passed out. Remember, gear isn't bind on equip. So, a good guild, right? A good guild is going to say, you have that. This just dropped. You turn in the one you have fully repaired. We swap this one to you because this is more fitting for you. You give me the one back and we do something with it. But now that's it. We're done. Craft commissions risking You put in the book, the iron, the whatever, you put everything in, and then you put in my tip, you put in my gratuity, I hit craft, the items never left your backpack, you get the item delivered. Do I like this system? As a player, no. As a gamer, yes. What's the difference? As a player, I think there should be inherent risk of being scammed. I absolutely do. As a gamer, I understand nothing is as frustrating when you get scammed. When you get scammed like that, there is nothing more frustrating than you got scammed. And I totally 100% understand that. I think, excuse me, I think the taking out the ability to be scammed means you don't have to develop those lifelong relationships with people, because you're just going to you're just going to put the items into the crafting chest and or the crafting box, and you don't particularly really care what happens after that. So I love the drama and think scams are hilarious, but it's not worth the player population going down one every time it happens. Yes, absolutely. And then, for example, in ArcAge, there was a time where a streamer got scammed and the GMs refunded the items. And I called the GM team out and I said, wait a minute, scamming is allowed by your own terms of service. All right, let's see. I think there's too much of a chance that a player getting scammed rage quitting and losing that customer. However, I do see your point in wanting a more relationship realism system. Yes. One of the things that I always did, I always gave the person 85% collateral. So I give you 85% of the fair market value of the items so that you felt comfortable. But then again, I would only ever steal back if I had to. I would never steal from a player because I feel that the reputation loss is too much. I feel that if you always deliver, you build a good reputation. If you're sketchy, and I want to remind people, so I saw somebody says, what if they steal the book? What if they ninja loot the book? This is not going to be a game where you want to be known as a ninja looter, because you're going to be put on people's lists, and then you're going to be like, hey guys, I need a raid. And they're going to be like, no, not you. Not you. Nope, not you. So, with that said, for everybody else, if you're on YouTube today, if you're just joining in about Over-Enchanting, leave us some ideas about Over-Enchanting. Do you think Over-Enchanting is good? Do you think corrupted dropping their items should be permanently destroyed? Do you want Intrepid to take a look back at temporary repairability or a fixed number of repairs? Or basically anything else you want to talk about the enchanting system? Leave us a comment. Now let's jump in and talk about it. And that right there, folks, is a 20-second cut at the start of a video so that you can double purpose stuff. Today's was on the parkour system. All right, guys, I am 3 T's into my show. Streaming 101. That's dual purposing content. And people don't want to watch a 4-hour show. Wow, man, I need a cold drink. I will be right back. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes. I just want to get a couple of cold ones. Be right back. Alrighty. What the hell is there? No, don't ever worry about it. You can feel free to ask whatever questions you want. The YouTube channel is... My YouTube channel is interesting. I understand that I'm not an amazing YouTuber. I'm not an amazing streamer. People send me messages all the time. You're never gonna grow with your attitude. Oh, yeah, okay. Please tell me something I don't know. If you wanna give me really helpful advice, the helpful advice would be, how do I grow with this attitude? The game looks beautiful. Yeah, no, it doesn't, Proto League. Why you lying? Everybody says that the game already looks dated. Because as we see right here, right? As we see right here, every game currently in production has that light reflection off the ice, right? It looks like old school RuneScape. That's right. It looks like old school RuneScape. It looks like a couple of Italian plumbers, right? Everybody says the game looks dated. It's like, I would much rather be I think the game on the left looks better than Ashes of Creation. I mean, don't you? It's a me, Mario. Mario, you got 22 coins and 2 Goombas coming to you. So. Yeah, EverQuest called. They want their Polycom back. All right, guys. I do have Stream Raiders back up. Today is not gonna be as efficient as usual. But it is what it is. Stream Captains had a few problems with their servers today, but they're a great company. Things are going to happen, especially when they have a game with this many moving parts. I also want to give Stream Captains TV a major shout out. I want to give them a major shout out. $797,000 paid out to streamers last year. 1.5 million accounts, 7 million battles fought, 521,000 bosses killed. That is a lot. That is 5,218 skins, right? They also did 9,751 captain skins made. This is an amazing company, right? This is an amazing company. So Captain's TV, the company that does Stream Raiders, they're a great company. I didn't give a shout out to him before, and I want to make sure that I do that now. On the 22nd of December, I was having a bad day. You guys know that I got some stuff going on in my life. I'm a disabled vet. I have PTSD. I've got anxiety. I got depression. I don't like going outside. It takes a lot of effort for Tamir to get me to go out. I go to a couple of places that know me and have made accommodations for me. Like, we go to the same place at the same time on Tuesday. We go to the same place at the same time on Friday. We call ahead. They know we're coming. They're great, accommodating people. Thomas just checked in on me for no reason. He said happy holidays. I told him, I was having a bad day, and as a game dev, you should be proud you changed somebody's night. So I was really cool about that. With that said, I also would be remiss if I didn't give Steven a shout out as well. Steven knows a little bit about what's going on in my personal life because it's only fair that I tell him because of the work I do. And he said he checks in on me periodically. That's the kind of man he is. So that's why sometimes you guys will notice that there's things I'll yell about Steven and I'll get frustrated about, but then there's times when people attack Steven personally, and I'm older than Steven, and Steven gets like that little brother protection, like, wait, who the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? No, man, no. So there's sometimes I'm like, hey, stupid. I'm like, well, no, I get to call him that. You don't get to call him that. You don't get to call him that. New World looks better, and I think people have that visual in mind. Yeah, honestly, New World does look better. New World does look better. New World's also in a different engine. New World, I don't care what people say, but CryEngine in Lumberyard and now open source 3D out of the box is better for lighting. And the developers I talk to, they say up until Unreal Engine 5. Yes, absolutely. Up until Unreal Engine 5, Lumberyard is better out of the box for lighting, the way lighting is done. It's been explained to me that lighting is in Lumberyard is very similar to lighting in Unreal Engine 5. Real time, what you see is what you get, and you can work with it faster. I mean, remember, a lot of the lighting in Ashes of Creation is based on partial work. They weren't gonna do the final lighting solutions until they were certain that everything was how everything wanted. Like, people have told me, Unreal Engine 4 artists have told me that the baking the light maps is a long, intensive process, and you're basically like, unless you have 2 or 3 workstations, you do the lighting when you're gonna, like, oh, I'm gonna be out for the rest of the day. Yeah, let me execute the lighting so I can see what it's gonna look like. But they're like, it's not something you just do in the middle of the day. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, because again, I'm not an Unreal Engine artist. So I have to trust what people tell me. So with that said, I'm not feeling 100%. I got sick. My kid on the my kid on the East Coast got COVID. Her significant other got COVID. Gizmo got an upper respiratory infection. I just got a winter cold. The teenager got a winter cold. So I hate the winter. I need you all to, we need to sell bathwater or something. What's it going to take to get the company to buy a complex down in Florida? Not a house, because the company can't buy me a house, but the company could buy a complex, right? Selling bathwater, selling run sweat, right? I can't believe there's streamers that sell bathwater. That shit still boggles my mind. It's like, what is going on? It's toots and jars now. Yeah, that's true. I saw that too. I saw that and I was like, wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, streamer who's selling farts. Man, I don't. I do not understand. Do not understand at all. What is going on in society? So somebody was actually amazed. There was a streamer who said, I can't believe that I got a copyright strike from playing Cyberpunk. And I was like, you didn't notice the thing that says for streamers? Like, enable this for streamers? So. Also, by the way, since I am helping somebody with this, with this problem, I want to remind people, Paradox Gaming mouse mats, already a thing. Already a thing. And I'm not kidding. They are already a thing. Wait, are they not a thing? What the hell? I thought they were a thing. Did I not make mouse mats? I have to have made mouse mats. Did I make mouse mats? Sticker, poster. Did I not make mouse mats? If I didn't make mouse mats, I didn't make mouse mats. I think I didn't make mouse mats because I literally said, "Who the hell's gonna buy mouse mats?" I probably said that. Who in the blue hell is gonna buy? I can do mouse mats. No, there are none. I just checked. I can't believe I didn't make mouse mats. I heard there's a law that says you can't sell something that has anything from your body in it, including used bathwater, but I didn't look into it. No, that's true. used bathwater is considered a biological waste, a biological hazard. So anything from your body is a biological hazard. And if you're actually, so we're clear, there was a streamer who was actually selling bath water, but it wasn't used bath water. It was just water from her bathtub. Winter in the South can suck. There were snow flurries here earlier this week, and 3 days before it was 80 degrees. Yeah, my sinus problems are off the chain today. I just went outside to take the license plates off the car, and absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, people prefer desk mats. I have, and I think I can make these too, actually. I have a desk mat. I can make all sorts of stuff. These are the things that I need you guys on my Discord for, and you need to be like, hey, I would buy an X if you had it. Believe it or not, the Timmy the Raptor shirts have sold more than anything else. So Timmy the Raptor sold more than anything else. That's a small desk mat. Yeah, it's a hard surface for my mouse. But yes, I can get a full desk mat. I don't like something underneath my wrists when I put my hands down. So I just have a small one over for the side. But everybody's different. My daughter loves my Origin mouse pad. I don't know what the hell she did to her mouse pad, and then she needed a new one. My wife was like, "Where do I go to buy a mouse pad?" I was like, "I have one in the closet from Origin." It's like I don't like mouse pads. I like hard plates. I like hard placemats. I would buy a t-shirt with you spanking Kermit the Frog and stop being a Muppet. That's fucking funny. Although, hold on a second. Hold on. I think we can make something like that happen. I think we can make something like that happen. Where's my other book? Because somebody just sent me something. Shirt with stop being a Muppet. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on that. You feel that the hard ones have horrible tracking compared to the soft? Yes, Zetrix, you need to program your mouse, and you need to tell your mouse that your mouse software that you're using a hard one versus a soft one. If you don't, then yeah, you have horrible tracking. But so, it's like, yeah, of course I can't do what I need to do online. I never knew I needed one of those shirts till now. No, I'm gonna look at that. My artist and I are gonna have a conversation, and we're gonna figure out. Like, it probably won't be like Pepe or Kermit the Frog, or definitely not a Disney character, but so not a Muppet, because Disney owns the Muppet, or Disney licensed the Muppets. I don't know if they own. Does Disney own the Muppets? I think they do. Now owned by the Walt Disney Company, yes. It's like this. It's like, do I post worldwide? My third-party solution posts worldwide. I don't ship my merchandise. The company does. Yeah, they had the Muppet stuff at Disney World and Disneyland. I didn't know if they owned them or licensed them. They had the Star Wars stuff there. They had the Star Wars stuff there when they only licensed Star Tours from George Lucas, but now that they own it, the moment Disney had that IP, Disney had no shame in just absolutely completely milking out Star Wars. This is one thing I hate Disney for. I hate greed. I hate unabashed greed. I understand that Disney needs to make their money on the things that they need to make their money on. But $6 for a 12-ounce Coke, please go away. Please go away from me. It's not like the rest of Disney's cheap or anything, but $6 for a round Coke with the little figure on the top, please don't do that. But I read an interesting paper about why Disney's prices. Yeah, you can post an image from the Discord. One of the things is yeah, that's funny as shit. That's funny as shit. One of the things why Disney keeps their prices so high is Disney needs to keep the barrier of entry high, because Disney can't. I think one of the Disney's workers told me that each park on a given day can have 10,000 guests or 8,000 guests. I don't remember if it was 10 or 8. I think it's 10. I think each park can have 10,000. Hold on. Let's see if we can find that piece of information. Apparently, the Magic Kingdom can allegedly hold more than 100,000 guests, but I think 10,000 is their daily. If they made the cost lower, then the numbers would go higher, and then it would be less of an enjoyable experience. So that's, if you ever wonder why it seems like an amusement park could hold more people, well, remember, they got to have something for all those people to be doing at the same time. It just occurred to me while watching the Unreal Engine 5 video, when the flowers do their GT AoE, the character resists via waterfall. Doesn't that imply the answer to all the action tab questions? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Because that's PvE. PvE being waterfall, and then how PvP is going to work is going to be two different answers. But, and we're going to leave it at that, because I don't want to walk into dangerous ground. But yeah, PvE versus PvP is always going to be different. By the way, I stole one of my wife's fitness bars, one of her, because they're almost expired. And I understand why people on fitness bars lose weight. And it's because they're horrible. Would that just boil down to PvE is on a script to some extent while a player is not? Yeah, absolutely it would. It would mean that if the attacker is a AI, then you always use waterfall stats. But if the attacker is a character, then other rule set. So, anything else good going on? The Golden Feather streaming today? They better be. Oh. Also, guys, I have to say, it is amazing, right? It is amazing being so hated in the Ashes of Creation Reddit that the instant I post a thread, one of two things happens. Either the instant I post a thread, enough people see the thread and they vote it up, and so it doesn't get voted down. Or my haters see it first and it gets voted down, and then like all of the people on Reddit do, they follow. I'm only gonna vote it down because it's already negative, or I'm just gonna vote it up because it's already positive. Reddit is a fucking cesspool. You stay away from Reddit. I hate it enough on Discord. You know, I liked that conversation that we were having about dogs today. So if you weren't on the Ashes of Creation Discord today, we were talking about dogs. And one of the things we said is that it's your responsibility to keep your dog under control. If your dog is off a leash, then your dog should sit, stay, heel by 3 voice commands. And if you were tipped a $5 Bitcoin on Reddit for a funny comment, I need that. if your dog is frolicking, I'm just gonna say frolicking because I like the word. If your dog is frolicking near my dogs, and right now I don't have dogs, but when I have dogs, I generally have guardians. I generally have attack dogs or guard dogs. Because if I'm gonna go through 90% of the same amount of bullshit having a canine, then my canines are gonna be trained to defend my daughters, defend my wife, defend me. With that said, if I'm on a walk and I've got my dogs on their restraints, and your dog comes flying at me, because I don't give a shit about them. In the grand hierarchy of things, I'm the head of the pack, and their job is to protect me. Your dog is frolicking off of a leash, and it comes running to me. If I yell "not friendly," you should be able to say "sit," whatever, bozo, sit, and your dog should sit, stay, return. And if your dog can't do that on verbal commands, your dog has no business being off of a leash. And when people say, well, the dog just wants to play, I don't give a shit what your dog wants to do. Because I've been bitten by a dog that's not mine. And I'm not interested in ever being bit again. Being bit is a fucking miserable experience. I've been bit by a dog that wasn't mine, and I've been bit by dogs that were mine, and I'll tell you right now, the dogs that were mine that bit me, one bite is too many bites. Sorry. Something's fucking... I'm just playing tag. Yeah, your dog is just playing tag. I'm just playing tag too. Because if I'm out with my dogs, I'm going to let my dogs off the leash. And I'm going to let my dogs off their leash because my dog's job is to protect me. So when you say, well, what breed do I usually have? I usually have Rottweilers, or I have German Shepherds, or I have Dobermans, or I have Boxers. Boxers aren't really good attack dogs. So can't you legally both sue the dog owner and even kill the dog in self-defense? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I would imagine a big dog jumping you is scary. It is. My dogs always make sure the other dog is out when playing tag. Yeah. Did I listen to the Joe Rogan, Robert Malone interview, which is banned from YouTube? No, because I don't really watch Joe Rogan and I didn't know it was banned from YouTube. Most people will mistake a boxer for a pit bull and avoid you. Happens with our boxer. Yeah, and I like boxers. I like their personality. But yeah, the people that were like, well, my dog's just coming over to say hi. Not my fucking problem. Your responsibility is to keep your dog under control, because my dogs are under control. My dogs are under verbal control, verbal command, and they're still on a leash. My dogs are still on a leash just because Karthos, a dog never loses its fucking shit randomly, right? So my dogs are on a leash. My dogs are verbal trained, verbal command trained. And this person was like, well, I'll just let my dog off the leash to chase you. I'll just fucking put 3 in your dog's chest. Sorry. I feel threatened. You have an animal. I feel threatened. It always works the other way around with our German Shepherd. People see my dog and always want to mess with her. They don't understand she's a 100-pound murder demon. Yeah, Cereal Box Mascot, that's why my dogs wear vests that literally say not friendly. My dogs, if I'm walking my guard dogs or my attack dogs, they literally say, instead of service animal, they literally say not friendly. Well, what would you do if you were at a dog park? Number one, I wouldn't go to a dog park because my dogs, I know this is going to be rough for the people at home to understand, but my dogs are not friendly. I don't take them to the dog park. I also don't take the 100 and some odd pound Grand Maltese to the dog park because he's a big fucking boy. He thinks all the other small dogs are chew toys. Because comparatively speaking, they are chew toys. I will never have a dog I can't have off the leash and let walk around my legs. I mean, that's all personal preference. I mean, I get that some people want to have dogs that they can play with and roughhouse with. And that's fine. If I'm gonna go through the process of having these dogs, they're gonna be work dogs. They're gonna have a purpose. That you're there. Your job is to protect my family. Thanks, dog. Do your job. Do your job, ball. I like boxers. I like friendly dogs. I like friendly dogs, but the only time I trust the dog to be friendly is if I know the owners, if I know it's mom and dad. Like, when my daughter comes, my daughter has an emotional support pit bull. I know a lot of people get confused when I say an emotional support pit bull. She has an emotional support pit bull. I can guarantee you, because it's a pit bull, I don't care how sweet my daughter has told me the dog is. The dog and I are going to have several serious conversations before I ever, you know, roughhouse with it. Because I'm not putting my hand in a dog's mouth. I didn't own dogs before, but wouldn't a well-trained dog never attack its owner as long as it's fed? No. 99% of dogs, and this is the point Karthos was making earlier today on the Discord. 99% of dogs are not going to do some stupid shit, right? They're not going to do some stupid mental shit and bite you. However, there is 1% of the dogs that there is some screw loose in their head. And for no fucking reason, on an idle Tuesday, you move too fast and the dog fucking bites you. There are screw loose dogs, and to think otherwise is just naive. There are screw loose dogs. My boxer loves people, she hates other dogs. We foster dogs and always have to slowly introduce her to them over the course of a week before she won't bite them. Yeah. I mean, that it is what it is, right? It is what it is, and I wish it wasn't that way, right? I wish that all doggos would go to heaven and all doggos would be happy. Can you tell if your dog is a screw loose? No. Like, Karthos is telling you, Karthos knows Karthos's dog, right? Karthos knows Karthos's dog. Karthos knows that his dog hates other dogs. Now, some people would say, well, you could train that behavior out of the dog. Really? Are you going to sit the dog on a fucking couch like Sigmund Freud and ask him why ask her why she hates other dogs? So, your dog exists in a place where if she can catch it, she can kill it. I take mine deer hunting every year and I haven't had one make it far yet. Yeah. Right? But people have to understand that. And then people get all bent out of shape and they're like, oh, my family's had dogs my whole life. Yeah. Do you see the fucking black vest with the red lettering? Not friendly. Don't touch my dog. I told the story on the Discord. I had a guy, he had attack dogs. He called me because I could handle his dogs. It didn't show any fear with his dogs. I knew the dogs. My dogs were raised like a generation and a half behind his dogs. So my puppies knew his adult dogs before he got them out. Before he got them out of training, my puppies were starting training. There was a class ahead of them, and then his dogs. So that's how we knew each other. He asked me if I could help take him. He needed to take his 3 attack dogs to the vet. He called the vet and he's like, hey, I'm going to bring all 3 dogs in at the same time. I will pay for your time for the extra appointment slot. So I just have the whole building for an hour. And the vet's like, no, you don't need to do that. I appreciate you calling in. He's like, but yeah, the whole hour is yours. Well, we're there. I'm all the way tucked into the building. I've got the small one. The dogs are all voice trained, command trained. I've got the small one. He had one in with the vet, and then he was holding the other one on his outside, his left-hand dog. So he's sitting like this, left-hand dog sitting by his left-hand leg. Lady comes in, and the very first thing the receptionist says to the lady, you need to get out of here with your dog. We're servicing attack dogs. You need to leave. No, I don't need to leave. My dog's friendly, no harm. And literally, you need to leave. Of course, it's a Karen who doesn't need to leave. The vet comes out and says, hey, take your dog out of here. And she's like, oh, it's only going to take a minute. She lets go of her leash to go into her purse with both hands. The little frou-frou yippy dog jumped on my buddy, and that was the end of the dog. Because the moment that dog made contact with my buddy's leg, the dog turned around and bit its head off. And when I say bit its head off, I do quite literally mean grabbed its entire head in its mouth, grabbed, shook. The lady starts screaming. The vet is like, what the fuck did I tell you? The sign on the door says closed. You were told to get out. Well, I can't believe he's vicious animals. And of course, the police are there. The police are there, and the vet's explaining it, the person's explaining it, and they're like, that's what, yeah, they just do what attack dogs are supposed to do. Now, as I said, if you have a dog that bites you even one time, one bite is too many bites. What you do with that is up to you. If it's a family household pet and it bites, it's your call whether or not. Now, when I say it bites, one bite's too many bites, you need to know the whole story. If the kids are pissing it off, if they're pulling on its tail, the dog still shouldn't bite, but depending on what training you've put the dog through. What training method do you recommend for working dogs? I recommend professional training for working dogs, for the liability on your insurance. I understand that for service dogs and, yeah, a real bite, not a nip. I understand that for service dogs, you can train your own service dog. I understand for emotional support dogs, you can train your own emotional support dogs. I understand the vaguely that they have to go and pass a test, like a good ambassador test. You have to prove that they can be emotional support dogs. You have to prove that they can be service dogs. You can, if you are a dog trainer, train an attack dog. I would not do that. If you're somewhere where you need attack dogs, you need to go to a professional trainer, because you go to the training with your dog. You go to school with your dog. You take the dog to class, because the trainer is teaching you as much as the trainer is teaching the dog. Because people got to realize, when you have these giant ass dogs, if you're having a dog for the purpose of protection, there's no dicking around with the dog. It's a working dog. It works all the time. It's always working. It always has the same rules. It's not like a human. It doesn't understand. So it doesn't understand. I'm at work right now, or I'm at home right now. Doesn't mean those dogs can't be lovable. It doesn't mean those dogs can't be friendly. It doesn't mean those dogs aren't loyal. It doesn't mean they're not your friend. It's not that if I was sitting here and I had one of the idiots here, that doesn't mean he wouldn't come up and set his head on my lap, or his sister would be on the other side of me. They're both their heads on my lap. But, they're gentle with you. They're just going to tear anybody a new asshole if that's their job. Way to put down a dog that bit my wife. He was just over a year old and getting worse with age. Yeah, you made the decision that one bite was too many, or however many bites you got to was too many. And guess what? Like Carthos says, if the dog is biting you, they twist their head and tear. If it's leaving teeth marks, that's a nip. I would say it's a nip if they release immediately. If I ever see you with a dog and a puppy, and you're letting the puppy chew on you, I'm a bop you on the nose with the rolled up newspaper, right? I'm gonna bop you on the nose, period. You know, the law here essentially says we have to accommodate anyone at our hotel that says their dog is a service dog, and we can't ask for proof, and we can't discriminate on which rooms they're given. What state? Actually, hold on. Apparently you can't, for employment you can. Wow. To determine if an animal is a service animal, you may ask two questions. Is this dog a service animal required because of a disability? What work or task has the dog been trained to perform? You may not ask these questions if the need for a service animal is obvious. You may not... Examples include when a dog is guiding an individual who is blind or is pulling a person's wheelchair. Under the ADA, it is training that distinguishes a service animal from other animals. Some service animals may be professionally trained, others may be trained by their owners. However, the task that the service animal is trained to do must be directly related to the owner's disability. The handler is responsible for the care and supervision of his service animal. If a service animal behaves in an unacceptable way and the person with the disability does not control the animal, a business or other entity has the right to ask for the dog to be removed. A business also has the right to deny access to a dog that disrupts their business or poses a direct threat to the health and safety of others. For example, if a service dog barks repeatedly or growls at customers, it could be asked to leave. Service animals in training are not specifically addressed by the ADA. However, some state laws may afford service animals in training the same protections as service animals that have completed their training. Wow. That I did not know that. Yeah, service dog is not the same as an ESA. That is true. But apparently, you know, you can't even ask the person if their dog is a dog. That's changed. That's changed in recent years. Yeah, service animals are not the same as emotional support animals. However, according to that, what I just read you, and that was straight from the National Network for Information Guidance and Training on the ADA, you can't ask. You may not require proof that the animal has been certified, trained, or licensed as a service animal. So, wow. Yeah, but Karthos, the problem is, ready? Is that an emotional support animal? No, it's a service dog. Can I see the proof? No. I saw somebody say about the, where are you? Recommend checking up on Mike Ritland. He trains retired military service dogs so they can be adopted to civilian households. Yeah. The other one, if you're looking for a good dog, good loyal dog, is adopt greyhounds. As long as you don't have any small pets, other small pets or children, adopt greyhounds that have been released from greyhound racing. Is this going to be released by the end of 22? You are being way too hopeful. The game won't even be in beta by the end of 2022. Game won't even be in beta by the end of 2022. Greyhounds are great. My girlfriend's mom has one. He's a lovable doofus. Oh, I love greyhounds. Greyhounds are amazing. They're so stupid. Especially former racetrack greyhounds. They're so fucking stupid. I love them to kibbles and bits, man. I love them to kibbles and bits, but when you see them having a nightmare and they fucking start running on the floor. Do I think wolf dogs are good at guard attack dogs? Fuck no. Fuck no. Any animal that is part wolf has already got a fucking screw loose to start. Period. Period. I had a 1/4 wolf, 3/4 husky, and it bit me, and it was my own fault. So there's no federal license for a support. Yeah, support animal. Support animals are protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act. Absolutely. Teach all dogs are part wolf. I get you. Yeah. Okay, so technically, you got me. Technically, all dogs are part wolf, because domestic dogs are just multi-generational, fucking going back in their ancestry. They come from the larger canine ancestor. Yes, you are correct. I'm talking about when your German Shepherd is romping in the woods and has sex with a wolf and comes back pregnant. Or your male dog goes out in the woods, finds a lone female wolf, and then brings her home and she has puppies. So, in the same way, all people are part monkey, but I wouldn't hire a chimp to do my taxes. That's right. Is Ashes 101 ADA compliant? Yes, it is. Ashes 101 is ADA compliant. So, I wish we had a housebroken bears instead of dogs. I would love to be cuddling a bear right now. Oh, could you imagine doing yard cleanup if we had domesticated bears? Fucking bear. This is my emotional support bear. Go to fucking Disney World. Hey, Winnie. Yeah, here's my emotional support bear. My support animal. I like how everyone emphasizes the wolf part, but never the coyote. Lots of studies show tons of wolves with coyote DNA and vice versa. That is true. We had coyotes. So for those of you that aren't familiar, I tell my story all the time, but if I go like this, right, and I look out my window, I am less than 200 yards from wilderness. And I mean wilderness. Like, quite seriously, right? This is my neighborhood in a nutshell. So, this is my street. Here's my house. Here's the house across the street. And from... No, it's not. Here's the house across the street. And from this window, 200 yards away, is a river and forest. All right? So, a couple of years ago when we moved in... doxing myself? Yeah, good luck with that. When we moved in, we would see coyotes. At first a couple, and then a whole family of coyotes. And I tell people when they move in, like, we have hawks, big giant ass hawks. They don't care. The new people moved in, they had a small dog. They had their dog tied to a leash, and I said, don't do that around here. You have a backyard, leave your dog alone, and make sure you put a lot of things your dog can run into. They said, why? I said, the hawks are gonna swoop down and just take that dog. And they're like, yeah, right, whatever. And I'm like, all right, man, whatever. Fuck me, I'm the asshole. So I walked home. 2 days later, the people were posting on Facebook, I can't believe that a hawk swooped down and killed our dog. Somebody responded, didn't I see Jay telling you about the hawks that swooped down? They're so comfortable. If your dog is out, they'll literally perch on your fence and just stare at your dog, looking at you at the back window, be like, go in, I'm gonna eat your dog. I dare you to walk away. I'm gonna eat your dog. So then we got coyotes on the river. Well, last season, I put out the warning for people. I said, hey, everybody new in the neighborhood, all you people that have your dogs out on a leash, first of all, that's very inhumane. Please don't do that. Second of all, now is not the season to be putting your dog outside on a leash. If you don't have a fence, and even if you do, let your dog out, pay attention, bring your dog in. Coyote mating season isn't that long. And I look around because we got assholes that'll put down fucking traps, and nothing will set me off faster than fucking coyote traps. And so I'm out there, and I'm, seeing some movement. I'm like, oh, there they are. So I'm gonna back off slowly. I'm gonna back off slowly. Don't want to make any sudden movements. Don't want to turn my back to them. I'm just gonna walk backwards and get the hell away. And then they started walking towards me, and I was like, oh, fuck my life. Those aren't coyotes. Those are wolves. So I retreated faster than the French army, and I called the local game warden, and I said, hey, there's wolves. He's like, where are they? I was like, they're in this patch of this river. He's like, okay, we're on our way because we're trying to find them. We fucking lost them. I was like, what do you mean you lost them? He's like, no, we found them. We found out about them, and they lost us because he can't get back there really too well on foot. There's two splits in the river, and so they were like, yeah, okay. So yeah, there's coyotes down there. We had a bear. So the bear had to be put down because the bear was being problematic. But yeah, we have wolves and a bear and coyotes now. We have hundreds of acres of like wetland, and so they just find a place to live. But I will say this, 15 years ago when I lived here, this town had a major feral cat problem. I haven't seen a feral cat in a long time. Fucking dinner. Our neighbors have a small 10-pound dog, and apparently the wife was letting it out in the backyard one night, and an owl swooped down on it. I bet that dog didn't go out after dark ever again. Have you ever seen an owl, like, a big fucker. Like people think owls are like cute. They're like, people think owls are like Hedwig. They're not. The big ass bastards are like this big. You're like, I think you're gonna win in a fight. I'm not fighting you. It's like, I'm not fighting you because even if I win, I'm probably gonna be blind and missing some eyes. Also, we have coal mines around here. The people around here get scared shitless when the bats come out. Like, oh my God, the bats will come out and it'll scare the new people. Like, you'll hear them and the neighborhood is lit up enough that they don't want to come in here. And people are always like, what do we do about the bats? And I was like, you leave them the fuck alone. They eat all the mosquitoes. They roam down the river every night and they clean up the mosquito population. Speaking of pets, are there planned non-combat pets for Ashes? Yes. Every month when we have that little thing, now presenting this fucking thing, that little thing up there at the top, that's a non-combat pet. It'll follow you around. You can summon him starting from level 1. What state do I live in? The state of aggression and confusion, but Southern Illinois. Bat jerky is good too. Don't you know that's how COVID started? Yeah, the fact that they're damn near the size of a bar stool is scary enough. Yeah, right? Like, people don't understand. Is there a buy-in right now? Yes or no? Yes, there is a buy-in. And if you're going to buy in and you're new to Ashes of Creation, sign up with my referral link first. Even if you don't buy in today, it still pays for all the music on this channel. With that said, right now there's a buy-in, but right now we're not doing any testing. So, keep that in mind. We are currently in between testing phases. Eventually we'll get back to testing, but we want Intrepid to take their time, and get combat figured out. I'm the mayor of Kaskaskia, the former Illinois state capital. That's right. That's right. I'm looking for the picture. Is this the one? Why do they make that so small? Yeah. Make that one. I make that one way too small. Anyway, I am going to be right back, and then let's try to circle it back to Ashes instead of bats and wolves. Be right back. Imagine a bat wolf mount. Imagine a spider mount. Like, let's just say it outright. Imagine a spider mount. Like, there are people who say, I'm deathly afraid of spiders. And I say, okay, no problem. But there is a spider mount. Not yet. There hasn't been a spider mount yet, to my knowledge. There hasn't been a spider mount. If there has, I missed it, and I'm very upset. I want a Vec mount. How's a Vec gonna carry you? A Vec is like literally the smallest. The Vec is like the smallest character. How's he gonna carry you? The only way a Vec is gonna carry you is if you're another Vec. right? That's it. There has been a hellhound pet. Yes. There has been a hellhound pet. Was very cool. So you are planning to main a cleric. Are you wanting to use a battle pet? And if so, what kind of functions would you want the battle pet to perform for you? So, if I main cleric, then what I want is I want a bear or a wolf or something that can get aggro. I want a pet that can hold aggro for me, so that while I'm busy, because I want to be able to get into I want to be able to get into a position where I can range attack the mob, and then when it turns around to run towards me, the pet will chase it, get aggro, I back up, I heal the pet, and then I hit the mob again. So that is the ultimate goal. I want a carriage pulled by ghost horses. We've had something close to that. We've had something very, very close to that. We've had a carriage pulled by creepy undead looking horses. Yeah. Desktop. That's not desktop, that's downloads. Nope, that's still the wrong folder. Yeah, there you go. That was a caravan. So that was pretty cool looking. I own that. It's not an NFT though, so you can own it too. So, and this one. I forgot about this one. This one was pretty cool too. So, they've gone to the same well a couple of times. So, I want them to add a litter into the game that 4 players have to carry you on. Yeah. Love the purple and black. Yeah, I love that one. Is there one more really good one? I thought there was one more. Oh, Karthos, I saw you making fun of the caravan from PAX the one year. I want to let you know I own that caravan. I don't care what any of you say. I have the best caravan ever. The best caravan ever to come out of the art department. I am going to make them deliver this caravan to me. So, no, you cannot get any of the ones that I show you. You cannot get because they were one and done. Yeah, look at that. I am one of the few people that own that caravan. No, you can't get any of them. Any that I show you are old. If you purchase a pre-order pack, what is the cost to get the next pack as a cosmetic add-on? So, real quick, that answer is the accessory, the face thing is 5, the little pet is 15, the mounts are 20, and everything else is 25. So the freehold skin, the caravan skins, the full body costume, those are all 25. So, and I know some people think that is expensive, and I agree. You own the PAX one too, just checked your inventory. Awesome. What do you reckon the barge will have the wood on it when they make it? You should stop making fun of it. No, you should definitely make fun of it. Will the barge have the wood on it? No, probably not. That's one of the things I wish Intrepid would do a little bit better. Yeah, but what freehold can that be put on? I know, right? Like, I would love to buy it, but I have no idea what it goes on. These are the things that Intrepid needs to answer. I think that's why Steven doesn't want to do an interview with me, because he's afraid I'm gonna ask. I mean, I'm not going to. Like, I'm not gonna play Stump a Chump. He's probably mad at me. Jay makes fun of us. I'm not gonna do an interview with him. Like, yeah, I understand. I wouldn't do an interview with me either. Jay's an asshole. Can you put your freehold on water? No. Your freehold must be on land. You also cannot have a dock at your freehold. Did you know all of the music you hear is on Spotify? You can go here and listen to everything that PGN produces. That is correct. Also, need you all to do me a favor. Click on that link, the PGN Music channel on YouTube. I don't care if you ever listen to a single thing on it. Just go subscribe. I'm losing hundreds of dollars a month because I'm not monetized. So, go subscribe to that channel so that we can get that channel monetized. Are there cosmetics for the flying mounts? No. There are not cosmetics for the flying mount. There are cosmetics for the tier 2 mounts that can go on a tier 3 mount. But Steven has said they won't sell tier 3 skins because less than 20 people will ever have one and they will be temporary. Back in the day, Aeon released this crazy version 3.0 trailer that they never even came close to achieving. Yeah, because that's the problem is they make proof of concept trailers before they know if they can actually do what they say they can do. I am an old school marketeer. And when I'm an old school marketeer, I believe the process goes like this. You think it, you build it, and once you're building it, you market it. The problem is somewhere along the line, marketeers did this. I think it, I market it, I hope I can build it. You guys know that I'm also against, I'm against MMORPGs being on Kickstarter anymore. I do not believe that MMORPGs should be allowed on Kickstarter. I think MMORPGs are too ambitious of a product. I think they're too ambitious of a project. I think that MMORPGs should not be allowed to go onto Kickstarter until they have a playable demo. I think once you have a playable demo, you can kind of sort of not exactly go on Kickstarter because you literally are showing what you can do and what you can't do. Why would you market what you're not 100% positive you're able to make? Money. Because remember, and I teach a lot of business concepts to people. Obviously, you've been on my channel long enough. I am not shitting on your dream. I am not shitting on your hustle. I am probably the greatest person to ever have in your corner when you have a dream or you have a hustle. And the reason why is I am going to tell you out the box, right? I am going to tell you all the flaws you have. If you can shut me up and beat me, then your hustle, your dream, your whatever is more likely to come to reality than if you ignore things that I say. Because at the end of the day, I don't care if you're successful. I don't care if you're good. I don't care if you're bad. I don't care if you're successful. I don't care about any of that. Even if you're paying me. See, I will outright be honest with you. Oh, damn, you got me. My foot's off the thing. I will outright honestly tell you from the very word go. I don't care if you're paying me. You pay me a salary, you pay my consulting fee. I don't get residual on the back end. So I honestly don't give a shit if your company makes money or not. You hire me as a consultant, if I'm not getting percentage, I'm going to give you the very best advice I can ever give you. Because the only way you're useful to me after that is that either you recommend me to other people so that they can make money, or you come back to me because you also know I'm a CPI guy. I am not the type of person that's going to give you bad advice. I'm going to give you advice. I'm going to give you the pros. I'm going to give you the cons. I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to lay it all out. If you follow the advice, you will more than likely be successful. If you don't follow the advice, you may still be successful. It's just that way. I don't think that you should be marketing a product you're not 100% sure you can deliver. Because you always want to underpromise and overdeliver. You never want to overpromise and underdeliver. The other problem is this. When it's your money on the line, when it is Steven has his money on the line. Now, I know people are going to say, a lot of people backed in Kickstarter, a lot of people did summer backer, a lot of people bought web packs, a lot of people shut the fuck up. Okay? All of that combined amounts to maybe 12, maybe 15, maybe $18 million. Steven's putting in 45. Steven's 2.5 times your kick. And when I say your kick, I mean the collective you, the collective us. Steven's kick is 2.5 times our entire kick. Your kick is pennies on his kick. Steven is internally and externally motivated to be successful on Ashes of Creation, because if he's not, he opened up the window and threw out $45 million. It's a lot of money. A lot of money to throw out. When Caspian at Soulbound Studios was making Chronicles of Illyria, he lied, he misconstrued things, he laughed at his backers. No, Kickstarter in summer wasn't shy of 13. Kickstarter in summer was shy of 3.5. Kickstarter was 3.1 and summer backer was nowhere near, I think it was, I'd have to re-pull the numbers, but it wasn't even 400,000. Is Caspian going to be the first successful lawsuit against the Kickstarter? No. What did he do? What did he do that's illegal? Why are people suing Soulbound Studios? Ready? Here, I'm gonna show you a quick breakdown. Here's Exola. Oh, wait, hold on. We gotta... Here's you. Here's Exola. Here's Soulbound Studios. Here's Intrepid Studios. Here's Dynamite Studios. Here's everybody else that uses Exola. Twitch. There's things with Twitch that... Thanks, Vi Guy. So there's all these other companies. And then here's Soulbound Studios. And here's their wallet, right? Here's their wallet. And in their wallet is a big 0 in 0. They have no money. Meanwhile, here's Exola, and Intrepid Studios uses Exola. Dynamite Studios uses Exola. Here's all the places that use Exola, and they are all bringing money in, right? Now here's the problem. You give money... Let's use a different color. You gave money to Exola. Exola gave your money to Soulbound Studios, and Soulbound Studios gave you a product, right? Gave you a product. Now, you and your collective 5,000 friends launch a lawsuit against Soulbound Studios and Exola. Because you asked Exola for a refund, and Exola says, this is Soulbound Studios' account over here. It's got $0 in it. You asked Exola for a refund, and Exola said, we've got no money in the Soulbound Studios account to give you money. So Exola contacts Soulbound and says, we have a refund request, and Caspian says the wallet's empty. Well, now people are suing Exola because Exola has no money in the Soulbound Studios account, but they do have money coming in from every other project. The problem is why the fuck are you suing? Why the fuck are you suing a company that has no money? What's the point? Didn't he promise during the Kickstarter that the game was funded? No, he never said that. He never said that at all. Steven said that for Ashes of Creation. Caspian never said that. So the problem becomes, why are you suing a broke company? Jay, I'm suing the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated for $500 million. Good fucking luck. Good luck. Why? We've got about $4 grand. Good luck suing me for $500 million. You're gonna get exactly $4 grand. Well, Steven's company is set up properly. Intrepid Studios is set up properly. You want to sue Steven? Steven will be like, well, fuck, good job. Do you think Steven took a check for $45 million and threw it in Intrepid Studios' bank account? Fuck no, he didn't. Because that's fucking dumb as hell. That's dumb. You don't put all the money into... You write loan after loan after loan after loan, and you prioritize. So every time Steven has to loan money to Intrepid Studios, he writes loan paperwork, right? I don't care. I'm getting my $1,000 back, and this class action lawsuit will get it from me. It totally won't send me a check for $7. Right. Class action lawsuits, ladies and gentlemen, will never, ever, ever give you all your money back. Because even if there is any money to recover, the lawyer is going to take 40%. Now, some people say, well, Soulbound Studios was selling land up to the day before they closed. And what? I need people to understand a very simple concept. I don't care how angry you are about something. I don't care how angry you are. You being pissed off and the other guy doing something illegal are two totally different things. I got $40 back on a class action lawsuit for box stores fixing the price of bread. I felt like I won. I would venture a guess that you probably lost way more than $40 on the fixed bread prices over the years that you bought bread. The thing is this. If you're running your company right, you're trying to make a profit. Soulbound Studios realized they couldn't do what they needed to do. They were dealing with Improbable Spatial OS, which was a huge cost. They realized we're fucked. But all these people are like, we're going to sue Xsolla. We're going to sue Soulbound Studios. I will almost guarantee you, here's what's going to happen to that class action lawsuit. What's going to happen to that class action lawsuit is because right now, the lawsuit against Soulbound Studios in California is dismissed because California doesn't have the jurisdiction over Soulbound Studios because Soulbound Studios is a Washington-based business entity. So what's going to happen is California... The case will be transferred to Washington after the conclusion of the Xsolla piece. I imagine Xsolla is simply going to say to the judge, Your Honor, as a business entity, we have other money, but our lines of accounting for this particular project, we don't have any money. The 3M lawsuit is different. 3M admitted, so yes, you will see your money for that. 3M has already given the government the money and all these law firms are going to take their cut, but 3M's on the hook to pay for your hearing. Unfortunately, I don't get that because I didn't use that particular hearing brand. But no, when you sue a company that has no money, what the fuck's the point? Like, that's why a lot of companies operate broke. Now, interestingly enough, here's where Soulbound Studios fucked up. You guys will know, and you'll notice, and you'll see when I talk about giving away gift cards, I always tell you I'm giving you a gift card out of my pocket, not the company money. Every time I give away something, I say I'm giving it to you out of my pocket, not the company. The reason why is I separate my finances from the corporation's finances. I don't want to give away money from the company because I don't want to have to get your tax information. I don't want to have to dick around with what it takes to do marketing expenses, right? So, with that said, if you sue the company, you can't get to my money. That's why I have a C corporation set up. Intrepid Studios is a C corporation. It's an incorporation. It has issued shares of stock. And Caspian fucked up because in a number of places, and I still have it, in a number of places, Caspian said the funding for Chronicles of Illyria comes from Kickstarter as well as my own personal wealth and his other company's income. That's called piercing the corporate veil. And that's something that you never do. At Business School 101, never ever pierce the corporate veil. The reason why you set up a limited liability company is to limit your liability. Which means if I go out to lunch, I don't ever pull out the company credit card to buy myself lunch. That's commingling. Yes, it's piercing the corporate veil. If I take you out to lunch and we're talking about something like I take Zetrix out to lunch because we're talking about the website. I will ask them to split the check, and I will say, give both to me. For Zetrix's meal, I will use my company credit card. And for my meal, I will use my personal credit card. And then I will bring Zetrix's meal ticket back to the company, and I will attach both receipts to it, and I will say, this one was my meal as paid for by my credit card. This meal is for Zetrix, and it's a business expense. It's a write-off because it's a business expense. However, comma, if I take Zetrix out and all we do is talk about Final Fantasy and we never talk about the website at all, I might buy him lunch out of my pocket, but I don't try to use the company's expenses for it. A lot of people get caught up with buying their own food as a corporate write-off. You cannot buy your own meal. Now, there are ways to do it, and I'm not going to teach you them, because if you learn them and you fuck them up, then you're going to get audited and then you're going to blame me. So I'm not going to teach you how to do them, but there are ways to do it. Talk to your accountant. How is Soulbound Studios financing their current development? Caspian put out a director's letter last week outlining milestones and saying a late 2024 launch for COE. He's not. But what he's doing is Magisto, here's what he's doing and exactly what I said he was going to do. And he's playing the business card exactly. He's playing the hand exactly how I said he would. He ran out of money. People didn't want to give him any more money. He wanted to quit. People didn't want him to quit. People sued him. So he's now got milestones laid out for 2 years. He will get the shittiest launch candidate ever. He will get the shittiest launch candidate build ever put together. He will launch it. He will say, I launched the game. I wash my hands of this shit. I wash my hands of all the liability. This reminds me of my time I got my unit maxed his government travel card at a strip club. Yeah, I've seen that a couple of times. People always miss the line that you're not allowed to frequent places with your government travel card whose primary purpose is to serve alcohol. But, you know, I've also seen the people who drive the government vehicle to the strip club and can't do that either. Can't use your government vehicle to frequent places whose primary purpose is to serve alcohol. Can't take your government vehicle places that you're not supposed to. That they're going to call you a bad monkey. A naughty monkey. They're going to call you a naughty monkey. With that said, Caspian is going to end up getting sued and losing his ass. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to deliver. Remember, and I know people don't like what he did. People are like, oh, they made $1 million and now they're suddenly broke. Well, yeah, because remember, they had 2 outstanding $500,000 loans. I also want to remind you guys, ready? And this is big in business, right? This is big in business. This is me. This is the business. And this is me as director running the business. I am a human being and I have rights and privileges. My business is an entity, a legal entity in the eyes of the law, and it has rights and privileges. If I have a loan here to my business, loan from Jay, right? Even though I'm loaning money to my own business, I have loaned money to a business. It happens to be my business. I happen to be the sole shareholder. I happen to be all these things. But at the end of the day, this loan is legal. So let's just do this. Let's do this. Let's clean it up a little bit so people can understand business practicality a little bit. Loan 7 Jan, $500. Loan 8 Jan, $500. Loan 9 Jan, $500. So what I'm doing is the business has a $500 a day burn rate for some problem or whatever, and instead of I'm giving the company $500 a day on structured loans. Now, I decide to go out and get other investors. So loan 10 Jan, Karthos, $250. Loan 10 Jan, Zetrix, $250. They decide to loan the company money for whatever fucking reason. The problem is if the company goes bankrupt, right? If the company goes bankrupt, then I go into bankruptcy court, right? And Karthos and Zetrix are like, well, I want my money back. And I'm like, I understand you want your money back. I want my money back too. If I've structured these loans right, bankruptcy court seizes control of all my assets. And we get a Twitch payment in for $700. And so what it's going to say is it will pay out this $500 back to my pocket. Now Zetrix and Karthos are like, well, what the fuck? What about my money? And the bankruptcy court is going to say your money is 4th and 5th in line. So then they're going to say we're going to make a partial payment of $200. This is why you structure your business this way. This is why you write loan paperwork, even if you are as a person are loaning money to your business. Because if shit goes tits up, you need to make sure. Now, if you didn't have all these loans enumerated and you had these 2 loans enumerated, then bankruptcy court is going to pay those 2 loans first. And they're going to say, there's loan paperwork in your financial department that says you have these outstanding loans, but I gave my company money. Where's the paperwork? Remember, you wouldn't reach into somebody else's wallet and take out their credit card. Don't reach into your business's wallet and take out their credit card. Treat your business like your business. These are simple facts. Like I'm currently helping a person because they have completely fucked up all of their income. And I've told them, you need to go get an accountant. And they're like, I can't afford one. And I'm like, okay, every time we talk, I'm starting every conversation with, I am not a tax expert. I am an economics teacher. And Karthos and Zetrix get the rights to some music, which bankruptcy court estimates the value to be. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. They only get, investors only get the rights to assets if there's no way in a reasonable 2-year period of time, the income from the company won't get itself out of bankruptcy. Also remember, sometimes you file bankruptcy in order to shed bad debt, but no, they don't get access to, assets. Because otherwise what I would do then in that case is I would just default on my 500, pay off my outstanding debts, which is also why, yeah, if he can't ever pay you back, you might get assets. Exactly. Can you afford not to hire an accountant? Yeah, Grumpy. It's like, Grumpy, oh man, people get all mad at me every single time I teach new content creators. I say the very first thing is, do you have $1,000 to pay your accountant? And do you have $1,000 on hand to pay your accountant and your lawyer? And they're like, why do I need an accountant and a lawyer? And I was like, why don't you need an accountant and a lawyer? And they're like, I don't understand. I was like, that's why you need the accountant and the lawyer. You need to make, like, you got to make sure, even a C corporation, which is pretty simple, you need to make sure that you're not turning it into a holding company. Like, somebody came to me with the brilliant fucking advice that I should sell my house to my corporation and then charge myself rent. And I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? They're like, you should sell your house to your corporation. I said, well, first of all, my corporation would need to be able to pay for my house. Like, my corporation would have to have enough income. I can't get enough income to buy this house. Second of all, so the C Corp pays the tax on it. Yeah, except I don't pay taxes, which is why I'm like, so I don't pay property tax. So why would I want to give the house to an entity that would suddenly have to start paying why would I want to generate $5,000 more of debt a year out of nothingness? But I can have a good contract on my loan to Jay saying if your company goes bankrupt on priority payback. Zetrix, do you think any human being on the planet who knows what they're doing doesn't make all of their payments to their own company as priority payback? That's why I did them in date order. Because a good person is gonna, yeah, sure, your stuff's priority payback. Absolutely. 100%. Your stuff is absolutely listed as priority payback. It's just listed after my 7 loan priority, my 8 loan priority, and my 9 loan priority that are money from myself. Never believe when somebody says you're a priority payback. Never ever, then ask them to see their financials to make sure they don't have a bunch of other priority paybacks. It's like I told you guys, I was thinking about buying a sushi place. I already talked to a bunch of people, already had the workers for it. I was going to buy the sushi place from the guy. I was going to rip out the bar. I was going to not carry a liquor license. I was going to put a cheesecake bar where the bar is. So I was going to take out the bar. I was going to have cheesecake freezers. I already know a person that can that could make me cheesecake cups every day. I would just have cheesecake cups to go, right? And then sushi. The owner decided to get all fucking, I don't know what he's doing now, but because I don't have the cash to do it outright. So I was going to have to structure a loan. So I was talking, like, are we going to do this? And now he's auctioning off everything. And I'm like, dude's panicking. What he is he's panicking. He's afraid that he's going to end up upside down. And I'm like, okay, well, you had to get, like, what he didn't like was he wasn't going to make any money. I think that was the deal. What was going to happen is I was going to step in and take over all of the payments on everything. And so it's a way to shed yourself of liability, but you don't make any profit. So you've paid 9 of 24 months on the kitchen equipment. And you would never do it over 24 months. I'm just doing that for a nice, easy example. You've paid 9 of 24 months on the kitchen equipment. So now I just pick up the loan in month 10. Well, you don't get anything back on your 9 months. That's the inherent risk of business. Remember, I tell you guys all the time, small businesses, 20% fail within the first year, 50% fail by year 5, and only 20% of small businesses are still in business in 10 years. It's because so many people think they have, the answer, and they never want to be told you don't. Like, one of the bars that we owned, it absolutely just got hammered by COVID because of the layout of the bar, right? The layout of the bar. They couldn't even do the spacing that the state of Illinois wanted to open. So the restaurant side of it, there was no way to keep, like, it was a loss to open at half capacity, because it was a bar and grill. It wasn't like a very successful restaurant. It was there for karaoke, literally 7 days a week karaoke. It closed, but we made money on it for years and years and years and years and years. So it closed. It's not a big deal. I shed myself of a business I'm not interested in. Guy bought the place. We made money on the sale because we owned everything. And the guy's done a really good job of converting it. I don't know why the fuck anybody would want to get into a bar or grill setup, but took out all the karaoke stuff, ended up adding in a bunch of extra space, has a plan, not done yet, but has a plan to change out a lot of stuff. I'm like, maybe he makes it, maybe he doesn't. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't get involved in a bar right now. Omicron's just the next variant we haven't, fucking solved. But yeah, businesses, make sure you really think about your business. I told you guys about a buddy opened up a new business, and he happened to open up his new business in February of 2019. Opened up his business February of 2020. I said to him right when he was about to go hot with it, I said, look, you're only $10,000 invested. Most of that isn't, you're not going to lose most of that. I said, I don't think you should open up a business. This COVID thing looks like it's pretty fucking serious. Remember, we were all looking at the John Hopkins map every day. I was like, man, I don't think you should pull the trigger on the other 50,000. He's like, no, man, it's my lifelong dream. Okay. He pulls the trigger on the 50,000, 60,000 into a small business, made it less than 9 months, and was just hemorrhaging money. Small businesses fail all the time. You don't want to open a small business. You don't want to open a restaurant. You don't want to open a restaurant in the middle of a pandemic. Just saying. Referring to the mount discussion earlier, you want a 4-legged Tulnar mount. But the trick would be to have a 5-legged Tulnar mount. You know what I'm talking about. I'm going to walk out of the room. I'm going to be right back. Alrighty. I genuinely laughed at five-legged Tallnar mount. Yeah, that's right. You don't get to say that and walk out. No, I do. I do. Petition to remove all Tallnar ERPers from the game. All right, so I don't think that we need to remove all the Tallnar ERPers from the game. I think what we need to do is we need to remove the Tallnar ability to be cat boys and cat girls. I truly believe that Steven has made a giant mistake. I don't think he understands the level of perversion that is, the community. And I think that really, I think where we need to get to is right here. And I think furry Tallnar, no, but insect Tallnar, okay. I think insect Tallnar would be a selling point. We need cat boys? No, we don't. We don't need cat boys. We don't need cat girls. Am I serious? Yes, I am. I am serious. Let me live my life as a cat girl Tallnar. No, fucking dirty perverts. I think Tallnar should have to always, at all times, their default skin should be neck to wrist to feet clothing. So I think that their underwear, I think that their underwear, their undergarments should literally be ankle to wrist to neck black. Period. No bows, no nothing. Their undergarments should be jammies. The fact that there's a certain people who openly fetishize Tallnar in the channel is allowed, but I can't call someone a dumbass for saying that Madagascar is in South America. That is, that is why, I get yelled at a lot for the way I talk to people on the Discord. I want everybody to know I do get corrected. I do get complaints filed about me, and I do get corrected. There are some people on that Ashes of Creation Discord that, we need to fucking crank start their brain. Once upon a time, I had zero faith in humanity. Then I discovered furries, and ever since then, my faith in humanity has been in crippling debt. No. That ain't right, man. That ain't right. That ain't cool. That's not fair. That ain't good. That ain't right. That's discrimination. That's being a bigot. Okay? That's being a bigot. That's just being wrong. I have no problem fundamentally with the idea of people being furries. If that's your kink, man, that's your kink. I got no problem, because I can't be an advocate of equality. Hold on. I don't give a shit about the sexual furry community either. I don't care. You can't be discriminatory. You can't be discriminatory. So it works like this. Ready? It works like this. I go to the bar. I see a girl. She's got some cat ears on. And she's in her late 20s. That's kind of doing it for me. We go home, we go to her place. She takes off her clothes. She's got a full kitty bodysuit on. All right. She's got a tail. Even better. I look over, she's got a litter box. Little strange. I say, "Where's your cat?" "I don't have a cat." I'm the fuck out. Okay. You see, so there's like a scale. There's like a scale in a where you get to. Now, I don't have a problem with furries. I don't have a problem with furries. If they want to be furries, they can be fucking furries, right? The problem is, I'm tired of fucking furries being like everybody else that wants to treat their sexual fetish like, that I have to respect it. If I can't walk around talking about being, a heterosexual male, right? Then I don't want to hear about anybody's. Keep your kinks to yourself. Because it's not polite society. Yeah, I don't want to hear about people's heterosexual vanilla exploits either. Why am I a bigot for not wanting to hear about... No, you're not a bigot for not wanting to hear about their fur fetish. You're a bigot if you think that they shouldn't have the fur fetish. That I was addressing Paladin, not you. I don't think we should hear about anybody's sexual exploits. Shouldn't hear about anybody's. Keep it to yourself. But I 100% agree with what Karthos is saying, because there are people on the Ashes of Creation Discord that I'm pretty certain at any given time are straight jerking it while they're posting borderline porn. And I'm not allowed to be... Oh, I got you. I'm not allowed to be offended by the bullshit that they're posting. And I've brought it up, and the moderators have said, well, there's nothing wrong with it, so there's nothing I can do. And I said, but it offends me. Hey, stop it. I said, but it's borderline pornographic and it offends me. And I've been told, well, there's nothing I can do. I said, well, then you need to stop fucking yelling at me when I tell people I'm going to crank start their fucking head. Well, that's offensive. It's offensive, but you can't do anything about it. I think the Ashes of Creation Discord needs to be brought up to a minimum standard, right? The Ashes of Creation Discord needs to be brought up to a minimum standard. I will stop calling people fucking morons. Even though Karthos and I can sit there and... Karthos and I can consult on whether or not we believe the person is above or below the average intelligence. And these are not opinions. These are expert level evaluations. We are both qualified to make that evaluation of you. But we're not allowed to do that because it might be offensive. But people can post softcore fucking furry porn. Again, I don't give a shit if you're a furry. Keep that shit in your house. I don't care if you're a lesbian. Keep that shit in your house. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're a throuple. I don't care if you like 3 ways. I don't care if you like 2 ways. If you're having sex with 2 people, it's called a threesome. If you're having sex with 1 other person, it's called a twosome. Most of you gentlemen are in here, you understand why your mom calls you handsome. It's really easy. Well, what about your content? You aren't calling people fucking morons, though. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, if those under 18 people have accounts for Ashes, those are minors and they are exposed. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Right? Thank you for that. Is there a rule that says you have to be 18 years or older to be in the AOC channel? No, because they don't have it labeled as not safe for work. Discord's rule is 13. So you can be on Discord at 13. Yet the moderators at Intrepid Studios, some of them don't do anything about the fucking problem where if you give a mouse a cookie, he's gonna want a glass of milk. So they push the line and they push the line, and it's not like it's the whole community doing it. It is a very small section of people doing it. If you fucking chop the nuts off of that small section of the community, the rest of them bleed out and die. Yeah, some of the shit you've seen on the Discord is crazy. Zetrix, there are people who have said there's no point for them to be on the Discord because I've linked the 3 announcement channels into our Discord, so the people get the announcements and they know that I pull all the relevant stuff into the shows. When I say all the time Intrepid Studios isn't doing anything with their community, that's one of the things I'm talking about. I am tired of recommending a game, and when I send people to... You notice? I don't send people to the official Ashes of Creation Discord anymore. I tell people, I will give you a link, but I don't recommend going there. There are some fucked up people on that Discord. And yet, you're not being supportive of the game. You're right, I'm not. Clean up your fucking Discord. Fucking put some bleach into the goddamn community. Clean up that fucking gene pool with some bleach, baby. I think the biggest mistake is that we started to protect some narcissist feelings and become vulnerable to their power plays. 100% agree. Someone was banned for posting a picture of a thumb that resembled a penis, but just the other day there was some anime furry patrol that was showing literal porn on there. Not a peep from the moderation. Isn't there a felony to show or talk about graphic pornography to children? Yes, it is. I mean, Questions channel gave me some wrong information about the game. Mods are furries. I know. The problem is like I said, there are people on the Ashes of Creation Discord who should be fucking grabbed by the scruff of the neck and told you're not allowed to talk in questions anymore. You're not a fucking allowed to talk in questions. In fact, they should create a role that prevents you from talking in questions. You are banned from that particular channel. You are banned from that particular, because all you do is give fucking obnoxious, confrontational answers, and you're not actually helping the product. Now, people say, well, you do the same thing. You're right, I do, but not in the questions channel. You're absolutely right. I am an abrasive fuck. but not in the questions channel, not in the new player help section. I'm an abrasive fuck a lot of places, but you know, I understand that I am in control of my behavior, and I control my behavior exactly how I want to. I have no problem telling stupid people, you're fucking stupid. You know why? Because Carlos Mencia steals jokes, so I steal his jokes. Carlos Mencia, the fucking teacher put me in the corner and called me a fucking pendejo. Yeah, because the teacher has a degree. The teacher has a degree. The teacher knows who is stupid and who is not stupid. Like today, the person earlier that got banned. I know this is going to sound rude, but well then, fucking don't say any of that shit. I know it's going to sound rude. I tell people all the time, hey, that's fucked up. I don't agree. And like, if you want to be rude, just be rude. I know this is going to sound rude, but this, so don't take it out on me. No, shitbird. Yes, shitbirds. We're going to add a warning before joining the server. Yeah. Just ignore everything Tay says. No, Tay, when you get Tay talking about something other than fucking furry Tulnar porn, Tay is actually very intelligent. He's an amazing tester. Tay is an amazing tester, but then you get Tay around all the other people and you're like, Jesus Christ. I was a teacher. I've answered the same question over and over 100 times, oftentimes multiple times in the same class. That's never bothered me. If you're new, ask away. And then there's just stupid. People have been around a while and refuse to educate themselves. Yeah, Karthos and I both taught the same subject as well. Do you know how fucking boring history is when you're the fucking history teacher and you have a 1x6 prep? 1x6 for people that don't know teaching speak means I teach one section 6 times a day. Okay, I teach American history, and that's all I teach. Now, generally, they don't do this to teachers. Generally, they give you like 2 preps, so you'd have like 2x3. So you'd have 2 preps 3 times a day. It's nice. Civics teachers, you kind of know that you're getting boned because you're a civics teacher. Yeah, oh look, the French had a revolution again. So really, not only did the French have a revolution again, you've taught that shit 5 other times today. By 6th period, I'll tell you why tenured history teachers in high school are usually drunks. Because do you know how boring it is to teach the same lesson plan 6 times a day? They don't do that shit to the math teachers. The math teachers usually have like 3 geometry, 3 algebra. No. But if you'll notice, if you guys look back at some of my streams, I did a 13-hour stream where I answered the same question probably 40 times during the stream, because that's my job. That's my job. That's my job. People in the questions channel that give bad information piss us off. Think about how boring history class the first time through is stupid. And even if you like history, now think about doing that 6 times a day for years. Yes. Also why there's a ton of treaties called the Treaty of Paris. Yeah, because the French were either surrendering or the French were winning. And why are all the treaties signed in Paris? Well, because people aren't going to come to London. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. But no, I think the greatest thing that people can do is when you see new content creators, when you see new content creators, give them some love, man. Give them some love. Give them some motivation. It is a sad state that content creators in the Ashes of Creation community, I'm not talking about myself. I don't give a shit. I'll suffer the slings and arrows. It doesn't bother me. But I think these new content creators try to cut their teeth on Ashes, and they go to the questions channel, they ask some questions, and then people are like, boring. We've talked about this 50 times before. Hey, guess what? I've talked about it 792 times before. I don't tell you to shut the fuck up. If somebody has a new idea, a new spin, just today, you guys saw I did the video on parkour, and then somebody brought up a really great idea that I didn't think of and nobody on the show thought of. What if only rogues and rangers have climbing and parkour, but once they get to the top, they can anchor a rope that the rest of the party can climb up? I was pissed. I was mad as fuck when I saw that comment today. I was like, fuck, I didn't think of that. Great idea. That's a great idea. We didn't think of it. We didn't come up with it on the show. We did a 20-minute segment on parkour. What about fighters? Maybe fighters can pull people up. We did that all the time on Pamp. Yeah, but the point is that nobody said it on the show. That's why you don't tell somebody who's new, shut up, we talk about this all the time. If you don't want to listen to somebody who has an idea, then shut the fuck up and listen. I had a brilliant idea come out of the mouth of an E1. An E1. They barely make those in the military because most of the time they're E3s because they sign up to do 6 years, right? An E1 came up with an amazing idea. I put the kid in for an award. I put the kid in for a medal. Why? Because it's gonna save us a fuck ton of money. Kid ended up, the medal didn't go through, even though the kid did all the fucking legwork on the idea. Brought me the idea, but didn't just bring me the idea. Brought me the idea on one sheet of paper and then like a bunch of notes in a notebook. And I was like, holy shit. I put the kid in for a medal and they ended up giving the kid a money award, which the kid was happy about. He needed the money more than he needed the medal. And E1 doesn't really understand a medal, the value of the medal. By the time you're done with basic and tech school, you're almost at 6 months anyway. Pop-Tart, they were a Pop-Tart. There's not what's known as a Pop-Tart. They only had a 6-week tech school. To be fair, if you're going to be a content creator on a specific subject, you only hurt yourself for not doing your research before you go public. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. And I tell people all the time, making the first video is not the first step. And content creators are like, I don't want to do any of the research. I don't want to do any of the homework. I just want to do the fun part. Yeah, because the fun part's, you know, what makes you the money, right? I will tell you guys right now, the fun part is not what makes me the money. And the money I don't even make the money. The company makes the money. The fun part of this is not what makes me the money. I don't like Narc's vids. No, I think Narc was a great content creator. Narc was in the right place at the right time when a certain window of opportunity opened, and he became the news recap person. But then Narc fell into the idea, like most content creators do. They fall into this really bad belief that the way you get successful is by doing clickbait bullshit videos, because content creators see your view, their view count. I will guarantee you, I make more money per 1,000 views than most content creators in the content creator community. Not more money per video, but I make more money per 1,000 views because my viewer retention is 80 to 90%. I have watch times of, if the video is 9 minutes, I have people watching 7 minutes and 59 seconds of it. That's a lot. That's where they're like, shit, we're gonna put ads here. The problem with clickbait is you tank your video because you want to have a high viewer count at 10 seconds, 30 seconds, and 60 seconds on your video. If you don't have if more than 50% of your audience is gone by the 60-second mark, you're doing something wrong. So yeah, and the hopium thing. So he was a really good content creator. I don't know the direction he's going. He could be going a really good direction where he's just trying to mad fast grow. And then once he gets that 20,000, 25,000 following, he's going to get settled in on Ashes and then be able to make good content. That's a possibility. The problem is when you get a bunch of people that are like that as your followers, then they expect that. Just like you notice there's a huge difference between Asmongold's channel and Zach Rar's channel. If you've never watched Asmongold stream as Asmongold and then Asmongold stream as Zach, two different shows. Same person, two different shows. Why is the same content creator 40,000 on one and 15,000 on the other? Well, because what's tolerated on his Asmongold show isn't what's tolerated on his Zach show. He also doesn't do money on Zach Rar. It's just for him to have fun doing what he does. That he's a great textbook example of that. Is this a new gameplay video? Yes, this is the Unreal Engine 5 conversion video. So this is the video they put out after they this is the conversion video of the first area. Kind of like PGN and Jahlon on. Yeah, kind of, sort of, but not exactly. I was going to do all my videos on one YouTube, but I realized most people wouldn't care. I love way more because I think Zach's a lot more controlled and not a cesspool. Yeah, I think Asmongold, his community is amazing. I like his Zach community better. I like watching him when he's on his Zach Rar channel instead. At the same time, I would love to have 40,000 viewers. It would, you know, imagine how much I could get done with that kind of income. But I don't want to get to that level because I want the conversations to be meaningful. It's like, I kind of feel like if I'm not banning at least one person a day, then I'm really not adhering to my moderation standards. Like, so are they planning on converting to Unreal Engine 5? Conversion's already done. You go over here to my YouTube channel. No, that's not the right one. If you go over here to my YouTube channel, I did a video on Unreal Engine 5. I talked about the move. I talked about why it's good. So Asmongold gladly has good mods and a clear line on what's acceptable. No. Asmongold has good mods. There is a big gray area what's acceptable. Now, what I will say is when somebody gets stupid on Asmongold's show, he does exactly what I do. He stops the show and there's one person among 40,000 and he says, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like, I respect the shit out of that. That's impressive. But at the same time, he's in a position where he never has to stream again, and his passive residuals will make him money for damn near ever. So yeah, they should be fully moved by the end of next week. Everybody should be working on Unreal Engine 5 by the end of next week. Now, realize it's going to take them a couple of weeks to go back and touch all of the old assets, move all of the old assets into ZBrush for Nanite. So it is going to take them some time to do that. Yeah, that's what I mean. His money, his residuals. And if you're ever going to be a small business owner, or if you're ever going to be self-employed, realize you never spend your first dollar. You put your first dollar into something that's going to make you more money. The first dollar makes the next $2. The next $2, you live on one of those $2, and you long-term invest the other one. I want to remind people that when you have a hustle, you have a business, you only get to live on a very small portion of what you make. So if you make $2,000 a month in your hustle, right? And it takes you $1,700 a month to live, you're failing. You're failing because you're not making enough money. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, it takes me $1,700 to live. I'm making $2,000. You know, and I'm including your taxes in that $1,700. Everything's paid for. And you're like, I have $300 extra. And I say, great. Where's your long-term investment? Where's your money making you money? Because when I say this is how your life should be set up. Your hustle brings you in $1. This $1 goes into something that makes you $2. And from these $2, you live on this dollar, and you long-term invest this dollar for your own pension, your own retirement. You get a hustle, it starts making you some money, you put it into something else that makes you money, and you live off that. I tell people right now all the time with the housing, now is the window of opportunity for housing. If you have any sort of ability to remodel houses, you should not be doing anything other than getting money together, buying houses, flipping them, and renting them. And pay your taxes on it now. Yes, 150 bazillion fucking %. Pay your taxes today. There are ways to pay your taxes today, one of which, I'm not going to go into a bunch of them, but one of which is a Roth IRA account. If you have the choice between putting your money into a traditional IRA or a Roth IRA, you should be maxing out your Roth IRA right now. Because no matter how much money you make on that, you never pay tax on it. Just an idea, but these topics will get a lot of views on YouTube. Dark Paladin, the problem with that, and I do have some videos on that. The problem is I have to be really careful when I do like financial advice, because I gotta make sure, like, nobody wants to hear advice from somebody who has to start the video saying I'm not a financial advice expert. They click off. But if I don't put that disclaimer on there, then I'm fucked. It's just like you'll see lawyers that do TikTok that'll say I'm a lawyer, but you didn't pay me, so I'm not your lawyer. And then here's some advice. But yeah, right now real estate's where it's at. Absolutely. Where I am right now, I don't know why people, like, I don't understand why people are buying the houses at the dollar amount they're buying. I almost want to get my life settled, sell my house, and make $60,000 profit, and then just rent an apartment for my kids to go to school in this town, and move one town over and buy a fucking palace. My house in the next town over is only like 110. My house would sell for 235. Your house went up 34% this year. Not cool. Yeah, that sucks. Let me see if those guys are gonna be on tonight. See if I can answer. My girlfriend's friend just bought a house for 400K. That is probably only worth 250K tops 5 years ago. Yeah, and that's the problem right now. Yeah, I can. The truth of the matter is I wouldn't. You're right normally, what you just said, but I wouldn't do that right now because this bubble is gonna burst on this housing price. So, eventually the house price, well, the big dollar amount for this town is the school district, right? And so eventually they're going to build enough houses that the housing price is going to fall. The housing prices got all jacked up because the military didn't do a lot of moves. So what happened is a lot of people retired here. A lot of people that normally wouldn't retire here ended up getting like an 18-month extension on their orders and then retired here. I want to get the extra 60,000 in equity out of this house on the sale. But yes, normally you're correct. Once you are in one house, you should stay in that house. You've been living on a mortgage anyway. Finish paying off your house, buy the next house, turn it into a rental. You just have to make sure, and obviously this is 50,000 foot advice. You need to sit down with a money expert. You need to make sure that your rental can cover every expense on that house, including, and I don't know how you want to do it, but I do 1/12 vacancy. A lot of people say, wow, that's really aggressive. You're right, it's really aggressive, but usually you only do 1/24 vacancy. What that means is you assume every 24 months, 1 month your property will sit empty that you won't have income in. Again, I'm not teaching how to do rentals here. The people who know rentals are like, I see where he's going with that. The people who aren't, you're going to be like, I don't understand. And I'm like, you're right. It's an indicator to let you know how much you don't know before you get into rentals. Also realize rentals are a pain in the ass and you got to have the right insurance. Also, I don't give a shit about being a nice person or not. Don't You do 1/10 turnover as a killer, yeah, because what he's talking about is 1 out of 10 months he won't have a renter. So I would turn that into basically 2/12, and people are like, 2/12 is 1/6. I know. 1 month for the move out and the flip, and then 1 month to get it rented. So you can do 1/6 if it makes you happy, but it's really 2/12. Mortgage lending assumes 25% vacancy if no history of rental. True. Well, probably true. So as we speak, some shit goes on in the Ashes of Creation Discord. Yeah, it's me, your FBI agent. Yep. I don't see the golden feather getting ready. So I got things to do. I have got many things to do. Tonight I have to go eat chili. My girlfriend and I manage a rental. We are contemplating converting it into an Airbnb and hosting traveling nurses. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get involved in Airbnbs because of the fucked up legality of it. But yeah, I could definitely see other people wanting to do it. So with that said, I'm going to pop over here. I didn't see anything from the Golden Feather that they're live tonight. I'm going to assume that they're not. Yeah, I'm going to assume that they're not live tonight. With that said, let's knock this out. Whoa. So obviously I've got enough power on my PC. I've had Heroes of the Storm open this entire time. Oops. Girlfriend is all for it because our last few tenants have been nightmares. Yeah, I hate nightmare tenants in my rentals. I like my rentals because my rentals are basically a bunch of old people. And quite literally, whenever I have a vacancy, the old people will talk to other old people and move them in. Or what happens is that the old people are there and like the kids will get another unit in the place because the parents aren't ready to go to a retirement home. And for those people, my building's already paid for, so I don't raise their rent. And I'm not shit talking other landlords who raise their rent, right? I get it. Some people have to raise their rent. I don't have to, so I don't. It's really nice when you've had the same tenants for years and years and years and years and years. Because what you're talking about, that vacancy, I'd rather have my unit filled 100% of the time at $75 lower rent than think about that. How many months, you know, how many months am I going to be out? I'm going to lose all my clients over the years when I raise their rent. I actually, when we had to flip the units to update them, I just moved them. Unit to unit. We moved them. So we went in and we told them we would take care of it. Okay, with that said, this one. You give me some of that power. You can barely have Final Fantasy in the stream open. Fucking potato. Anyway, is there anybody on? Don't. No, nobody I know is on. You know what? Let me see this person's. Nope. Let me see this person. Yeah. I don't know this person, but they are a recommended for, if you're a Golden Feather follower, they recommend this. So I'm dropping you guys off with somebody. Be nice. I'll see you on Sunday for PvP. You guys take care.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?